Well, good morning, everybody. Day 2 of the student competition. We have Middle Tennessee up. I'd like to ask that please silence your cell phones. Please keep the doors closed to stay in the room. Middle Tennessee is going to be giving us a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. Middle Tennessee, you guys are up.
Good morning and welcome. We are Raider Development Group, and we are excited to be here this morning, and even more excited to be presenting Rosewood Estates. We do want to take a quick second to thank the judges for etching a little bit of time out of their busy schedules to hear our proposal this morning. I know a lot of hard work and dedication has gone in on our end, and we're just excited to have the opportunity to present this morning. With that in mind, Raider Development Group is pleased to present Rosewood Estates. This development features 146 home sites located in Georgetown, Texas, just outside of Austin. Quick overview of Georgetown. It has a charming town square, just under 100,000 residents, as well as a wide variety of retail shopping, local and chain dining, as well as a plethora of outdoor recreation opportunities thanks to its 46 parks and close proximity to Lake Georgetown. Diving into some of the housing statistics, we see an average home sales price of $437,000 within Georgetown, an average home size of about 1,853 square feet, and they're staying on the market for about 70 days. Additionally, Georgetown has a very high average household income, coming in at $95,160. After some research, we at Raider Development Group feel this is due to the economic opportunity within Georgetown, thanks to major employers in the Austin area such as Amazon, Dell, Visa, and Tesla, just to name a few, as well as strong employment within healthcare, construction, and education sectors in Georgetown itself. On top of that, Georgetown is located in Williamson County, Texas, which is home to a solid school district. With all this in mind, we at Raider Development Group have come up with a couple of target markets. Our primary market is going to be middle-aged move-up buyers and young families. These are individuals aged 30 to 50, plus any dependents they have, who are looking to make a move-up purchase, whether this is just to upscale a living situation or upsize to accommodate that growing family. In this mix, we will see dual-income households, lots of high-level management, tech, just to name a few industries that people are working in. Our secondary market is going to be middle-aged move-up buyers coming from outside the Austin market. Specifically, California and Florida are the two states we see the most people entering the Austin market from at the moment. They're coming to pursue economic opportunity, and they're looking to make move-up purchases to accommodate that growing family. And again, they're working in healthcare, tech, and high-level management. Now that we've talked a little bit about who we're marketing our product to, the question is how do we get it in front of them, and how do we get them to buy? And we believe we are meeting a hole in the market. That's our first step. As Georgetown has smaller home sizes, our home sizes start at 2,300 square feet and range up to just over 2,800. And while we have larger home sizes to accommodate that growing family, we do so at an affordable price, starting at $213 per square foot. Additionally, we have developed a user-friendly website that features pictures of our floor plans, your upgrade and amenity options, as well as the link to schedule a virtual or in-person tour to Rosewood Estates. On the marketing front, we are going with a heavy digital footprint this year, taking advantage of geo-targeted and algorithmic-based advertisements to get our product in front of individuals who are looking at similar products across the Austin market or who are looking at products within Georgetown already. When it comes to making the sale, we will have an in-house sales agent who will be partnering with local real estate agents through an incentivized referral program. Also, to aid them in this process, there will be 3 fully loaded model homes conveniently located at the entrance of our community. And last but not least, we will have standard financial incentives, including allocated fund source closing costs, rate buydowns, and a preferred lender. With that in mind, I will be handing things off to Chandler with Land Development.
Thank you, Grant. Today, I will be walking you through our strategic approach to land development here in Rosewood Estates, covering site planning, infrastructure, and the value we are creating within our community. Let's start by looking at how we are optimizing our land and maximizing both the livability and the investment potential. Now, in our community, we offer 3 lot sizes. The gray are 50 feet, the purple are 55 feet wide, and our navy will be 60 foot wide. Our largest lots, along with lots partnered or next to open green spaces, will be assigned premiums, along with all the lots on that rear street that back up to Ronald Reagan Boulevard and that quarry. They will be signed premiums because we'll have landscaping in the back of all those yards, as well as these that back up to the commercial land. We're doing that because we are trying to provide a privacy and a premium feeling to the home buyers when they purchase. Now for amenities, we have standard amenities in our development. We offer a pickleball court, 2 mail kiosks, a stylish entrance, and streetlights and decorative landscaping to cover utilities and transformer boxes on pads. Now, during our planning phase, soil stability poses a significant challenge. So taking this into consideration, when we grade our lots, we will import better soils. And then we also have a budget for moisture conditioning and a lime treatment to stabilize our site and assist with the protection of our home's foundational systems. Speaking of our foundation systems, we will utilize post-tension slabs to enhance the longevity of our product. Thank you for your time. That concludes land development, and I will now be passing it on to Grant for project management.
Awesome thoughts. Thank you so much, Chandler. In regards to project management, our primary objective is to achieve timely completion all within the allotted budget. This will be achieved through our highly skilled and dedicated construction management team. With that being said, we will have one construction manager on site daily, managing all aspects of the build process, and will oversee around 18 homes at a time. Alongside of them, our area construction manager will be heavily involved in the build process, enabling meticulous attention to detail and consistent project delivery. Our land development phase will be executed in a single rolling phase over the course of 11 months, and site release will be broken into 3 sub-phases to maximize efficiency. We anticipate around 4 home starts per month, making steady progress towards our project timeline. To streamline the construction process, we have chosen 3 standardized floor plans that allow for flexibility and personalization, all while reducing build times. With this being said, our vertical construction is estimated to take around 90 working days without compromising our quality standards. While building a quality home is one of our top priorities, safety and environmental conservation will be utilized extensively from start to finish. This includes safety meetings, quality checks, and routine site inspections. To address environmental sustainability, we will adhere to City of Georgetown's SWIP protocols and best management practices. This includes the installation of silt fence, concrete washout areas, and stabilized construction entrances. Our commitment to quality, safety, and environmental sustainability will guide us as we bring this project to life. I'll now be passing on to Allison for design and sustainability.
Thank you so much, Grant. Now that we've kind of talked about the execution, I wanted to jump into what I'm most excited about, obviously, which is our product design. So just to kind of get started, I wanted to kind of talk about the pillars of what it is that we're trying to do here. Like we've talked about, our target market is those families who are trying to get a little bigger and get a little bit more room. So with each of our homes, we aimed for a super high bedroom count. So we're looking at 4 or 5 bedrooms and 4 or 5 bathrooms per home. But we have our 38-foot wide Aria, our 42-foot wide Cypress, and then our 45-foot wide Oasis. They're all 60 feet deep. While the square footage doesn't change that much, and the bedroom and bathroom count don't change much, we just kind of wanted to give people the option to spread out if that's something that they wanted. Along with that, we really wanted to aim for lots of and very unique communal spaces like bonus rooms, dens, really nice living rooms, high ceilings, just things that bring people out into the public to promote family togetherness and just good community time together. Along with that, along with a lot of people, while they're looking at buying that big home for their families, they're often thinking of, what will this look like on down the road when it's time to be a grandparent, or I really want to grow old in this home. So we're using universal design to really implement age-in-place practices, which pretty much just means that things like the primary bedroom, primary bathroom, obviously the living room, kitchen, and dining room, and like things like laundry will all be on that first floor, just to make sure that if stairs do become a problem, you can stay in your home. So that was very important to us. Now just to kind of show off some of the houses that we have, the sketches down there are each of the different facades that we'll be using. So while we do only have those 3 floor plans, to make building a little quicker and also to be a little more cost effective, we're changing those exterior front facades. So it's kind of like Clark Kent with the glasses, if that makes sense. When you change up things like window shape and placement, along with roof lines and door entrances, those kind of things really just make things look a lot different. So you can kind of see that as an example just kind of as we go through this, that was not the only way that we wanted to tackle making sure that we weren't getting too monotonous within our neighborhood. A lot of times these like quick build neighborhoods get a bad reputation for that. And so what we're doing on top of the different facades is we're also using our custom color pyramids. So pretty much what this does is for our pre-sale buyers, if they want to, they can go through, and we have about 9 of these different color pyramids. Pretty much what you do is you kind of start with like an accent color and you move on down the line. With 9 of these, you get thousands of different options. So no 2 houses are gonna look the same. But also, because these are designed by our design team, we've taken special care to make sure that absolutely nothing will clash with each other. So everything's completely cohesive. So people still have that feeling of, I'm getting to choose what I want for my house, while getting that kind of really personal feel without making sure that everyone in the neighborhood really enjoys what they're looking at by making sure everything kind of matches really well. So uniqueness was super important to us. We also kind of touch on that in kind of the way that we went about choosing what we wanted for our houses. Georgetown's very unique. Obviously, we have those Hispanic influences being so close to Mexico. So we have a lot of Spanish-style homes, but also Georgetown is historically Victorian. So we were trying to blend those two things because you don't see a lot like it, and we thought it was a really great, unique feature that we could kind of showcase for what Georgetown is really all about. Also, our landscaping is very unique. This would kind of lead me into my sustainability stuff a little bit. But a lot of times you see people trying to make hydrangeas work in Phoenix, and at the end of the day, that just doesn't work out. So not only to be cohesive with the true nature around us, even though we are a lot greener due to that San Gabriel River, water conservation is very important. So not only to be cohesive, but also for water conservation purposes, we're using all of our plants native and making sure that they're all drought tolerant. Just to really check that sustainability box as far as water goes, we'll also be using rain collection systems. But that was not the only way we wanted to tackle our environmental stewardship side of things. We know that Georgetown is a leader in sustainability in America. They are listed #1 by the Smithsonian. It's a huge deal, and we were like, this is so cool. We've really got to do something neat with this. So we have a huge focus on not only renewable energy sources, but also energy conservation. Because it gets so hot in Texas, we'll be offering things like window treatments as premiums, but also things like solar panels and then Energy Star appliances and smart home systems that kind of help keep the house regulated with temperature, because that's a really big issue in Georgetown. But really, because we wanted to push this and make sure that we're really fitting into that great narrative that Georgetown has already created for itself, for our pre-sale buyers, if they do choose to go with these more environmentally friendly options, while we already have our guys out there, the labor cost for installing this stuff, we would cover it. Just as an incentive, because we know it's so important to keep with, what Georgetown's trying to do here. And then on top of that, all of our materials will be sourced locally, not only to cut down on those CO2 emissions from trying to transport everything, but also because we care a lot about Georgetown. We want to make sure we're stimulating their local economy first at every opportunity we can. So that's kind of all I have for design and sustainability. I'll now be passing it on to Abby, who will be covering financials for us.
Thank you, Allison. Our selling point here at Raider Development is distinguished by our spacious layouts, high-end finishes, and unique exterior design. With a focus on style, quality, and functionality, Rosewood offers exceptional living experiences. Our research shows high demand in this area due to lowered interest rates. This is why affordable homes at high volume is our financial strategy. Our land acquisition cost is $5.5 million, and our site development cost is $14.8 million. This results in a lot cost of $101,000. In our current projected scenario, we will break even in 36 months with an internal rate of return of 33% and a profit just shy of $21.3 million. Here at Raider Development, we've taken action to mitigate risks. We've observed that the Federal Reserve has lowered interest rates in 2024 for the first time in a couple of years. The rates are expected to continue to drop. If that's the case, we will break even sooner at 35 months with an internal rate of return of 35% and a profit of a little over $23 million. In a case of market downturn, we will break even in 37 months with an internal rate of return of 29% and a profit of $18.8 million. Lastly, as a part of risk analysis, we've allocated 0.5% towards warranty claims. We'll have a 1-year comprehensive warranty, 2-year systems warranty, and a 10-year structural warranty. Thank you guys for taking the time to listen to all of us today. We are now open for any questions.
All right, great job. All right, I'll kick us off here. So One thing I saw in your proposal, and I don't know if you mentioned it here, but you are focusing on tech professionals and a notable focus on East Indian demographics. What product decisions, what changes to the product have you made for that demographic? And what are you doing to make that more
Yes.
appealing to the East Indian demographic?
Absolutely. Through our research, we did find some interesting things, such as the orientation of the house, north-facing. We do have 20 to 25% of our homes facing northward, so that can appeal to that demographic. Additionally, placement of doors, so that there's, like, doors can align, so the energy of the house flows a little bit better if you offset them, so that, like, if your front door and back door are perfectly lined up, that is not ideal for that demographic. So we made a few design considerations such as that for those demographics.
It's technically east. You have to face east. East, not north. And so if you look at your site plan, you have very few lots that face east, and you should have a very strong premium on those lots, because those lots will go very fast, and there'll be a long waiting list for those. Just know that if you're going to target to a demographic, you have to do your research, know who the buyer is, and just price accordingly, because that'll be the number one decision for that buyer.
Absolutely. And we've tried to keep our price per square foot low as well for the East Indian buyer as well, because bang for buck is very important to them, most square footage for lowest price.
100%, but they will pay $100,000 in a lot premium to face east.
Yes, sir.
It is a big deal.
200. I got 200 once.
It's a big deal. Perfect.
Do I hear 300?
Yeah, three. I mean, there's a bidding war, no doubt. And then the other one is you focus on digital marketing, but I didn't see allocation for a digital staff member. So nobody's doing social media, nobody's out there posting. Like, who is quarterbacking this for your digital marketing platform?
Yes, sir. I guess that would be tackled between our sales agent and regional construction manager. They would kind of split that load. And we could bring on, the intern could also do some work with that as well.
Yeah, probably the only one of those with a Facebook account is the intern.
Yes, sir.
So just be
Intern
careful.
would be a great option.
Okay, nice job. In your executive summary, you've got a little box with a summary of your financial. I really like that. The executive summary is a written elevator speech. So, okay. I'm going to get into the numbers, so I'm going to jump onto lot premiums. You have $12,748,000 in lot premiums. That is $89,147 per lot. So help me, how did you get that? Or is that just maybe a typo?
Yes, sir. These premiums cover not just the lots, but the interior finishes as well, such as trim packages, crown molding, doorknobs, all that.
Okay, but you have a separate line item, $12,228 in the category, in your cash flow
Yes, sir.
for option revenue.
Yes, sir.
So you have an additional 12 million for that as well. So are you telling me that you think that you're gonna get $25 million in lot premium and options?
We believe so, yes, sir. With all the options we have for upgrades, solar panels, smart home systems, the addition of decks in the rear, interior finishes, crown molding packages, we do believe so.
Okay, so that's like 180 grand a unit. And then in your option costs, in your cash flow, it equals the option revenue. And so here's my speech to you about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
You gotta make money on your options. If you don't, it's not worth it, okay? And you gotta make a high margin.
Yes, sir.
So minimum markup, I'd coach you, would be 50%. I started getting, after 40 years, I started getting resistance at 68% markup.
Wow.
Okay? And so, because remember, your indirects are high. So you gotta make and so basically, if we just focus on your options and upgrades, you're losing money in that part of the house. Follow me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also going to ask you about numbers. You mentioned that you were going to have premiums on the lots that face the quarry, and you were going to have some extensive landscaping in the back, and also those that face the commercial section. Where is that in your budget? I see limited landscaping money in your horizontal costs, and each of the house costs have the same amount of money for landscaping. So what landscaping are you proposing, and where is that in the
Our,
budget?
the landscaping, they're not facing the commercial or the quarry, they back up to them, so it'll
Right.
be, but our premiums for those are included in our lot cost. And the landscaping will just be like a little privacy, so like trees that are high enough to keep noise or traffic flow out of their ears, and people will stay out of their business when they go in the
In the
backyard.
backyards?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so that's, you have, in your horizontal cost, you have $8,500?
Yes, ma'am. Our largest lots will have an $8,500 premium, and then our small, that rear street, since it's both our medium and our small, we lowered that to 65 for the small with the average for 7,500.
I see that in your house cost. I was looking at your
Horizontal.
land development cost. So you're putting all the landscaping in the house cost and not installing it as part of the development?
Are we putting it in?
Also, the landscaping was factored into that average $101,000 per lot cost, as most of that is the berm itself was factored into the mass grading, which is in the development budget as well.
Okay,
And
so
then-
you're putting a berm kind of in those backyards and
Yes, ma'am.
planning on, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
Okay, so good job, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue with the development cost questions. What are your amenities? Tell me what amenities you're planning.
Since we're the first phase of a larger master plan, we offer standard amenities as pickleball courts, mail kiosks, streetlights, and a decorative entrance, along with decorative landscaping to cover up any of our transformers or utilities. Did I answer your question there?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I also want to mention just, you should highlight the perimeter fence you have in your budget, because that
perimeter
would have
fence?
helped, overcome that question that you had. You do have perimeter fencing in your
Okay.
budget. So when you're backing up to something like a quarry, you definitely want to highlight, oh, we're going to put fencing in.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other comment I have is about your product. I like having the 3 different lot sizes. That definitely helps with, reaching different markets. You need more elevations and more product. Just only because in most communities, we have something called a monotony code where you can't have the same elevation across the street or next to each other. You have a bunch of lots together that have only one house option and only 3 elevations.
So that's kind of where like those color pyramids come in. We really try to mix it up with different landscaping like packages and upgrades like that kind of help mix things up a little bit. And then the different like colors and materials that we'll be using on those elevations create a big difference in the way that everything looks. So not everything will be like, it won't be like limestone, like limestone, maybe some natural wood, and then like the big block stone. So different materials and colors kind of help with that, but that's a great point. Thank you.
Cool.
And just for clarification on that too, like most cities, you'll have a color monotony for things like that, like a stone brick, and you have a separate just elevation monotony of the actual structure of how it's built. Great job, team. I did have a question. I might have found the answer to Erica's as well. On your breakdown of your your home building costs, you have each category has an other in it, and all of your others add up to over $30,000 in a single home. So can you tell me what that $30,000 is for?
Unexpected costs, setbacks, weather, things like that. We kind of use it as a contingency just to cover all. And it's totally possible that we will have some extra money there, and we can kick that over into bonuses or salaries for project management as well.
For your trees and that back up as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. And also just kind of one more comment on the elevations. I love how you do the styling with the different features of what is in Georgetown. I just be cautious on the production side of things. When you have circular windows and odd-shaped windows, they're typically harder to source. So at the scale that you'd be building, you may have much longer lead times on some of those, especially the garage doors with the windows. Probably very difficult to source at a pace that you're building at. But great job.
That's it? All right, and one final thought. You look great, by the way. Thanks for
Yes.
like, you would be shocked because how little this shows up anymore. Like, suit and tie, I love it. Like, you guys look great.
All the color coordinated.
Love it.
On point.
Great job.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, well, good morning. Welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have the University of North Florida. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A with the judges. I'd like to ask that you silence your cell phones. If it goes off, you'll break $5. And then please stay in the room and don't leave until all the question and answers are over. All right, North Florida, you got it.
Good morning, judges. Thanks for having us. I'd like to present to you our proposal for a project in Georgetown, Texas, just north of Austin. It's the abode at Woodside. It's a 154-unit development in the Woodside Master Development. We are the Osprey contracting team. We'll go ahead and get started.
Our parcel is located approximately 30 miles north of Austin in Georgetown, Texas. Georgetown is rated among the top 10% for retirees, along with the top 25% for young professionals and young families. This presents an incredibly unique sales opportunity for us. Along with there being plentiful restaurants, a fantastic school system, a very temperate climate, and a 7.3 comfort index, the location is incredibly inviting. The median home sales price is about $430,000 with an $88,000 median income and an 11% year-over-year job growth. What I'm personally incredibly excited to show you is the graph on the left here. This is the population growth of Georgetown, Texas over the last 2 decades. It is the fastest growing city in America. It is one of the up-and-coming cities of the United States. The population growth of the United States is about 1.5%. Georgetown's population growth is 11% year over year. It has grown 50% in the last 5 years and is projected to grow another 50% in the next 5 years, mostly from out-of-area and out-of-state buyers. These people will need homes to live in, homes that we're more than happy to provide them.
As you can see in the chart, we offer homes ranging from 1,500 to 2,400 square feet, with an average square foot of 2,000. Our homes are priced between $332,000 to $425,000. Our home average is $379,000, making it one of the more affordable options compared to our competitors. The cost per square foot is $191, which is high and competitive compared to our competitors. With a $100,000 qualifying income, we offer accessibility. This is a mid-sized PUD project with a total of 78 homes. If in 6 months we maintain a pace of 4 homes per month, this suggests that there is a demand for our products. So in this line graph right here, our pricing follows a upward trend, which aligns with our competitors while maintaining a mid-range position. We risk profit loss if we price way below or above our competitors. Staying in the middle means we are able to maintain sales and profit. And for our product design homes, we have a range of options, but not obligation to suit different family sizes, preferences, and budget. The Benjamin and Madison are perfect for first-time home buyers, small families, or those looking to downsize. The Claire and the Conrad are perfect for a family who wants a larger home.
All right. The abode is part of the greater Woodside Master community, which has a centralized amenity center. It's located just walking distance from our parcel. And for this reason, we implemented no internal amenities, but rather we focused on increasing our density. And we achieved a density of 4 lots, almost 4 lots per net acre. It's pretty good. Now let's take a look at our site plan, and we'll go over our lot mix. We had 154 total lots, mostly 48s. About 20% of the mix were premium lots. And these are a little bit larger, some in a little bit nicer locations, as you can see indicated with the darker color. And what you see in blue is our model park. We set it up near the main entrance, but we were sure to have the front elevation of the house facing you when you come in, rather than having it, to the sides. And we thought this would look much better for our prospective buyers. Land Development Code allowed us to do a reduced frontage on our lots, so we were able to pick up additional density in those bottom corners where you see the bump out cul-de-sacs. Hey, we also added double sidewalks, not required by Land Development Code, but for our family buyers, that increased walkability in the community, we thought this would be more attractive. We thought of, moms walking strollers, kids skateboarding, people walking their dogs. We want to keep our residents safe and out of the road. And for our finished lots, 76 of our lots will be sold as finished lots. This comes out to about 49%. With a sales price of $105,000 per lot, and these will be sold in bulk to local home builders. Now let's look at our phasing plan. You'll notice we did a two-phase plan, each phase with a duration of about half of the total development schedule. Excuse me. And 4 months, we will have a pause in between the vertical construction in each phase. This way, we will have revenue coming back to us from buyers in the first phase, prior to even starting on vertical construction in the second phase. That way, if we don't need to make any adjustments, we'll have time to make those adjustments.
For sustainability, our standard features include high efficiency and eco-friendly construction practices, including Energy Star. Now for the cost estimate. Again, the land purchase cost is $5.5 million, with a horizontal construction cost of $8.3 million and a vertical construction cost of $16.9 million, or an average cost per square foot of just over $108. Most of the horizontal construction costs can be attributed to roadwork and drainage.
As for our schedule, we decided to split it up into 2 phases, as seen previously. There's a pretty significant overlap between phase 1 and phase 2. This is mostly due to our horizontal construction. Once our horizontal construction is concluded in phase 1, we will have our teams shifting from our phase 1 area to our phase 2 area. We thought this would be the most efficient way to do this, along with incorporating no additional mobilization costs. All of our equipment is already on site. As for our home construction, our average weighted home construction times will be 96 days, with about a 13-degree variance between our smallest and our largest home offerings, mostly due to differences in MEP and framing for the small versus large homes. As vertical construction begins, we will start with a pace of 4 homes per month and continue through phase 1. If we get to phase 2, we will reevaluate our position. If it's decided we can move faster or slower, we will. However, for the purposes of this proposal, 4 homes per month is our pace. As they begin concluding after that 96-day duration, we will be closing on 4 homes per month until our supply is diminished.
For our project management team, we intend to have 4 different position groups. We are going to have a on-site project manager, a land development manager, a vertical project manager, and a vertical superintendent. For our vertical superintendents, we intend to have them manage up to 15 homes at a time. We feel that is a good number given the size of the project, and that way we can ensure that our homes are being built to a high standard. For our sales strategy, we intend to sell to first-time home buyers, with our house prices being from $332,000 to $400,000. We will also include a first-time home buyer incentive program that will allow them to have lower interest rates and lower down payments. For our marketing strategy, we're going to do the majority of our marketing online using our website, Google Ads, and real estate websites. We feel that with the large population growth in Georgetown, that will lead to a large number of out-of-state and out-of-area customers, which will make our online marketing that much more important.
All right, let's talk about some of the bumps in the roads. Some of the risks that we have on this project. As we've seen in the news recently, there's potential risk for tariffs. Now, in Texas, we're likely going to be building with southern yellow pine, and there's not a risk for tariffs on domestic product. But if we have Canadian lumber prices affected, who knows what happens to southern yellow pine and other materials on the project. As it's been for many years, there's a consistent effort to increase the amount of skilled workers we have in our labor. We have a labor shortage. We look to the local trade schools to make sure that they have the resources they need to onboard new skilled workers and make sure that we're looking towards the future of home construction. Along with these risks and the other risks of home construction, land development, we want to make sure we have a plan B. That plan B on this project looks like offloading all of the lots in phase 2 if things get a little wonky at the end of phase 1. So we're going to transition phase 1 horizontal development immediately into phase 2 horizontal development with that 4-month pause in vertical construction so that we can reassess the market and see if it still makes viable sense to finalize construction on those homes in phase 2. If it no longer makes sense, we'll package up all the finished lots and sell it to a local builder. Hopefully we get off scot-free. Best case scenario, we build all the homes we intend to build and everything goes well. Everything that we've talked about in this proposal has been based on a conservative, safest case. We're looking at a 4 homes per month pacing, a 380,000 ASP, and very conservative estimates on our vertical and horizontal cost of construction. What that looks like is a conservative $3.6 million return over the course of the project. If you annualize that into an IRR, it's about 14%. Like I said, this is our safest case. We have a break-even point in the project, 37 months in. It's further down the line. You can see the graph here. We do have an alternative analysis, and I'll show you that here on our next slide. The most probable case. We have a median sales price in the market of around $434,000. We think we can get $435,000, and we'll put that in this most probable case financial analysis. Increasing the sales price, of course, drastically increases profit, but we also have another creative method to increase our IRR and reduce our cash that's outgoing on this project. We intend to locate a buyer for our finished lots, the lots that we're selling off as finished lots. We intend to locate a buyer early on so that we can share the cost of horizontal construction of those lots. We'll lock in a contract with that buyer and ask them to put deposit money down that will be used towards the cost of construction. That way we have less money going out and it can increase our return with the same amount of revenue expected on those lots. Overall, you're looking at a $7.1 million profit and an annualized IRR of 28%. We appreciate you guys hearing out our proposal. We're ready for questions.
Okay. Did you change your cash flow from what you put in the package?
What's in the package is the most conservative estimate.
Okay, so what was in the package? You had an internal rate of return of 1.18
That's our monthly internal rate of return.
monthly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When I go to the executive summary,
Yes, sir.
you basically,
You're absolutely right.
You're correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
okay. So I was wondering if my assistant put the wrong cash flow in this package. I'm going, whoa, okay. So you made some adjustments.
We wanted to make sure it was clear.
You rethought it, okay, fine.
The numbers are still the same as far as our expenditures and our revenue. That key point of the annualized IRR in the executive summary is monthly and not annual.
Even though the model produces a annual IRR.
There must be a typo. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Let's go to something else. So let me just give you a warning. see the gray hair? There's people like me that still do this, okay? And some of the way you cut and pasted, some of it you cannot read when it prints. So you do not want that, okay? You want people like me to be able to read it, okay? And then in terms of school district research, you have this project in the Georgetown Independent School District. Help me understand the process that you went through, because it's in the Gerald Independent School District. So help me understand, did you just look at Sun City and say, hey, that's Georgetown, so we're in Georgetown? What did you do there?
That's a very good question.
Okay. No, it's okay. All right, we'll go to the next question.
Thank you.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but I was reading the report on my computer, and the charts were impossible to read on the computer too. So that's just proofread so that doesn't happen. So I guess I'm a little confused now by your plan to sell finished lots. Is that part of your primary strategy, or is that an exit strategy?
Yes, that is part of our primary strategy.
So do you have how much money are you making on those lots, and which lots are they?
It's close to, I think, $20,000 profit per lot. I think our all-in cost is right around $83,000. We're selling them at $105,000.
Okay, and which lots are you selling, and are you selling them as soon as?
As soon as horizontal construction's done with phase one, we'll package up the phase one finished lots that we'll have identified. We're gonna interspace them, so every other lot essentially is what it will look like.
And why do you want to do it that way rather than give someone a whole pod where they can operate a little more efficiently?
We believe that it would look much nicer rather than having a look closer to kind of having I hate using the term cookie cutter areas. I think it would provide a lot more diversity to the look of our project.
Gives us a little bit of architectural distinction between each lot.
That's really important to think about, and that's great. You should be able to do that with your own product by changing elevations and different product types. If you're gonna sell lots to someone, you don't want them all like up and in your business while you're trying to build a house. So you might wanna think about, if you're gonna sell them, putting them in a specific area altogether.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask questions about selling lots too. So why wouldn't doing a JV with, say, another builder be your first strategy to save costs?
We wanted to have the most conservative estimate out there. The reason is there's a lot of uncertainty in the market. Over the last 2 years, interest rates have gone crazy. But we wanted to make sure that our financial analysis was based on the most certain opportunity versus we don't know if we have a JV partner yet. We don't know if there is a buyer at the end of phase one. We hope there is, but we wanted to present the most conservative estimate.
Okay. It is a very, very common thing for builders either to maybe not to create a full JV, but they will definitely share on costs and they will share on lots very, very often. So that would not be an unusual thing to present as a normal scenario, just.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right, so just for clarification, so like we talked about in the initial one, you said it was not financially advantageous to do this project, but do you today believe it is?
Yes, sir. That was unfortunately due to a misunderstanding with our Excel formulas. The reason in the final portion that we said the 1.2, we had a misunderstanding. It gave us 1.2 without understanding that was our monthly rather than our annual. And we couldn't understand why it wasn't as profitable as it should be. We did not realize until we were putting our presentation together that, oh, thank God, that figure's monthly. But we did want to be honest and forthcoming with our summary.
Appreciate it. I did have actually, I saw that you have an addition of a 5-year water damage warranty, which is great. Just curious, it's not very common in the industry. What are you doing in terms of the construction of your homes
to be able to offer that? Are you, waterproofing better than other builders are doing, so you're able to offer this 5-year, water leak? I'm just curious on what you're doing in your homes to be able to offer that.
We believe that with our selection of having great superintendents as well as a low home count that they have to manage, we'll have a very keen eye to the construction of these homes. A 5-year warranty is aggressive, but we also want to offer our home buyers a sure thing.
I'm not knocking it, we do it, so I know that. So I'm just curious, we have just a lot of extra details put into, the framing and the waterproofing systems to make sure that we can offer that, so, okay.
I would like to add, just in the area, it is a relatively dry area, so we also figure there's somewhat of a lower risk to that aspect, rather than, say, where we're from, Florida, where it rains every 2 days.
Hey, wait, I'm from Florida too, okay? It's like every day.
All right, I'm not gonna talk about the lot strategy, so you get something different now. So I'm gonna talk about incentives real quick. So you have multiple paths here for incentives. It seems like it's kind of blanket. Do you understand the costs associated with each one of these incentives? Because you've basically put $800,000 in your structure. That's basically $10,000 a house that you're giving away. Is that enough? Is that appropriate for some of these incentive programs?
We believe so, especially with the early home buyers. With how our schedule is structured, we intend to have some of the buyers moving in while construction is moving through the development, and we felt it appropriate to knock, say, like $5,000 off just for the inconvenience of having to look at the home construction.
Okay. You're in a little bit of a weird position because you're kind of the David Goliath position, because you're head to head with Del Webb right now, and
Yes, sir.
you're basically, your position is, I'm gonna undercut them. I'm gonna be the cheapest alternative. Well, they have one thing that, as a private, you're never gonna have, is ability to make $1 on a home.
Yeah, sir.
You have to make a hell of a lot more than that. So the race of incentives, you will lose every time. So when you're looking at this for future projects, come to the table with more than just being the cheapest alternative.
Yes,
You
sir.
have to come to the table with, we build better, we build faster, we're easier to deal with. Come with a strategy of not the cheapest on the block, because if that's your only strategy, they will put you out of business in about 4 months. And they will do that happily. So just be careful in that strategy going forward, because that's a tough game to play as a private.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
So just on that, you position yourself to get a premium.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, and you can do that,
Yeah.
okay? So, and, well, I'm not gonna disparage the big public, so. Okay, so, one quick question. You've got Grand Endeavor Homes. I'm very familiar with them. Did you talk to them about selling them lots? Or was that just a website you found?
I'm
and-
sorry,
Grand Endeavor Homes, in your package, you're selling them lots. They're one of your builders that are gonna buy lots from you.
they're one of our prospective JV partners.
Did you make contact with them?
I did actually attempt to. Unfortunately, I do not have the appropriate connections. I was unable to, just
Okay,
for the sake of contacting them, just to ask a few simple questions about it.
okay.
However, I'm, a college student. They're not particularly interested.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I have one more comment. Your model lot, I'm just gonna give you comments at this point. Your model lots are a little buried. You wanna make sure they're at the front of the community and easy to see. You have even a lot next to your models. I know that's probably for parking. Make sure you
Yes, ma'am.
indicate that. And having 3 salespeople is pretty heavy when you're giving them all a salary of $65,000.
Okay.
That's a pretty hefty salary. Most of us just pay our salespeople commission based on the sales price of the home, incentivizes them to sell more homes and make more money. Just FYI.
Yes, ma'am.
Great job, team.
Great
Good
job.
job.
Good job.
well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to introduce the Purdue team, the four-year student competition in production home building. I'd like to ask that during the presentation, keep your cell phone silenced, and please do not leave until after the 15-minute presentation and the 10-minute judges Q&A. So Purdue, you have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Hanna, and I'm honored to serve as the divisional president for Oak Ridge Homes. We just wanted to start out by thanking you all for taking the time to be here today. So with me are my colleagues, Gracie, Carver, Clayton, Zach, and Ethan. We are very excited just to dive a little bit deeper into our vision of Woodside with you all today. So we are planning to fully purchase and develop all 40 acres located south of Ronald Reagan Boulevard and east of Above and Beyond Way for $5.5 million. Here we are planning to develop a total of 136 home sites with the sole intention of catering to the growing city of Georgetown, Texas. Georgetown is one of the fastest growing cities in the U.S. currently. The population is rapidly approaching 100,000. We have seen a recent decrease in the median age in the last few years as a younger population has begun moving to the area. Additionally, we have seen the median annual income actually on the rise as it is quickly approaching $90,000 per year per individual. So with this, we have elected to target first-time homeowners, new families, and emerging professionals for our community. We are planning to offer manageable property sizes to cater to the busy lifestyles of these individuals. We specifically want to hone in on our emerging professionals in the area, as we've noted that Georgetown is a quick 30-minute drive to the downtown Austin area. With that, we really want to focus on that short commute time for these individuals while still offering that quiet suburban life they may be looking for when they come home from work each day. We believe that we can ultimately increase ownership across the Austin metropolitan area. Taking a look at our competitive market analysis, we have elected a few communities in the area that are quite comparable to ours, as the area is very much booming in the different residential communities. The two that we have elected that are a little similar to ours are the first with Riverview by D.R. Horton and the Retreat at San Gabriel by Tri-Point Homes. Both of these communities offer homes in very similar square footage to ours, although we are planning to sell our homes at a much lower price. Our sales price is an average of $182 per square foot. So with this sales price, we believe that it can ultimately help us reach our target market much better and increase that ownership across the Austin area as we are hoping. Thank you, and I would now like to pass it off to Gracie Childs, our Divisional Vice President.
Thank you, Sophia. Our 136 lot development is strategically designed to maximize land use as we fit as many home sites as possible while still closely adhering to easement guidelines. To avoid congestion, we intentionally reserve portions of the land for greenery, including oak trees and other native plants. The vegetation also boosts the environmental sustainability of the development as it naturally manages stormwater. Despite the region's typically low rainfall, the vegetation also contributes to an efficient flood plan that accounts for the 100-year-old floodplain. Our community is built for the future. With its inviting atmosphere and prime location, it is a place where people truly want to live. Oak Ridge Homes offers 4 unique floor plans tailored to various family sizes and lifestyles. Prices range from $394,000 to $488,000, perfect for first-time homeowners in this area. The average square footage is 2,219 square feet, and starting on our left, we have the oak leaf floor plan being our most compact design, and moving to the right, the cedar at our largest. All 4 designs feature an open concept layout that maximizes space and comfort. Next, taking a look at our exterior elevations, we ensured alignment with the design criteria while also wanting our neighborhood to reflect a timeless style and welcoming environment. That is why at least 75% of our exterior building materials consist of brick and natural stone. To add uniqueness, we've incorporated different architectural elements that complement a variety of styles while maintaining a cohesive and inviting streetscape. For example, each home features a covered porch that adds charm and a warm welcome to the entryway. Our professionally curated design offers individuality within a beautifully planned neighborhood, because at Oak Ridge Homes, we craft more than houses. We create an inviting and lasting place to call home. Now, building on our commitment to excellence, we prioritize innovation in order to remain a leading competitor in the residential industry. Before we hand over the keys, each home undergoes thorough testing, including a duct blaster and blower door tests to minimize air leakage and ensure superior energy efficiency and functionality. Upon move-in day, our homeowners will enjoy various cutting-edge smart systems that we've implemented, including LED lighting, smart thermostats, natural gas generators, and WaterSense certified faucets, all designed to lower utility costs and reduce waste. They can also choose to upgrade with sustainable features like programmable lighting, EV charging stations in the garage, and double glazed windows to optimize energy use. Our commitment to efficiency and sustainability is clear, as Oak Ridge Homes is proud to be gold certified for ICC 700 National Green Building Standard. Now I'd like to hand the mic over to our Vice President of Construction, Carver Wood.
Thank you, Gracie. Taking a look at our phasing plan, this development consists of 3 construction phases, each containing roughly 45 homes. We believe this will allow us to efficiently allocate our resources, control construction costs, and align production with market demand. Now taking a look at our impact cost. Our impact cost is roughly $105,000 per lot. This is broken down into development expenses, site work and utilities, roadwork and signage, landscaping and amenities, as well as land acquisition cost. Now before I dive into our development schedule, we have a quick editor's note. After some changes on our performance report, we've revised our schedule, so you may notice a few changes from our packet. Now looking at our schedule. We plan on getting the parcel under contract in March of 2025. Now as soon as this occurs, we will begin permitting and land development work. By May of 2026, we expect all permitting and land development work to be complete, allowing for us to begin production of our model homes as well as kick off sales for the development. By August of 2026, we will begin, our model homes will reach completion, allowing for us to kick off phase 1 of construction. Phase 1 of construction will have been complete by July of 2027, followed by phases 2 and 3 in June of 2028 and 2029 respectively, with our project reaching conclusion in June of 2029. Now moving on to our estimate. Our average cost of vertical construction is roughly $125 per square foot. We believe that this places us competitively in the greater Austin home building market. Moving on to our construction overhead, we plan on allocating 7 full-time employees to this project with an expected annual cost of $637,000. Now I'd like to pass the mic off to our Vice President of Operations, Clayton Erb.
Thank you, Carver. Now looking at our SWIP plan, with the Georgetown area being a high level of drought, we decided a retention system would not be adequate for this project. Therefore, the underground drainage system will be maximized to redirect the rainfall to the storm drain outlet. We will also be providing areas of natural vegetation, which allows the natural slope of this property to flow water into these pockets of greenery. To minimize dust emissions during the construction process, we will be using gravel application as temporary roads, and after development, sod will be placed in each lot. Now going into our site logistics plan, we'll be utilizing silt fencing, fiber logs, and spill kits in the essence of emergency. Concrete washouts will be installed in all 3 phases by EcoPan, and portalets and first aid stations will be paired together and scattered throughout the project. Now looking at our safety plan, Oak Ridge Home signifies safety as our #1 priority. Following OSHA safety standards, we ensure that all workers will be properly informed of the potential risks and hazards present on a job site. All of our on-site personnel are required to have proper safety training to supervise the site. These supervisors will conduct daily safety inspections, which leads me into our 3 offenses. A first offense would be a verbal warning, a second offense is a fine to the subcontractor, and at last resort, we would remove this individual from the project. We believe these standards will help ensure the safety of all in the workplace. I also wanted to touch that we understand the risk of working in a high heat environment, so cold water and shade stations will be implemented throughout the timeline of this project. And lastly, a daily sign-in sheet will be used to conduct a proper head count in case of emergency on site. And now I'd like to hand it over to Zach Hancock, our Director in Sales.
Thank you, Clayton. To help you envision life in Woodside, we will offer 4 fully furnished model homes, each showcasing unique layouts, high-quality finishes, and modern design elements. Our sales center serves as the perfect starting point for prospective homeowners. Here, our prospective homeowners can explore different floor plans, learn about different financing options, and get personalized assistance from our dedicated team. We will also offer tablets in our sales center so our potential customers can pick and choose different finishes that they love for their home. We will also offer an online sales center for those looking to explore that option. Our marketing budget is strategically allocated to maximize outreach, drive sales, and enhance brand visibility. Our first 2 years of development are going to be the most costly. As previously mentioned, we will have 4 model homes that will need to be constructed. The cost of construction for these homes will be just over $1.2 million. Along with this, we are going to be advertising on platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. Moving on to years 3 and 4, we're going to take a step back from the aggressive marketing and rely on word of mouth. The total cost for our marketing will be just over $1.4 million. Oak Ridge Homes will also offer its customers a multi-year warranty program. This includes a 1-year comprehensive warranty, a 2-year systems warranty, and due to a Texas House Bill of 2024, the structural warranty was changed from 10 years to 6 years. With the focus of quality control and help minimize financial risk, Oak Ridge Homes will continue to offer its customers a consistent product. Now, I'm going to hand the mic over to our Director of Finance, Ethan Rosberry.
Thank you. As Zach said, my name is Ethan Rosberry, and I am the Director of Finance for Oak Ridge Homes. Naturally, as the Director of Finance, I get to tell you about the most exciting part of the project, the money. Starting off here, we have our interest rate analysis. On the left side, we have our current rates, starting off with our 15-year fixed mortgage rate at 5.98%, followed by our 30-year fixed mortgage rate at 6.85%. Now, these might seem high, but they are representative of the market right now, with the 30-year national average coming in at 6.78%. To help our first-time home buyers out with purchasing their home, we have some buyer recommendations. Starting off with the early lock-in. Early lock-in would be locking in an interest rate early and paying that uniform rate over a set amount of time. The next recommendation we have is adjustable or teaser rates. This means taking on a lower rate upon move-in to help you get settled, and then taking on a higher rate later on. Moving on, we have our market risk analysis. There's always the risk of recession and loan rates changing. There's a lot of volatility in the market with the current state of the economy. In 2008, we did not see a big change in the Texas, Houston and Georgetown, or Austin and Georgetown, home price index, but that doesn't mean that a future recession couldn't have a bigger change. Moving on, we have housing demand. There's always the potential for industry to move elsewhere and take home buyers with them. However, right now, there are lots of big corporations like Tesla as well as healthcare companies moving into this market, so we think it's the perfect place to build. And finally, we have labor shortages across the country right now. There have been various different developments that have had to shut down due to labor shortages. It's definitely something that we want to watch out for. It's not something that we control, so it's definitely something that we would like to watch out for. Finally here, we have our financial overview. On the left side, we have our bar chart with our development costs. You can see the largest portion of our development costs are attributed to direct construction, followed by site development and land acquisition. At our baseline scenario of 4 homes sold per month and $182 per square foot, we are looking at about 20.21% IRR. And with that, I would like to wrap up the presentation. I thank you guys for listening to our pitch on Oak Ridge Homes, and I hope you'll keep us in your highest consideration. Now, we'd like to open the floor for questions.
Good job.
Great job, thank you. Can you go back to the site plan? Why did you decide to develop in the floodplain rather than using that as open space?
Yeah, we decided to develop in the floodplain. We believe that we really want to get this entry in the market. We want to develop the whole site. We want complete control over our neighborhood and kind of the product that we're delivering. So we wanted to develop in the floodplain as well as everywhere else.
Did you explore the regulatory environment for developing in the floodplain and some of the expense?
Yes, we did, but we still believe that this would be the best option for us.
Okay, just FYI, selling lots in a floodplain is super difficult because you need to get special insurance
Yeah.
and, okay.
So tell me a little bit about your competition. How many are they selling a month?
Yes, thank you. So with these two companies, we just specifically wanted to focus on D.R. Horton and TriPoint because those were the lowest selling other competitive builders in the area. We looked at other builders, but they were just way above our price range, so we really didn't want to consider it. With these two, I saw online they were selling anywhere between 4 and 6, maybe 7 a month, just depending on how they're doing. These builders have been around a lot longer than us, and they're a lot more established in our market. So we were kind of taking that into consideration when we were determining our own selling rate and kind of sticking with the lower end just until we can gain some confidence in the market and hopefully in the future sell at a more higher rate per month.
You have in your proposal that you're selling 9 homes a month.
Yeah, that was where we mentioned our mistake. That was kind of where that came from.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're very sorry about that, but yes, thank you for noticing.
How are you going to justify that?
Yeah, we realized kind of right away. We were like, nope, this is not viable. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Great job, team. Yeah, I see y'all mentioned a change in your overall schedule time frame, right? Because I was going to question 3.5 years for the development side before a house going up. So thank you for clarifying. I have a question on your consumer. You have, young families, and half of your floor plans are 2-bedroom, and over 2,000 square feet. So do you have the right product for your consumer?
We believe that with the various different sizes, that's kind of where we have the different options between our buyers. Our first buyers being those first-time homeowners and those new families. We were kind of really thinking it would be more of like a single newly married couple or kind of more of a situation like that, whereas our Timberland and our Cedar options, that offers more for our new families. So if they do need a second or third bedroom, then they can have that option. And that's also, we have that 3rd car garage for that option as well if they're looking for a kid that's maybe driving soon and they need that 3rd car in their household.
Okay. Yeah, just, checking with your competitors, because I would say vast majority wouldn't have 2-bedroom plans at this price point and square footage. You typically see it more common, maybe active adult, 55 and up, where that makes more sense. But this consumer type, just if you're comparing apples to apples with your lead competitors, you probably won't see a lot of 2-bedrooms like that.
Yeah, we did take into consideration the Del Webb community right behind ours.
Yep.
That's kind of why we strayed a little bit away from those, experienced buyers, because we wanted to really hone in on that younger and, new buyer generation that we might be looking forward to.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, well, great job, well done. Can we go to the site plan real quick? I'm going to focus on your model court here for a moment. So a couple of one more back to where you have the stars.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So the decision to take those 4 lots and include them into phase 1, why that specific location did you target for your model court?
Yeah, so we picked these 4 lots just because they are in between both of the entrances. Our phase 1 construction, we wanted the 4 model homes to be included in that. And with the construction traffic and the traffic for any potential buyers, we thought being right by the entrance is probably the smartest location here. So that way we don't have existing homeowners really dealing with all of that traffic and the foot traffic, car traffic, anything like that. And then they can, keep the peace of their own homes while not being interrupted by potential new buyers.
Sure. You also have noted for a $90,000 temporary parking, but I don't see temporary parking. Where are the clients going to park when they come in for signings or showings, or where's the parking area?
I am going to direct that question over to our Vice President of Construction.
That's right, defer up.
So during phases, if you want to go back to the phasing plan, those lots adjacent to our model homes won't be under construction until phase 2. So during phase 1, that will be the temporary parking lot.
Okay.
And then after that, we were planning on street parking for
Yeah.
our model home court.
just be careful with that strategy because, you know, you have 5, 6 people coming to see your homes.
Yep.
You get a pretty high kind of take rate every month. You're gonna need a place for them to park, somewhere
Yeah.
off the street, somewhere, just keeping that in mind, for future phases. And also make sure, it looks like you're kind of taking down your models one a month, starting in May. Just try to build your court together. Don't space it out over a 6-month period. Get that thing tight, get it ready, get it show ready. Front load that if you can, and get that addressed as quickly as possible, because that's really gonna be your billboard for the community. The last thing I have is, you have these islands at the entries, kind of the two entries, these little, weird little islands. Is that a cosmetic decision? Is that a utility decision? Like, what's showing up on those little islands? Because that first lot to the left is gonna be very difficult to get in and out every day.
So those islands, they're a cosmetic decision. They're going to be planted with oak trees to go along with the natural vegetation in the area. It is a downside of the lot, but we feel that the added vegetation in front of a lot can make up for that shortcoming.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Carver, just a quick comment for you. You're a tall guy, and that microphone's really low, and
Yeah.
you didn't bend over to the microphone. That was a smart move. That's what
Thank
that's,
you.
No, that was excellent. So I just want to note that. Thank you. Okay, very good on the Residential Construction Liability Act, the changes that occurred in 2024, which is Chapter 27 of the Texas Property Code. Okay, let's go into the financials. You redid them. You've got basically $6.1 million in option revenue. It's about $45,000 a unit. Kind of walk me through that, and then walk me through your cost and your markup with respect to that.
I can talk about our markup. So our house, we are planning on our homes.
Now, specifically, I'm specifically talking about options and upgrades.
Okay. Gracie, I think you can talk about these better.
So you're asking about the options and upgrades, so in our
Okay,
financial.
let me just get to it. Okay. Go for it. 6.1 million in revenue, and your costs are 1.2 million. You have a markup of 483% on your markup.
That does sound a little bit high.
Yeah.
I think.
Is that maybe a typo?
Yeah, that sounds like it could be a typo, something that we need to look back on.
Okay. And then on your, just a comment, your construction overhead's about 2.13% of revenue, and it's a tad light. I don't think you can do it for that.
Okay.
I would say 2.8 to 3 is kind of what I see.
Gotcha. We'll take that into consideration.
Thanks.
One more comment I have. In describing your floor plans also, you talk about having different elevations and also a right and left-handed garage to help with design monotony. Handing of garages won't help you get around monotony, so just for future reference.
We wish.
That would be very helpful. Very helpful. But great job.
The other thing is your sales center and your model court is in the second building or, third building. You always want that. You want to direct the traffic flow yourself, and you always want your sales center in your first model so that you kind of trap those people in there. But otherwise, great job.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Great job. Competition for Production Home Building. We have Michigan State up. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. I'd like to ask that you please silence your cell phones and please don't leave the room while the presentation is happening. Michigan State, you guys have the floor.
Spending a summer in Texas has taught me two things. First, do not check the temperature unless it's over 100 degrees. Second, success is measured by how close you live to an HEB. Lucky for us, Wildflower Ridge is right next door. Wildflower Ridge is a thoughtfully planned community in one of the fastest growing cities in Texas. Located just north of Georgetown in Williamson County, this 40-acre site is one of the last remaining parcels within the 480-acre Woodside PUD, offering a timely and profitable investment opportunity. Today, we're seeking an initial investment of $19 million over the first 4 quarters, which we project will return a 29% IRR. Wildflower Ridge will feature 115 lots, which we will build 74 high-end homes and sell off the remaining 41 lots. We're hoping to complete this project within a highly efficient 27 months, generating $8.7 million in net margin. Our team, Spartan Builders, is committed to making this vision a reality. Now, Brody will discuss our market analysis.
Thank you, Chloe. The development Wildflower Ridge was created specifically from our team's market analysis. Based on the average commute to work for 30 minutes in the area, we were able to create a map showing which surrounding cities are within that distance and could be potential competitors. Our development specifically is located in the Jarrell Independent School District, with downtown Georgetown being 20 minutes away and downtown Austin being about 45 minutes away. Primarily due to the Austin area's tech industry boom, Georgetown has experienced a 53% population growth since 2020, growing to a total of 105,000 people. Of that population, there is a median age of 44.7 years old and a mean household income of $132,000 each year. Based on this data, we were able to create 3 key buyer profiles. First is tech sprouts. These are people moving to the area who are young professionals and growing families taking advantage of the tech industry. Next is suburban settlers. These are Texas residents who are seeking a lower cost of living but still want to be close to the city and jobs. Then there's energetic nesters. These are mature adults who are seeking a community that is lively and not strictly 55 plus. While housing has seen tremendous growth this past decade, it is clear the area's current demand is single-family homes. Over the past year, Georgetown has experienced a 13.9% absorption rate. And since that number is under 15%, it is indicating a current buyer's market. Knowing that, our team has implemented strategies such as competitive pricing, relocation packages, wide online exposure, and more that make our development attractive to buyers and better positioned than our competitors. Compared to our competing cities, Georgetown is situated slightly on the higher end with an average new home sale price of $575,000. We took that into consideration along with our buyer profiles in order to find the right fit. Our team conducted an extensive market analysis, reviewing a broad range of homes to determine how we could differentiate our development. We viewed homes ranging from $250,000 all the way up to $1 million and 1,200 to 3,800 square feet. Based on this data, we were able to determine 2 key opportunity zones. In Opportunity Zone 1, we are situated at and slightly above market rate for their size, while in Opportunity Zone 2, we are situated slightly below market value for their size. We noticed that in Opportunity Zone 1, there's little competition in the area, making us feel confident we can sit just at and even slightly above market rate. While in contrast, Opportunity Zone 2, there was a lot more competition in the area, so we wanted to be slightly below market rate while still ensuring that we offer an excellent quality. And while we know this area is roughly 3% overbuilt and projected to get worse, we're proposing a fast project with a quick turnaround to get in while market conditions are more favorable. We also noticed a supply and demand imbalance regarding our Opportunity Zone 1, where the current demand is not being met by the supply. We plan to attack this area and get there before our competitors. Now I'm going to pass it over to Henry, who will discuss site design.
Thank you, Brody. Our site topography is relatively flat, exhibiting roughly a 2% slope throughout. It contains mostly small to medium-sized trees with some brush. Our soil boring results have shown that we have alluvial sand, silt, and gravel present, which overlays bedrock varying from limestone to siltstone. This bedrock has an average depth of 1.3 feet underground, and due to this, we've chosen not to construct basements because of high excavation costs. Our site plan consists of 115 total lots with 2 entrances located at Above and Beyond Way. These lots range in size from 5,500 to 11,000 square feet, and we've taken the lot size placement into consideration. We are neighboring a stone company on the east side, which is why we've done both pre- and post-development noise calculations. As you can see, there are roughly 16 homes along our eastern boundary directly affected by noise pollution from this site. Post-development, they see a reduction of almost 10 decibels at each home due to the implementation of a limestone border wall and retained foliage along the boundary. According to UpNest, a home worth $500,000 could lose up to $40,000 in value due to constant noise disturbance. By implementing this limestone border wall for $120,000, we can retain value across 16 homes, translating to $640,000 in retained earnings. Our site's sustainability consists of xeriscaping with local and native plants and the use of rain gardens. We believe this will help capture stormwater in the event of heavy rains and help to mitigate that urban heat island effect, which is so prevalent in the Texas summertime. This directly translates to homeowner savings in electricity during those hot summer months. Now I'll let Josh get into our landscape.
Thank you, Henry. Our landscape design intends to focus on conforming to the natural soils and contours found on site. Though there is no significant presence of surface water found in our site research, we did notice that a retention pond on the northern edge of the site in that 100-year floodplain would benefit the entire community. There is a walking trail included in our visualization surrounding this retention pond. However, the green space to the north is under the jurisdiction of the master developer. The results of our stormwater management were clear. We must redirect and retain 435,000 gallons of water on site. In order to achieve this, our retention pond to the north is rated to hold 344,000 gallons of water, spanning 5,500 square feet of that open space. A bioretention swale on the southern edge of our development is rated for 50,000 gallons of water collection, and the rest of the collection gallons will be included in minor rain gardens and bioswales throughout the site. Our roadway design includes a 50-foot right-of-way double-loaded throughout our residential road network. A single-loaded 70-foot right-of-way minor collector will be utilized along our floodplain and at our main entrance to create a scenic view for our residents. Our lot locations were positioned by placing our widest near to the open space at the north and south edges of the site. This allows for a uniform density along the interior of our site, and the additional tree canopy at our corner lots will assist in our noise reduction efforts. Our lot premiums were selected in a very similar fashion. We selected 4 categories based on lot scenic value, and those 4 categories garner $560,000 in additional revenue. And now Grace will take us through our product design.
We're excited to offer 6 unique single-family homes. All of our homes have been thoughtfully designed to meet the specific needs of our target market. Each home will feature a covered front and back patio, a 2-car garage, as well as at least 3 bedrooms. First, I would like to introduce to you our Berry Home Collection. This collection is made up of our smaller homes designed to fit our 52-foot wide lots. First in the Berry Home Collection is the Juniper. The Juniper is a 1,300 square foot single-story home. It is 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. The Juniper features a 0-step entry as well as lots of storage, making this the ideal choice for a variety of clients. Next, we have the Brooks. The Brooks is a more traditional take on Texas-style home. The Brooks is a 1,600 square foot single-story home. It is 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. The Brooks features an open concept floor plan, perfect for family gatherings and modern living. Next, we have the Cypress. The Cypress is an 1,800 square foot, 2-story home. It is 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. The Cypress features an entry mudroom as well as an office, which could be great for work from home. Next, I would like to introduce our Brazos Home Collection. This is our larger home collection designed to fit our 60-foot wide lots. These homes are more expansive and offer more luxury features. First is the Alamo. This is our largest single-story home. It is 2,400 square feet. It is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath home. The Alamo features a large centralized den, which is perfect for, this home is really perfect for families as well as aging in place adults. Next, we have the Maverick. The Maverick is a 2,500 square foot, 2-story home. It is 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. The Maverick features are standout, such as a wet bar and a walk-in pantry. Lastly, we have the Rio Vista. This is our largest home. It is 3,000 square feet. It is a 2-story home. It is 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. The Maverick features a first-floor primary bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, a second-floor multi-purpose den, as well as an open concept main room, which allows open access to the second floor. We are offering upgrades among all of our homes. For our smaller homes in the Berry Home Collection, they will have the option of 2 upgrade packages. For our larger homes in the Brazos Home Collection, they will be able to choose individual upgrades, allowing for a more customized home. All of our homes will also have access to our additional add-ons. These are additional add-ons meant to increase sustainability within our homes. Next, I'll pass it off to Josh for construction management.
Thanks, Grace. So I'll be going over our construction management strategies for this project. First, we'll start with our project schedule. Our project schedule will run 27 months. We've separated that into 2 subcategories. First, our horizontal construction will take roughly 10 months, and our vertical construction will take roughly 20 months. Our individual home schedules will take roughly 163 working days, and this feeds into our vertical construction process. We've implemented a 3.5-month overlap between our horizontal and vertical construction to help streamline the project. Our team has also utilized lot sell-offs. We'll be selling off 41 of our 115 lots in 3 different periods. We want to do this to speed up the project and return money back into our investors. Next is our cost estimate. Our land acquisition cost for this project will be $5.5 million. Our horizontal construction will exceed $3 million, and our vertical construction will be roughly $22.4 million. Our project overhead will be roughly $1.5 million. The chart on this slide shows our home construction costs, excluding our land fees and our land costs and our fees, which add up to the selling price, as Grayson mentioned earlier. For our construction logistics, our field office will be placed in one of our 2 model homes, and we'll utilize this as a good place to situate our superintendents and project manager. Our material laydown and soil stockpile will shift throughout construction to avoid blocking up resources in one area, and we'll utilize 2 construction entrances. We use the construction entrance in the north as work begins, and as work transitions to the south, we utilize the second construction entrance to reduce traffic and noise for our new homeowners. Next is our construction staffing. Our team is utilizing a part-time project manager due to the project's relatively small scale. We'll be utilizing 2 superintendents to oversee the horizontal and vertical construction, assisted by an assistant superintendent. Finally, our experienced team at Wildflower Ridge has identified 3 major risk categories. First is our site risk. The expansive clays and limestone create a tough challenge for us in creating a solid foundation. To account for this, we've added contingencies in our budget that allow us to add grade beams to these homes as we need it. Next is our schedule risk. The building, permitting, and inspection process takes relatively long compared to what we are used to on the east side of the country. To account for this, we've added an additional 25 days per home for the inspection and permitting process. Our team has also utilized scheduling strategies to help keep our trades busy. We want to prevent trades from having to mobilize to other projects and then remobilize back to our project again. And then finally, our financial risk. Our team has identified tariffs going on in the US on other countries. Henry will touch on this more, but we plan to capture that. That's all from me, and I'll turn it over to Chloe from our marketing and sales team.
Thank you, Josh. A significant portion of our $300,000 marketing budget will go towards our website, which will feature very detailed 3D home tours. Since a lot of our buyers are coming over from coastal cities, we want to give them full confidence in the homes they're buying. Our sales team will also be available to assist every step of the way. One way we'll differ from our competitors is by staying open until 6 p.m. on weeknights to accommodate our buyers after work. We'll have 2 sales team members, each earning a salary plus 1% commission per home sold. And in the beginning of our project, we'll only have 1 sales team member working, and they can earn an additional 0.25% commission per home sold. Now Henry will discuss our financial analysis.
Thank you, Chloe. Our pre-construction work has helped determine that we will need an initial investment of $19 million over 4 quarters. Financial forecasting models project an internal rate of return at 29%, which equates to a total of $8.7 million in profit. During our 27-month construction period, we can build out a total of 115 lots. By selling off 41 finished lots to external contractors, we're able to focus our efforts on the remaining 74 high-quality home builds. These homes have an average selling price of $457,000, which sits comfortably along the price trend line of our competitors. We have developed 4 alternate financial scenarios to determine the sensitivity of our project. Our conservative cash flow scenario assumes a 5% increase in the cost of all construction goods through the duration of this project, demonstrating that even if we do face budget overruns, our IRR will be secured at a respectable 10%. Our smaller home scenario assumes a market in which the buyers prefer lesser cost options, therefore our site is populated mainly with the 3 smaller square footage homes. As can be inferred by the name, the larger home scenario assumes the inverse of that market, thus populating our site mainly with the 3 larger square footage homes. Our tariff impact scenario assumes a tariff on lumber imports, and by partnering with Nucor, an international steel stud fabricator, we're able to use American-sourced steel studs, which will mitigate the construction cost impacts on our site, raising on average the cost to build homes by $3,000 rather than it would have been $11,000 for fully tariffed lumber. As we wrap up, I'd once again like to highlight the exemplary team set to complete this project. It's through our collective efforts that we will not just meet, but exceed the standards set before us. Wildflower Ridge poses a great opportunity for Spartan builders to demonstrate the set of skills we bring to the table. Thank you for your consideration in this proposal. We are proud to represent Spartan builders and look forward to breaking ground.
Great job.
Excellent job, and I really love the conclusion and, saying it was a collective effort. That was awesome. I did have a question. I was looking at your cash flow, and it says your initial sales is 32 sales. Is that correct?
Our team, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So in your cash flow, your first month of sales, it says you're going to do an initial sales pace of 32 sales, and then it goes back to 5 sales a month, I think? And I was just wondering how you were going to get 32 sales when you have one salesperson who's starting only 2 months before the project, the sales start. How are they going to build that up, and how is one person going to manage 32 initial sales?
So to answer your question, we plan on spending a lot of money on our advertising and bringing people to see our site tours. So we really are investing a lot of money in the 3D virtual tours and getting our name out using LinkedIn, Google, and Facebook. We want to use that to attract a lot of initial sales. And we've also projected that if we don't get those initial sales off the beginning, we're able to kind of add some in throughout the project, just in case.
All right, great. Just 32 sales is a lot for one person, because they have to usually do weekly phone calls and keep their backlog updated. So, that's just something, I would have probably had 2 people start initially.
Good job, team. I really enjoyed y'all's market analysis. You didn't just, skim the basic demographics of the area. You really dove into the housing market locally. So I really appreciate that, how you came up with your decision on your product. Do have a few things. 163 days to build a home. That's about 8 months. Quite long for a production home in this region. I would say, how can you cut out 3 months of that and get us down to 5 months for a build?
So in our P6 schedule, we added some additional time in for permitting inspections due to we had heard some information that the permitting inspection process takes pretty long down there. So our actual home schedule after we get our permits and inspections is only roughly about 100 days.
Okay.
Our permitting inspection process is roughly 60. So we've had a lot of extra time in there for that.
Got it. Okay. Now that you say it's included, that makes sense. It takes about 20 days in Georgetown, so you probably eat up some of that time out. The other thing, would you mind going to the Juniper plan? All right, just comment here. The primary bath and closet and that guest bathroom, see that's the inset. It's not just kind of flush with the rest of the side of the house. Just, extend those. It'd be more efficient build-wise and a roof line and everything, just to have that being a flat wall on the side. And I understand, it probably has a better appeal, but just it makes more sense just to add space to those rooms and make it flat. So.
Make it a big box.
Make it a box.
Cheaper to build that way.
It is.
Yeah, great job. Corners cost money, just know that.
Yep.
Okay, so something caught my eye in the presentation in the proposal was this Tesla partnership. Talk to me about that. You said you're going to pay to be part of the relocation process. How much does that cost? Is a free Tesla charger even something that they probably already have one? So what else are you coming to the table with this partnership?
So we plan to partner with Tesla and Apple because a lot of our buyers are working in those industries. And so we plan to buy into their relocation package. I think we have around $10,000 set aside to buy in and get our name out there. And so one of our upgrades is we can offer EV chargers to all of our buyers, but by partnering with Tesla, they'll supply them to the employees.
Got it, okay. You also have this targeted financial incentives for lots. That's like specific lots that I think you're trying to, probably C location lots you're trying to get rid of, right? 15 lots located near the commercial zones. You're gonna buy down points on these lots. Where is this coming out of, and how much does this cost as far as, because this is eroding profit, right? So where does this come out?
Those are the 15 lots located on our eastern boundary that we have predetermined as lesser ideal and therefore harder to sell. This actually comes out of our margin. We reduce it from 20% to 15%, and that 5% goes in as an initial investment buy down, which translates to around $390 a month, and then through compounding interest over 30 years, it will save the home buyer up to $100,000. So we're taking a small profit cut to turn around this house faster in a very fast construction schedule in a market that we're trying to get in and out of. So we're willing to take small cuts like that to make it happen.
Okay, all right, great job.
Thank you.
Excellent book, excellent job. Okay, let's continue with that discussion. Where in the cash flow is that? Because if I look at the cash flow, first of all, the cash flow that got printed here, I couldn't read. And so I'm having to look at my screen. It's pretty blurry, okay? So be careful on that. You've probably heard me say that before. Second, the buyer incentive and the closing cost. Well, the buyer incentive, the buyer incentive is zero. So you, in your cash flow, because you had such a really strong IRR, you had a real opportunity to load in a buyer incentive, okay? And I think you missed that opportunity. I just Googled a builder. Here's what it says. Today, they're offering 3.99%, and this is in the area, one of your competitors. Or you can get up to 50K in flex cash, probably for upgrades and stuff.
I see.
So
A missed opportunity.
just a comment, because I know you had a great idea, because that's called a negative lot premium, right? You had a great idea, but you got to put it in your cash flow. Thank you.
Hey, great job with your site plan. It was really thoughtful to look at the quarry and do an analysis to see about the impact on those lots. I didn't see, though, the limestone wall or the landscaping in your development budget. Did I miss that?
The limestone wall is incorporated. It doesn't have its own line item, I should say. It's incorporated throughout our excavation and our site concrete. Within different line items. We kind of, for sake of space, we tried to, rather than have line items for everything, compress it into a more manageable format.
So it's part of your grading?
It should be part of our excavation and included in our site concrete.
Okay. And then where's the landscaping? I see there's landscaping in your earthwork too, but it just says low water plants and small trees.
This is for our site. Just to clarify, the northern end of the site, we do intend, or as per the PUD, is taken care of by the HOA, or not the HOA, by the master developer and the rest of the HOA. For our own site within our boundaries, the $150 a month HOA fee we've calculated will help will help translate to help develop and take care of that. Chloe, do you know more about this exact one? Because I didn't come in as much.
Yeah, we do have a HOA fee to maintain our green space.
I was just wondering where in your development budget was the line item for the landscaping that you're going to install with the wall and around the site?
So the limestone border wall, the footings are included in the horizontal line item. and the vertical of the wall is included in the vertical concrete liner, though.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to apologize. I couldn't read your cash flow very well either, and it's not 32 sales, it's 12. So I made a mistake in my question.
Congratulations on the mud, finding the mud.
Yep.
That was excellent. So the Texas water codes are special with respect to that. Here's what you probably didn't see. All of your development cost would be reimbursed when you sold half your project out. They'd sell bonds, and then they write a check to you for the improvements. So that really helps on profitability. But congratulations, that was very good.
Oh, I just have a quick follow-up. You said the HOA fee is $150 per month, right? Or, because in your materials, you say per year, which is really low.
Yeah, so our HOA fee is $150 per year. Our master developer will have their own HOA fee because they're handling the amenity center and their own parkland improvements. So our HOA fee only has to cover basically the green space between our homes. So it'll be more than enough to cover that.
$150 a year.
Or per home. So,
No,
yeah.
that won't cover it, just
Okay.
FYI. But I understand that you're minimizing your fees for the houses.
All right, we're good?
Great job.
Yeah.
All right, great job.
Good job.
Well, good afternoon, or morning, thank you. Welcome to the four-year student competition for production home builders. We have University of Cincinnati up. We're going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A at the end. I'd like to ask that once the doors close, thank you, Scott, stay in the room, please turn off your cell phones, and University of Cincinnati, you guys have the floor.
Good morning, executives. We are thrilled to present Firestone Ranch, a high-growth, high-impact, and high-return opportunity in Georgetown, Texas. My name is Jordan.
I'm Brandon. I'm Dylan.
And Austin.
And I'm Dan.
Our project is built for growth. Strategically positioned in the booming Austin metro area, we stand to make an impact by creating an affordable and modern community while maintaining a high level of return with a projected IRR of 24.75%. I couldn't be more happy to share this opportunity with you all today, so let's get started. Now, before we talk about how we're going to fit into this market, it's important that we understand it. So where is Georgetown, and why is it a prime market? Georgetown is located just 26 miles north of Austin, Texas, and is currently one of the fastest growing cities in America. Its growth is fueled by its affordability and suburban appeal. Georgetown offers many vibrant parks, a historical downtown, as well as top-rated schools, all without the hustle and bustle and the high traffic of the surrounding cities such as Austin and Dallas. Now, who do we expect to see in Georgetown? Well, the population is currently around 105,000 with a projected growth of 7.5% by 2029. We're currently seeing empty nesters, growing families, and first-time home buyers leaving the big city to find more space and affordability, which is exactly what Firestone Ranch is designed for. We also see currently 71% of homeowners own their own homes, which means that the market is stable. But Georgetown is also a competitive market. We have some major builders such as Lennar and Pulte in the area, but with the projected growth, we expect that this is a great time to get our foot in the door to build brand recognition. It's also a seller's market with an average sales pace of around 4.5 homes per month. Later, we'll delve into how we fit into this market, but now I'll hand it off to Brent to talk about land development.
Thanks, Jordan. Firestone Ranch is over 120 lots on over 40 acres. We are capitalizing on providing a lot of amenities, providing a lot of different options for the buyer, and capitalizing on the natural features in the area. All of this to provide value to the community and to make a lasting impact on the surrounding area. In terms of amenities, we think this is extremely important as it can bring a lot of that value into our community. We have an amenity center in the middle of our community, which provides a tennis court, basketball court, kids playground, a clubhouse, and a pool. All of this is located in a centralized area, easily walkable from anywhere in the community, really focusing on making it the best experience possible for the buyer. Also, in the northern area of the community, we have provided nature trails, which can connect to the future commercial development, as well as a dog park. Both of these are in an area deemed non-developable due to the topography and the floodplain. In terms of site design, we have provided 3 different lot types. And we have also provided for you a street section view. This is to really help better visualize what it is to feel in the community and give the buyer a better experience. All of this is to say that in terms of site design and land development, we are focused on extreme attention to detail to help create a lasting impact in Firestone Ranch and the surrounding community. Now I'll pass it off to Dylan in product design.
Thanks, Brent. When we were looking at product design for Firestone Ranch, we really wanted to drive home the diversity of homes and the selection that we had for all 3 types of our buyers. Looking at the ironwood on the left, it is our first home as a paired patio home. It is made for empty nesters and first-time home buyers, and it has an optional study as well as a large 2-car garage. Looking in the middle, the cedar, it is our 2-story single-family option. It has an open concept first floor living area, as well as 3 upper bedrooms on the 2nd floor, combining for a nice open and loving space for all the families. For the 3rd option, the Longhorn, it is our showcase house. It is the classic Texas architectural style of the ranch-style home. It is an open concept living with a 418 square foot generational suite option, as well as a couple deluxe options, which is a second floor lofted bedroom, as well as a garage extension. And now I'm going to hand it off to Anthony for sustainability.
Thank you, Dylan. Now, whether it's a first-time homebuyer or empty nester, Firestone Ranch is prioritizing homes that decrease utility cost while increasing an environmentally responsible lifestyle. Texas requires adherence to the 2015 IECC sustainability standards. However, we are aligning ourselves with the 2021 standards, placing us well ahead of the 8 ball. We are offering bike resources, permeable hardscape, xeriscaping, as well as additional green upgrade packages. We are looking at locally sourced materials in the Texas area, namely limestone, as well as potential tax reductions to help reduce costs for both the buyer and the builder. Lastly, I'd like to say that it's our effort here at Firestone Ranch to balance affordability for buyers with strong returns for stakeholders, all while creating a stronger, more resilient community. Now to Austin with sales and marketing.
Thanks, Anthony. Hello, everybody. So this is our hierarchy we wanted to do for our sales and marketing. We wanted to start with the market president. This is someone with overwhelming knowledge of all construction, marketing, and sales fields. Pairing them with a sales manager and a marketing manager, and then having sales associates who were very successful in prior roles in different communities, and then moving them into the Georgetown area to help the company grow. We would have a sales and marketing co-op/intern to help learn from them, and then also, in the end, hopefully hire them as a full-time. We would work out of the Georgetown Town Center office, which we would have our sales, marketing, and construction. We would also have our design center in there, where people after contract would do selections there. And then once the model homes are built, then these construction and sales teams would work out of there. We would have professional structure with HOA management, advertising, and advanced site tours. And then you may be asking, how are we going to actually market to these people? Well, I will show you. We would use traditional tactics like buyer's incentives and early bird discounts. We would also use newer tactics like social media tours. We would take the tour of the homes and then blast them to local realtors who had been on our recent HMS listings from a partner. We're very excited to talk about our educated move meter. Basically, it helps people to realize wherever they're currently residing, where can they move, like they're going to move to Georgetown, and they're learning the benefits of the move. So people are less scared of moving away from a big city. And then also, we're trying to get a tax abatement from the local Georgetown government. It'd be a 15-year land tax abatement, which would help push consumerism, and also would help homeowners save hundreds on monthly payments. And now off to Jordan with construction.
Thank you, Austin. So Firestone Ranch is built in a 3-phase construction process. We did this, that way we can minimize congestion, while also ensuring that we have the highest level of efficiency without turning a blind eye to quality. Our first phase is going to span approximately 17 months, followed by our second phase, which will also span about 17 months. And we'll conclude with our third phase being approximately 12 months in duration. Each phase is going to start when the preceding phase reaches 90% completion. That way we can ensure that we have our new home sites online and ready for sale and construction once that preceding phase is complete. With that, we want to make sure that we're delivering the highest level of quality and efficiency in this. That way we can stay true to our commitment to delivering this development on time and with the highest quality. And now I'll hand it off to Daniel to talk about finance.
Thanks, Jordan. Let's jump into the numbers. We have a projected IRR of 24.75%, and we plan to have an average sale pace of around 4.5 homes sold per month, and we plan to break even in November of 2027 and have a cumulative cash flow of $8.75 million. Looking at our sensitivity and absorption, optimistically, if we sell 5.5 homes per month, our IRR will soar to 37.13%, and then conservatively, if we sell 3.5 homes per month, we still have a robust and competitive IRR of 15.32%. Looking at the risk that we were focused on, our main 3 were an extreme weather event, a material cost increase, or possible labor shortages. We plan to mitigate the extreme weather by having our superintendent consistently watching the weather forecast and following any of our safety measures and safety plans to mitigate any of the financial or schedule impacts on that. Similarly, with our material costs and labor shortages, our project team will be constantly watching for any major governmental policy change or market shifts, and also be working with our trade partners in constant communication to because they often they feel the effects earlier than the home builder, to make sure we mitigate any schedule or financial impacts. Now I'm going to hand it back to Jordan for our executive recap.
Thank you, Daniel. So executives, Firestone Ranch is not just another development. It's a strategic opportunity. The growth in Georgetown is undeniable. And with that, it stands to make a very strong foundation for a high-performing investment. But Firestone Ranch is not just another development that's about throwing up houses and trying to get in and out as fast as we can. We want to create a community where families want to come in and live in our communities and say that they're proud to live in Firestone Ranch. But with that being said, return is what matters. And at the end of the day, with our competitive pricing, our strategic marketing structure, and our projected IRR of 24.75%, we stand to have a great investment with opportunity here. Simply put, Firestone Ranch is the right opportunity at the right time, and we thank you for your time, and we look forward to your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Hi, great job, team. Great job. I really enjoyed the presentation and your packet as well. A few quick questions for you. When it comes to your Ironwood plan, which is your duplex, so the setbacks that were required was a 6-foot side setback between the homes, and this product is attached, which goes against kind of what that requirement is. So can you tell me what kind of prep work or approval was done to be able to build that type of product on these lots?
Can you repeat the second half of the question?
Yeah, what kind of approvals or prep work did you have to do to be able to build this product on these lots because they don't comply with the setbacks?
So our plan was to try to get new zoning in the area to make sure that we could have those lots, be able to have the paired patio homes together. The setbacks were 6 foot on each side, still abiding with the actual 2 units combined. So we were hoping to try to be able to come to an agreement with kind of the local area as well as within ourselves to make sure that we could still have those homes and offer us paired patio for a small living lifestyle.
Okay. How much time do you allocate for that rezoning process?
We have, I think, about a month or 2 months inside of our actual timeline, but it's also in a later phase, so we are kind of hoping to be able to get along with that inside of the construction.
Okay. And just kind of one more quick question. The multi-generational suite that you have in one of your plans, how often do you think that the take rate will be? Like what percentage of your buyers do you think will actually pick that option?
I know in a lot of studies it shows about 15 to 20% of buyers would be interested in looking at a multi-gen suite, but we know kind of looking at all of the modern families and how a lot of empty nesters now are really trying to reintegrate to have a shared household in like today's world. So we really wanted to try to have an option to where somebody could live with their younger family and their kids and have those places inside of the Firestone Ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, great job. I'm going to pick on the paired home for a minute. Who's the buyer for the paired home again? Like, is it what's the strategic positioning of that plan?
So we wanted to do the paired patio for empty nesters as well as first-time home buyers to kind of have a very budget-friendly option for a home. Also, you still had your own private space and still had your own, kind of full house where you could start into owning a home.
So if this is an empty nester strategy, is maintenance included?
So it's a low-maintenance living style. So inside of our budget, we have set kind of the fees inside of the HOAs to be able to do all landscaping work, exterior work, and everything kind of wraps around that for the empty nester side.
Okay. One compliment, the proposal's beautiful, like the whole setup, like the theming, the branding throughout, I think is really great. What software did you use to render those images for like the elevations?
So we used a combination of Inkscape and Twinmotion.
Okay.
And then we came back in with Photoshop to get a lot more of the lighting and the shading in there.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that theming was really, really well done, and I think it was just a great kind of package all put together, so compliments to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. As far as the paired home goes, I'm just going to pick on it one more time, but you have 4.5 sales per month you don't really break the paired home out. I know it's 12 lots that you have, or 12 buildings, 12 lots, whatever you have segregated out. If I want to buy one, do I have to wait till my neighbor buys one for you to start the home, or what's that process for me to
So
move in?
we would construct both of them together, and then as we would put that out, there would be 2 actual homes inside of the one building itself to be
Okay.
for sale.
So the second home would become a showcase or an inventory or
Yeah,
spec home
yeah,
or
yeah.
something like that. But you
But
would
we're-
start it based off my timeline.
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
thank you.
great, thank you.
Yeah, very good presentation and book. Let's look at the clubhouse. Do I understand that the clubhouse is 10,445 square feet?
Yes, it is.
And the budget for it is around in the 600, mid 650,000 range?
Mhm.
Okay. How do you do that? That's like 65 a foot.
So we budgeted based off of the home materials to be able to build the clubhouse. And we wanted to have a lot more floor space because we wanted to have a large media room, or not media, like multi-purpose room, as well as a gym space and a kitchen space. And then we had kind of the changing areas for the actual pool house. So the price was lowered down because it was off of the actual home materials instead of commercial materials. And then looking at like the rendering and how the exterior looked itself, we tried to just really go as hard as we could on the conceptual phase and try to make it look as best as we can to have that center focus of the community. And our hopes would be to build it as close as possible to that rendering, but we would have to see when it comes out into the budget and how it works.
Yeah, it looks like 400 $400 a foot.
Mhm.
And depending upon, what you're going to put inside. But, I mean, it's a beautiful building. You did a great job designing it. Okay. And then with that, there's an HOA budget. Because the homeowners are going to own this thing, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So walk me through that. I'm your prospective homeowner. I'd love to live in the paired home if you can get it approved by Georgetown, which probably won't, but I'd love to live there. What am I going to pay a month for my HOA dues, and did you do a budget?
I'll go ahead and let Austin answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For our HOA, we wanted to structure it as everyone would pay a capital entrance fee of $850, and then also there'd be a yearly $850 fee for every homeowner, and then for the people in the low maintenance style of living, it'd be $70 monthly for that low maintenance maintaining of the exterior and then the landscaping and everything that revolves around that too.
So for $70, I'm going to live in the paired home, and you're going to do my front yard for me?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's
That's only
correct.
going to be $70.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I pay $950 a month to cut my yard, so. Okay. I'm just,
No, that's totally okay, yeah.
yeah, I'm concerned that you're a little light on that, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
I like the concept, lock and leave and all that, so. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I love that you thought about the HOA and included it. That's it's a nice catch. I want to make sure I understood your schedule that you described. I think you said you were going to start selling houses in August of '25 and start site work in February of '25. Actually, so how are you selling houses a year before you're going to have a house to construct? Because it looks like the first, in your schedule, you don't have house construction until October of '26.
Yeah, thank you. For that, we wanted to have the home sites available, and that way homeowners can come in, and we can have a bunch of pre-sales started with that, and then we would start construction at the home, and that would be an upfront contract that we would have with the homeowner to ensure that they understand that there is going to be a delay in that process, and that it's not going to happen within the next month for them.
So you're going to have a year plus. That's a really long time for someone to wait, and you're going to have a lot of cost fluctuations in between. So
Yeah.
pre-sales are important. You might want to just kind of wait and start on them. a little closer than when the construction will start. And then, do I have time? Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. I have a sales question as well. So I was looking at your sales staff. You have a market president, a marketing manager, a sales manager, and 3 sales associates and a co-op. But are they all salaried and you only have 2 models? So where are they all working?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. So the market president was, I just wanted to put in the hierarchy so it kind of made sense that way. But the market president would be someone that's on salary, but they also are looking over construction as well as marketing as sales. So they would be salary, and then the managers would be salary, but then the associates would have a competitive salary, but they'd also be on a commission cap as well of about 1.5% per home.
Okay. In a typical community like this, you might have 2 salespeople, maybe community reps or co-ops, something like that at that point. But a sales manager and a market president often are shared over nearby communities as well.
Mhm.
So just for overhead purposes, it's not so much on one community, just for your information.
Okay,
But you did an
thank
awesome
you.
job.
Thank
The
you, thank you.
Presentation and proposal is great.
Thank you.
I just had one more comment, actually. Looks like on your lot premiums that you're showing, you do have quite a few lots that are backing up to like the quarry up there. So it just may be hard to combat charging a premium for those lots, knowing that their view is probably going to have some issues. So be more difficult to sell around.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're good. Great job. we have Colin College up. We're excited to have them here, so we're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. We'd like to ask that while you're in here, make sure your cell phone is turned off or on vibrate, and that you please stay in the room and don't leave until after the Q&A. So, Colin College, you're up.
Welcome to Woodside, presented by Sunset Communities. My name is Emily Saldana. We've got Aiden Lara, Tibby Savage, Jingbo Wayne, Yvette Lane, and James Hinch here to start us off with our executive summary.
Thanks, Emily. Talking about the executive summary, we have 3 keys to success here in the Woodside community development. First one's location. We decided on Georgetown, Texas because it's a hot and thriving market in South Texas. Transparent construction process. We have responsive team members that are held to high quality standards that produce the best value and product for your dollar. The simple buying process, we offer buyer incentives as well as low interest rate options and preferred mortgage lenders for a quick closing cycle. Taking a deeper dive into the market analysis, location is key. Georgetown is located in Williamson County, just 30 miles north of the state capital of Texas in Austin. Opportunities everywhere in Georgetown. It has beautiful geography of Georgetown and the surrounding areas, as well as rich history, making this the place to be. Population of Georgetown is just under 100,000 people and has seen a 14% growth since 2022. More market analysis. The top employers of Georgetown include Georgetown ISD, St. David's Hospital, and Airborne Incorporated. The median income is just over $43,000, with the average household income being $110,000. Some demographics. The median age is 44 years old. There's roughly 1,200 people per square mile, and just under 19,000 families that call Georgetown home. More market trends. Average homes in Georgetown are selling for $425,000. They typically see 70 days listed for sale with above 10% sale of the market average. Competition we're seeing is Taylor Morrison, Drees Custom Homes, and Ashton Woods Homes. People are moving to Georgetown from Los Angeles, Dallas, and San Francisco. Our target market, we're producing a product in the $450,000 to $550,000 range with a median household income expected to be over $100,000. This is typically going to be the home purchaser's second home of their life. We're specifically targeting families and individuals ranged 25 to 50 years old. Up next, we have Yvette with the education analysis.
Thank you, James. Georgetown, Texas has a strong educational network. It offers primary and high schools within the Georgetown ISD. It is also conveniently located near community colleges like Austin Community College. Let's not forget, Georgetown is home to Southwestern University, which is ranked one of the nation's best. We have University of Texas at Austin, and we have Texas State San Marcos nearby, making Georgetown a great place for students to live.
Our home showcase a modern Texas Hill Country style with a stone exterior and timber accents. We use spray foam insulation for top-tier energy efficiency and comfort. For those customers looking for luxuries, we use waterfalls. We have resort-style pools with waterfalls and paired with the high-end patios. Our home features both functionality and luxuries. We have double islands in the kitchen, and one for cooking, another one for dining or food prep. Also have a zero-entry shower with frameless glasses. Here comes Emily with the floor plans.
Here at Woodside, we're going to offer 3 luxury floor plans ranging from our smallest home being roughly 1,300 square feet, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Our largest home is going to be roughly 2,700 square feet, 5 bedrooms and 4 baths. Each home is going to come with a spacious 2-car garage, and you can choose how to customize your home by picking your favorite interior and exterior colors and finishes, as well as your appliances. And here's Tibby to give you a breakdown of those collections.
Woodside was designed with personalization in mind for our home buyers. We have those new modern trends, including the color palette with various different colors from our natural blues to our contrasting whites and warm tones. Then we also have our built-in LED dimmable fixtures for that energy efficiency. Then we have our stainless steel appliances, which give that sleek and modern look. Now for our exterior, we have our gazebos and fireplaces, and that's for the families that enjoy that outdoor area time. And then we have our color accents and our asymmetrical elevations. Now for sustainability, when we talk about design, we also incorporated our sustainability. We have our solar roof panels. Then we have our high energy efficient appliances with our LED lighting and smart energy systems. Now here is Yvette with our design overview.
For our design overview, our community offers great amenities. We have dog parks, flower gardens, walkable sidewalks. And to protect the floodplain zoned area, we have a beautiful scenic lake promoting community engagement.
Here we can take a look at our lot and block layout so you can see how we decided to divide up our property to comfortably fit 189 homes. Up next, we can take a look at our phasing plan. Here you can see that we're going to start building out our neighborhood in the very south end. We're then going to move north into phase 2, being that yellow shading. This will allow us to start selling our homes in phase 1. Each phase is going to have 47 to 48 homes. That'll allow us to complete that 90-day cycle time. We'll then do phase 3 at the very north end, leaving phase 4 to be the most desirable homes located around that water feature. Up next, we can take a look at our site logistics plan, so you can see how we choose to carry out the actual construction of our neighborhood. Again, starting at that very south end for phase 1, you can see here that we've got these blue bubbles representing our porta-johns. We're gonna have one for every 5 homes to meet those safety requirements for all the trades that we're gonna have on site, again, to meet that 90-day cycle time. Those will move throughout the phases with our active construction. You can see that on the east side, we're gonna have our job site trailer represented by that purple rectangle, or the pink rectangle, excuse me, and our Suddenlink internet connection right there. On the west side, at every entrance and exit, we're gonna have our yellow blocks to represent our construction and safety signage. Then at the north end, we will have our job site trailers represented by those teal blocks with the designated parking, as well as those red rectangles representing our concrete washout bins throughout the area. Here's Tibby to give you an oversight of our utilities.
For Woodside's utility infrastructure, we have included sanitary sewer, domestic water, underground electrical, and gas. Then we also have fiber optic internet. Majority of the utilities will be provided by Georgetown municipality. Then we have Atmos for our gas lines. And then Optimum is the recommended internet provider for fiber optic. Now here's Jingbo.
This is our project management matrix. We have a vice president oversee 2 key roles. One is area warranty representative, the other one is regional construction manager. Then from their responsibility flow down to superintendent, assistant project manager, and the warranty representatives. Then for safety, we go beyond OSHA standards by having clear job site signage, conducting job site safety and cleanliness walks, performing routine quality inspections, and strictly following all the rules and guidelines. I have James with the schedule.
Thanks, Jimbo. Time is money. We're talking about our project schedule here. We're kicking off the design phase in May of 2024. This is a 6-month duration. We are going to calculate all the necessary infrastructure requirements, as well as paving loads and cut and fill on the lots. This is going to bring us right into our permitting phase. This is where we will coordinate with the City of Georgetown to abide by all their codes and regulations and get a city stamped approved drawings to begin the land development phase. Beginning this phase, we've allotted 19 months for this to take place. This is where we install all the critical infrastructure, as well as the roads, the sidewalks, and the final finishes to begin building homes. Starting with building phase 1, we're abiding by a strict 90-day build cycle for all of our homes. We're going to have 5 starts at the first of every month and proceed from there. This brings us right into building phase number 2. Traction's starting to pick up in the community. About 100 homes are built at this time. This is first quarter of 2026 is where we're expecting this to be, still abiding by the 90-day build cycle with the 5 starts at every month. We're really getting traction as far as our marketing push is going. Word is spreading about the Woodside community. People want to be here. Moving into building phase 3, the community is roughly 75% occupied. We are managing accessibility for the residents as well as safety during the construction process to make sure everybody can still live their daily lives as we finish out the community. This leads us to our closeout phase, scheduled for November of 2027. All the homes are getting wrapped up, getting the finishes touches done, closing out the community. Warranties are in place, clients are happy. Another successful development brought to you by Sunset Communities.
And to ensure environmental control during construction, we have our SWIP key strategies, which include inlet protection, our sediment control fencing, geotextile barriers, and we have street sweeping to control runoff contamination for any future developments.
Thanks, Yvette. Here we've got our estimated developmental costs. This is what we expect to run through the development as we prep and begin to build up our pads. We've estimated about $200 million with about 10 to 15% in contingency. We're going to begin with prepping and grading all of the lots. We will then begin getting ready to begin paving. And then once we get that completed, we will begin electrical, gas, and fiber optic undergrounds. As we move through the community and close phase-to-phase construction, we will begin to put sod, trees, and finish out some of our beautiful amenities that we have at Woodside, including some of the kids' playgrounds, walking trails, and also our beautiful lake amenity that we've included. Now we've got the per lot estimate. So we've used the price point for our low cost and high cost properties and ended up with about a $500,000 average sales price. From there, we broke down our estimated construction cost, including horizontal construction and vertical construction, as well as some of our interior and exterior finishes to ensure that we still maintain our healthy profit margin. We're planning for about 20% on each of our homes. We've also done some of the legwork on our sellers and closing fees to help present more of a comprehensive package for our buyers. Doing so, we've used local taxes, title transfer fees, as well as estimated brokerage fees. That way, whenever they come to the closing table, they are ready for any anticipated cost, as well as future costs that they may endure as a homeowner. And now I'll pass it to Yvette to cover our marketing budget.
For our marketing budget, we've allocated $650,000 across diverse channels to maximize impact. We have $250,000 in digital advertising. We have some in billboards. We have in direct marketing and affiliate marketing. We also set aside funds for observation analysis to observe the growth in our community.
Thanks, Yvette. Everybody knows money is what makes the world turn. This is our break-even analysis. During the land development phase, this is where we will be taking out all the necessary loans for the initial design of the community, as well as all the planning that's going to be installed up front. Breaking ground phase, this is where we're really going to start putting work in place, still running in the red during this period because we're just installing so much, things to get the homes ready to be built. Typically going to see over $5 million for this land development cost. Everything ready for the homes for our first year of home sales. We're anticipating during our first fiscal year of sales to get 70 homes closed with $2.8 million from those closings. Still with an outstanding loan balance as we're still in the red of the overall view of the project, but that's all right because we're coming up to our second year of sales with an expected 115 homes being sold within this second fiscal year. And finally, breaking a net profit on the Woodside community development. This is key because we're in the green and we're making money. Third year of home sales, the community is going to be finally built out. We're putting on the final touches, wrapping things up, making sure the clients are satisfied with their product, with the Woodside community being a success with just under $5 million being made on the project. Talking about our financial risk analysis, if you like making money, Woodside is the opportunity for you. Our experienced professional team, mixed with the hot and growing conditions of Georgetown, Texas, the low interest rate loan options for construction as well as consumer purchasing, plus our product appeal, the quality we provide, the value, and the longevity of these homes make this the opportunity for you. So please join us as we help to build Woodside.
Now to talk about our warranty, we will be providing a lifetime transferable warranty to all our homeowners. Also included in our structure for warranty, we have a 10-year warranty that covers structural foundations and framing defects. Then we have a 5-year coverage warranty that covers water intrusions, and we just implemented this to help prevent leaks. And then also we have a 2-year for our MEP systems, just hoping that those work efficiently and effectively and they perform at top notch. And then we have a 1-year for material and workmanship. Now that's the end of our presentation. We are open and welcome to any questions. Thank you.
All right, great job. Few questions. So how many home types are you offering for the 189 lots?
So in our proposal, we've got 8 different layouts there, but once we started taking a look deeper into the community, we saw that we really only need 3 options. So we're gonna have 3 different layouts, the smallest one being the Alpine, and then the largest one, I believe, is the Sandalwood. Those are gonna range from the 1,300 square foot to the 1,700 square foot. So we'll have a total of 3 different home options. That's why we have 3 model homes on our property.
But no floor plans were included in the proposal. So I just had some elevations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, yeah, I mean, I think we need, for a community this size, I think you were right in the beginning with 8. I think when you trimmed it down, you're gonna struggle with your velocity, you're gonna struggle with appealing to multiple buyers, you're gonna struggle in your sales pro forma because you're just ultimately not gonna have enough product for enough people. You want people to come in and not leave. And unfortunately, with 3, you're gonna limit yourself pretty tremendously. When is the first closing supposed to happen?
Let's take a look at the project schedule here. Here we are. So once we wrap up the land development phase, we're going to shoot to begin the building phase, probably the 4th quarter of 2025. That's where we're expecting. So from the 90-day point for our build cycle duration for those homes, we're expecting our first closing to be after those 90 days. We're doing a big marketing push at the front end of the community development to ensure the word's getting spread, making sure everybody knows that Woodside has options for them. Bring in those customers, make sure we're ready so when that green tape gets put for the home closing, it's ready to be sold. We're ready for homeowners to move in, ready for them to be happy.
Yeah, your data doesn't back that up. So just make sure that that all aligns with your goals, because we're seeing closings way further down the line, and those need to be pulled forward for a project this size.
Okay.
It would help your IRR.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a tough conversation, okay? Can I have your permission?
Sure.
Okay. You've got a cost problem. Your cash flow shows a loss of $23 million. So, the revenue side, it looks like your net receipt's about $66 million, so that seems reasonable. But when we get into your cost, your sales and marketing budget is $7 million. You've got $5 million in salaries, $1.5 million in overhead, directs of $62 million. It just adds up, it snowballs on you. And you end up with total expenditures of $90 million. So, that's pretty rough.
Oh, all right, well, keep talking about numbers. I'm looking at your, you titled it lot cost evaluation on, in your materials. I think it's your horizontal budget. You have 2 flower gardens for $925,000. What is that?
I'm sorry, you said we had 2 flower gardens in
Yeah,
there
it's
for?
under amenities. You have a dog park that costs $6,000, a flower garden that's $925,000, and a playground structure for $300,000. So what is this flower garden that's almost $1 million?
Right. I believe that was probably a cost estimating error. Our plan for the flower gardens are to include them throughout the community. So obviously, once you get through irrigation and planting and all of that stuff, we're not going to end up close to $1 million. So I'm assuming that was just a cost estimating error. But our plan for these gardens is to phase them throughout the community to help obviously provide a beautiful look for our homeowners. I'm just going to assume that was probably a cost evaluation error.
Okay, and then you have 1% contingency on this budget, but I think you had said some 15?
Right. We're closer to 10 to 15%. And again, that was an error on our part. In terms of what we could potentially find after going through, obviously, prepping and getting everything ready, as well as obviously the geotech reports to get provided to us. We just wanted to increase that, and obviously didn't make it on the report, but just be prepared for anything that we could run to. And I think 1% would be too little to be able to handle that.
Yes, that would have been my comment. Okay, and then last question. You developed all 48 acres, even though that 8 acres that was supposed to be commercial was excluded. Did you increase your acquisition cost to buy the additional 8 acres?
We did not. We did not increase the additional cost. But looking back, obviously that's something that we would have had to obviously work with and get rezoned for residential use as opposed to commercial use. So that's something we'll have to get with them and obviously not only buy the land, but also work on rezoning it to help build out our community.
Thank you.
I'm looking at your marketing budget, and it says you have 1 sales manager that is salaried. In your overall site plan, you have 4 models. How does 1 sales manager work 4 models?
So our plan is to have our sales manager work obviously out of our most popular model, and then in terms of entrances and things of that nature, we'll have to work out some kind of U-Tour device so that they're able to actually access the homes. So there will be a means for them to walk the home. In terms of coverage, obviously we would put our most popular plan up front, so that's the first thing that they would go through, and then hopefully just through the way that they would funnel through the community, they would begin there. But we would also have to assign a sales assistant to help obviously show the other homes as well.
Great presentation, team. Love to see a build cycle time under 100 days, so great job at getting that dialed down. Just general comment about the formatting of the proposal. Really dark background with black text. Some sections are hard to read. And some of your tables are kind of like stretched a little bit to where the numbers are a little bit difficult to read. So just be cognizant of that, print it out, put some eyes on it, as well as screen and printed before submitting. I do have a question. Your Compass Alpine Contour plans, these all are plans that are extremely similar to what's being built about 4 minutes down the road at Sun City. So just kind of curious how you think they'll perform being such a similar plan and how you're going to kind of separate yourself essentially.
So we're anticipating incredible growth in the area surrounding the Austin Metroplex. We've seen a 14% growth increase in the past 2 years. We're expecting this to continue to soar realistically. Projecting chart-wise, we can expect this to happen. We're expecting these type of people to need the product of the homes that we're offering to be exactly what they're looking for. Most families, they will typically bring in a median income of $100,000, which is exactly the product that we're offering. We're hoping that this attracts the people that are moving here the most, and that is exactly what the data shows and our market analysis proves.
Okay. Appreciate that. I had also one more question about the trends. So it kind of highlights the trends in home building right now. So I was kind of confused whether it are all the trends that were mentioned, double islands, large walk-in showers, murals, sensory gardens, are all these things options that you're offering, or is it an example of the current trends we're seeing in the market right now?
That's a good question. So it is the options that we have found to be the most desirable over a polling of over 1,000 candidates that we believe are likely to buy homes in our product market range. These are, of course, options, right? So we offer homes at the low end of the $450,000 range, but at the high end, they can be $550,000. So with the upgrades, the amenity boosters that we offer, they can total up to $100,000 plus on these options that we offer, we provide, that they like.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any follow-up?
Just, I really did like your site plan for logistics. That was well thought out.
Yeah.
Very well thought out.
All right. Well, great job, team.
Great job.
We'd like to introduce, we have Florida A&M to our 4-year student competition for production home building. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A. I'd like to ask, once the doors close, please silence your cell phone. Please stay in the room while the presentation and Q&A is going on. Florida A&M, it's your floor.
Greetings. I am Ty Montanez, the Development Manager for the Austin Division of Seven Hills Construction. And today with me, I have Danae Garrett, our lead architect, Maxwell Grooms, our urban planner, and Wally Charles, our construction manager. And today, we will be presenting to you the proposal for the development of Berry Creek Estates. Hopefully, by the end of this presentation, you would like to invest into the future of Georgetown, Texas. In today's trending housing era, there is an increase in demand for high-quality, comfortable living spaces. And this is due to families spending more time indoors. In the housing market, completely competitive, with the average cost per square foot sitting at about $210. Despite the minor to moderate flood and fire risk and severe heat and wind risk, the close proximity to large urban areas offers the perfect balance between small communities and the accessibility of large cities. Georgetown's historic architecture, Georgetown's historic architecture and renewable energy increases the way we live. And despite this, the steadily increasing cost of living, the quieter lifestyle and an array of amenities makes this the perfect place to call home. Since the pandemic, young families, professionals, am I clicking this right? Young families, professionals, and retirees have been leaving the big city life behind in search of higher education, better job opportunities, and a peaceful environment. And the housing cost has remained steady, with the average house reaching about $450,000. And then compared to the national average, Georgetown offers housing costs at 17% lower, utilities at 4% lower, and groceries at 18% lower than that national cost. We will be utilizing local in-house agents to sell our houses as soon as they hit the market. And we'll also be using multiple listing services, constant contact emails, and social media campaigns. And our graphics department is right on track with these amazing flyers to show off our homes. Now imagine, buildings that breathe life into the world instead of take away from it. That is the essence of sustainable construction. We will be utilizing recycled and energy-efficient materials to further push sustainability in our estates. And we'll also be using low-flow fixtures and rainwater harvesters to optimize energy and water use. Now I will hand it off to Danae for product design and selection.
Thank you, Ty. While making our homes appealing for the curb, we can raise our property value for up to 7%. With this, we can push consumers to buy now. With this, we have modern and rich detail, spacious with lots of natural light, and we also have an environmentally friendly and sustainable designs. With our first model, which is our largest model, we have the acai. This can be a little comparable to an acai bowl, lots of different layers, which makes great flavor. With this, we have 3,402 square feet with a proposed retail sale of about $600,000, which brings our profit margin to 13%. For this floor plan, we included 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, as well as 2.5 baths, and we also included a 2-car garage for ample amount of space for storage as well as vehicles. Our next model, which is our second to largest model, we call it our boysenberry, which is both functional and hardy. This model is 2,912 square feet with a retail sale with about $500,000. And of course, we stay in our profit margin of 13%. With this model, we have large windows to give it more of an open concept on the inside, as well as a large front door. For our floor plan, we decided to do a 4-bedroom as well as a 2.5 bath for more of a growing family. With this, we also included a 1-car garage, a great room, and a beautiful dining room, as well as an expansive kitchen. For our next model, we decided to go with the raspberry model, which is our medium-sized model. with 1,920 square feet. This model has a proposed retail sale of about $400,000. With this model, we decided to go with more of an organic feel for the outside and a modernized feel on the inside. For the floor plan, we decided to do 4 bedrooms as well as 2 baths with a 1-car garage, an expansive backyard, and a beautiful inside for an open concept. Our second to smallest model is our strawberry model. Just like a strawberry, it packs a punch. With 1,444 square feet, this $300,000 retail sale is also in our 13% profit margin. With this model, it's both small, but it's also comfortable. We have 3 bedrooms as well as 2 bathrooms, also including a 1-car garage. And last but not least, we have our blueberry model. Our blueberry model is meant more for a singular person or a retiree looking to scale down. This model is 1,200 square feet with about $300,000 for a retail sale. With this model, we decided to go with more of a modern touch as well as large windows so you can kind of open up that floor plan. Although we only have 1 bedroom and 1 bath, we also included office space as well as a closet space so you can feel like you have a little bit more space within your area. We also included a 1-car garage as well as an expansive backyard. Now I'll pass it on to Max for our site design.
Thank you, Danae. Our oasis. Berry Creek Estates will lay down the foundation for future communities in Georgetown. Its design will profoundly impact the daily lives of its residents as a haven for family growth. The main objective of the Seven Hills Construction Design Team was to promote connectivity and accessibility through a well-designed network of streets, sidewalks, and public amenities to increase community options for residents. Welcome home. Berry Creek Estates is an association of the Woodside community located in Georgetown, Texas. It's located next to the future development of Sun City Del Webb and consists of a total of 48 acres. There are 30 total buildable acres on Berry Creek Estates, which we will develop a total of 141 homes. There are 5 different floor plans and 6 different lot sizes on Berry Creek Estates. This is our proposed site plan. Speaking of those 6 different lot sizes, you can see all of them here. Our larger, more family-oriented lots are in the back of our development, where they will have more privacy and be away from all of the commotion. Our single-family, smaller residences are located in the front of our development, where they will be near all of our amenities. We have 2 entrances, our southern one with a roundabout, and that is because we want to ease traffic as there's a higher density of people in that community. Our northern entrance is more straightforward and allows access to our larger homes in the back of the community. Looking closer at Dewberry Drive, you can see some of our single-family residences. They all come standard with a front entry garage and adhere to all the build codes and standards, so everybody's invited to the cookout. You can see some of the amenities that we have here at Berry Creek Estates, such as our country club, a multi-purpose sports court for basketball, pickleball, whatever you name of. And we also have, to the north, we have a walking trail, biking trail, and a nature walk. We also have a stormwater pond that doubles as a water feature, and you can see that we follow a theme of berries. This comes from a local stream of water called Berry Creek. We decided to name our development after this, and our streets and our floor plans follow this namesake. Now I'm going to pass it on to Wally for our construction management and financials.
Thank you, Max. Translating the vision of Berry Creek Estates into reality requires effective construction management. Key communication from all sides, from designers to contractors, is essential for smooth project execution. With the utilization
right, good afternoon. Welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have BYU Idaho up. We're going to do a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. Just like to ask you to make sure your phones are silenced and that you don't leave during the presentation or during the Q&A. With that, BYU, you're up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, we'd like to present a lucrative investment opportunity located in the rapidly growing community of Georgetown, Texas. Welcome to Saddle Park. I hope you guys enjoyed that little rendering of our project. My name is Caleb Cox. I am the project coordinator, and I would like to introduce our amazing team. We have Megan Messinger, Ethan Chappell, Benjamin Nicholas, Bryce Mon, and we'd also like to give a special shout out to those who are not presenting but have helped us develop this project. Without them, we would not be able to be presenting to you today. I'd like to pass the time over to Megan.
Hello, I'm Megan, and I did the market analysis research answering the question of why invest in this development. Georgetown is an appealing town facing continuous growth. Since 2020, they have experienced about a 54% population increase. So why is Georgetown pleasing to potential buyers? Geographically, Georgetown is a small town with access to a big city, which has become increasingly popular with new buyers. It in city. We did realize in our proposal that the figures we used about the education system, we used the Georgetown Independent School District, which we have come now to realize that we are in the Farrell Independent School District. It is a growing school district offering options from pre-K to high school, and with more residents, that means more investments in the district and the schools. Overall, Georgetown is a very appealing town. According to population research, we found that 26% are between the ages of 25 and 44 years of age, and 21% are between the ages of 44 and 64 years of age, making our target market almost 50% of the whole population of Georgetown. With a median household income of about $111,000, buyers can afford the homes here in Georgetown, and a crime rate of 63% lower than the national average, and entertainment for the whole family, Georgetown is a top choice for those seeking a place to live. And I'll turn the time over to Ben.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Benjamin. I'll be talking to you guys about the product and site design for Saddle Park. We took inspiration for our home designs from the style that's unique to the Central Texas area, the Texas Hill Country. We wanted to try and create something that evokes this really luxurious style while still offering an approachable price. To do this, we're using local limestone and masonry products as part of our exterior facades. We have an option available to home buyers for a standing seam metal roof, and we are using timber finish posts and trim as well in our designs. Now to introduce you to our three model homes, we have the Hollow, which is our single-story option, coming in at $305,000. It's our most accessible home, both in terms of price and disability features like stepless entry. Our Crest is our lofted two-story option. It comes in at $446,000, and this has a primary bedroom and suite with an office on the first floor. And last is the Range, coming in at $584,000. It has an upstairs suite and a downstairs bonus room that can be either used as a guest room or an office space. And all of our models come standard with must-have features like laundry rooms, front and back patio spaces, and attached two-car garages to make sure that our models have broad appeal on the market. Sustainability and energy efficiency are becoming increasingly important to home buyers, and we want to deliver on that to our customers. Roof radiant barriers, any energy efficient windows, central heat pump HVAC systems, and even heat pump water heating systems all come standard on our models, and that means that every single home is ENERGY STAR Next Gen certified. For landscaping, we'll be using native plants that are heat and drought tolerant, as well as attract pollinators. On top of that, we'll be coordinating with local solar companies to be able to install solar panels, electric vehicle chargers, and even battery walls as options for home buyers, and those will be ready on move-in for these customers as well. All these design and sustainability features are here to make sure that Cornerstone Construction and Saddle Park are the most attractive homes on the market for home buyers. The site design for Saddle Park was to try and answer that goal of maximizing lot count. We started by researching the Unified Development Code of Georgetown, Texas, which already allows in single-family residential districts for a pretty small lot, 5,500 square feet. But we found that there's a section, 6.07, which allows for a workforce development, and we believe Saddle Park can apply for that. That allows us to have lot square footage of just 4,500 square feet. And with this, combined with our design, we reach 210 total lots on our property, and in over 40 acres, that's over five and a quarter homes per acre that we put on this lot. Our premium lots, highlighted in pink, are lots that we'll be developing on, and due to additional square footage, we'll be charging more for that nice big backyard. And our 40 prime lots are lots that will be finished and ready. They'll be pre-sold to local custom home builders. And yes, the remaining 70 lots, 170 lots, will be constructing on. The green space is really critical for this development as well, we believe. That floodplain there meant that this area was unusable for development, and when maximizing lot count, some things do have to be sacrificed, and in this case, yard space. So we wanted to provide amenities like a soccer field, playground, and outdoor patios for barbecues, things like that, so that people can still enjoy the outdoors and playing with their kids. The retention pond shown also is very important. It gives us additional flood protection that makes us confident to develop uphill without risking any flooding or changing that floodplain boundary. Now McKay will talk to you guys about our schedule and how we're going to build this.
Thank you, Ben. I'm McKay. I'm in charge of the schedule for our project. We've set up our schedule to maximize our efficiency and to save time. This project, Saddle Park, will be completed, estimated in just 4.5 years. And we're able to do this by splitting into vertical and horizontal construction. As teams finish with the vertical construction, they will move on to the next phase while our horizontal construction team starts building houses. This way we're able to decrease the downtime between phases as well as keep our teams rolling onto the next phase. We will start building at 4 houses per month, and this can change based on fluctuations in demand, up to 10 houses per month. We've also added float days throughout our schedule in case of unforeseen circumstances when construction is hindered. This will allow us to stay on schedule and finish in just 4.5 years. And these float days can be bypassed if construction is ready to move on, which allows for a quicker project completion time. For our phasing, we have split Saddle Park into 6 distinct phases. Our model houses will be built in our first phase in this area, marked in pink, and we'll also build a parking lot over here for visitors. This will be demolished and landscaped over at the end of phase 5. We will use roadblocks and barriers to keep our construction traffic and our residential traffic separate, and we will direct our residential traffic to use this south entrance here, while our construction traffic uses this north entrance here, which will keep them separate. For site management, we've decided to stage our materials and vehicles in the commercially zoned portion of our project. We chose to do this because we still own this portion of land, even though we won't be developing it, and it provides a very convenient place for us right outside the main road to drop off materials and park vehicles. This also allows an area that will be permanent for our materials and vehicles. We won't need to move this area every single phase, which also increases productivity and saves us time. We'll have our material storage up here, our hazmat storage. This is our tools and equipment storage, and our parking lot here for construction traffic and vehicle maintenance. We also have temporary offices that will be up here as well. We'll now turn over to Ethan to go over some numbers with us.
Thank you, McKay. My name is Ethan. I'll be the estimator for this project. And so we're building 170 houses for this project, and the total cost to build those houses is $63.8 million. And divided that into the total unit cost for us is about $380,000 per home that we choose to build. And that is also including the $15.8 million in land development. I'd also like to mention our very high profit margin with all three of our houses. We have teamed up with local builders and material suppliers to get us these high profit margins in the area. And so for the hollow, we have about 7.1% profit margin, and for the crest, we have 16.5%, and for the range, we have 26%. And also, concerning the prime lots that Ben mentioned, we are planning to sell 40 of these prime lots that are corner lots and have a large square footage that we feel is appealing to our customers. And we plan on selling these lots for $75,000 as a starting price. We feel like this is a good price for the area, and people will want to build here on their customized houses. And that will bring us in about $3 million of revenue initially that will help us cover our costs in the beginning. And we failed to include a contingency plan on our proposal, but we have reallocated money from the options and upgrades budget for each of our houses to create this $2 million of contingency to better safeguard your investment. Now I'll turn time over to Caleb for sales and marketing.
Thank you, Ethan. Selling houses at market price is key to maintaining the profitability of our project. We've implemented a marketing strategy that allows us to sell houses at a higher rate. In order to do this, we offer customization to our buyers. We've already mentioned different house plans for different possible needs, and also EV chargers and solar panel options. We also include options for customizing roofing materials, flooring materials, finishing materials, and also different color options for those materials. We are also going to make sure that the buying process and the advertising process of getting these homes sold is as effective as possible. We plan on utilizing different social media sites to make sure that our development is out there and present in the public. We plan on partnering with top-rated local realtors to ensure that the buying process goes smoothly and effectively and is comfortable for potential consumers. And as we mentioned before, we will have model homes available for walkthroughs so that our buyers can experience firsthand the high quality that we plan on providing. I'll now pass the time over to Jaden.
I'm Jaden. I'm over finances and risk management. Here at Saddle Park, we aim to maximize revenue while also maximizing the total amount of lots we have available in our development. At a grand total of 210 lots, we aim to pre-sell 40 of those prime lots for an initial gain of just over $3 million. We also plan to acquire the land in Georgetown, Texas for $5,500,000. This equates to a paper price per lot of just over $26,000 a lot. With our current pro forma, we expect an absorption rate of 7 homes per month. We also expect to break even right around 50 months with a total internal rate of return of 21.03%. When all is said and done, we expect a total project profit of $9.5 million. At Cornerstone Construction, we want to do everything that we can to mitigate risk. As we have recently seen, the Federal Reserve continues to cut rates, and should this continue to be the case, we expect a positive market turn and break even sooner at 44 months with a total project profit of just under $11 million. We also offer 3 comprehensive warranties, a 1-year comprehensive warranty, a 2-year systems warranty, and a 10-year structural warranty. Thank you for listening to our proposal. We hope that you will choose to saddle up with us and make the right decision in choosing Saddle Park. We are now open for questions.
Great job, thank you. I have a couple questions. The first is about your workforce housing. What I didn't see, are you including only 20% of the units as workforce housing? And is that in your pro forma because there's price restrictions on those houses?
Yes. So the main resource we used to decide that we could do a workforce developing housing was the Unified Development Code for Georgetown. I looked through everything I could, and I believe you absolutely that there are limits on house prices, but I never saw anything like that there. As you saw, especially on our higher end models, our profit margins are quite high, and we're able to adjust those prices on if there's a cap. We can definitely reach them, I think.
Yeah, it's in the section you cited,
Is
right
it?
under the chart. It's limited to, your sales are limited to people who make 80% of the area median income, and there's a whole formula to figure out what the sales price can be.
Okay.
Anyway, make sure if you're going to use that, I think it's a great tool. Just make sure you put it into your pro forma.
Okay, thank you.
And then my second question is that in your materials, you say the lots are 93 feet and 9 inches deep.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned, or someone mentioned a big backyard, but if your homes are in the 60 to 64 feet deep, which is I think what I saw on the plans, that's like a 10-foot backyard.
Yes.
So that's not very big.
No, and our normal lots do not have large backyards. That's part of the green space.
lots
The
have-
premium lots, especially around that cul-de-sac section, do
And-
have larger backyards, yes, ma'am.
How deep are those lots?
I want to say, we broke those premium lots out based on the additional square footage they were total. I want to say they reach more of like 20 feet towards the cul-de-sac. Yes.
Thank you.
Good job. I have a question about selling lots. So, in your proposal, it says on page 15 that you're selling 42 lots at $75,000 a lot, which is a loss. And you just went over your development cost. That cost per lot with the acquisition of the land is $75,433. That's not including any overhead, carrying costs, or anything like that. But then you said you're selling 40 lots. And then on another page, on your vertical construction costs, it says you're selling your lots internally to yourself at $95,000. So I'm really confused at what are you selling the lots for, and why would you discount them to be a loss to somebody else?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? That was kind of a lot. I didn't
It's
catch
a
it.
long question. So on page 15 of your proposal, you say you're selling, I'll break it down into a couple questions.
Yeah.
You say you're selling 42 lots, but are you selling 40 or 42 lots?
We were selling 40. We must have
Typo.
yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
When you do your development cost and added it all in, it came up to whatever it was, $15.8
yes.
million. If you divide that by the number of lots, that's $75,433 per lot just to acquire and develop. But you're going to sell those 40 lots at $75,000. So you're selling them essentially at a loss. So you're losing money.
Yes, we included the land development into the direct cost of $63.8 million. That's included. It's including the land development costs, and that's what the breakdown was, about $380,000 of cost per house.
Okay.
So that's where it came from.
Well, on your vertical construction budget, You're selling the lots to yourself, which is how you kind of do it. Land sells the lots to home building for $95,000. You should never, ever sell a lot to somebody else for less than what you're gonna buy it for, because there's no reason to do it then. So you wanna make sure if you're gonna develop a property and sell some of the lots, you wanna make sure you're making a profit on that, and you're including things like the carrying costs and the overhead. Those are expensive.
Yes, I will take that into consideration and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Great site design. I really liked y'all's site design a lot. A lot of thought went into that. I have a question for you. Who are your top 1 or 2 competitors in the area? Who are you competing against directly?
One of our main competitors right next door is Del Webb with Sun City. Part of their presence was why we kind of decided in our marketing strategy to target more young professionals and newer families rather than the retirement community. We do expect some, of course, bleed over. Some people 55 and older want to still be in family housing communities, not 55 and up exclusives. But they're one of our competitors that we know is a big one in the area.
All right. It's very niche kind of market, the 55 and up active adults. So with your consumer profile, I would expect there'd be maybe some other builders in the area that you want to look into their competition, their sales pace, their price point as well, because that helps us understand, if your product will be viable and accepted in the market. And I understand that part of your consumer is the 55 and up potentially as well, but there's still a missing gap there. Same thing on the development costs. Thanks for bringing that one up. The hollow plan, you were talking about your healthy margins on plans at 7%. I wouldn't build it, but maybe you look into your margins a little bit more and see how we get more consistent across the board. Great job.
Yeah, good job, team. Question on the soccer field. I didn't see it in the cost picked up anywhere for the construction of the soccer field. Is it buried anywhere in any of the other amenities?
The total development of our green space, those costs are factored into our land development costs.
Okay, so it's buried in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then just pay attention to your construction schedule. You've got the table's a little hard to read, it's a little fuzzy, but you've got gutter installation and then your brick and masonry installation like a week later. There's just some order of operation things just to pay attention to. It's a little weird.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. We'll make sure that we hammer those details out.
Yeah, otherwise, I think overall the schedule's good time frame. I just think some of the dates are a little bit out of order.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay, nice job. All right, to your cash flow. It's really hard for me to read, but it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, you have $6+ million in the sale of options and upgrades, okay? And it's workforce housing. And you have 600 and some odd $1,000 of cost associated with the options and upgrades. So it appears to me that it looks like you marked them up 1,000%. Anyone care to comment? And if it's okay if you don't.
We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. Who's selling your homes? I didn't see in your proposal if you were gonna have an in-house staff, if you were outsourcing that. Have you thought about who your sales team's gonna be?
Yes, we were planning on partnering with local realtors to sell the homes. We'll look into who best to use for that once the project is approved.
I have a question as well. You do mention in the proposal retaining 3 spec homes and having them available to walk as a buyer, but it looks like you're modeling all 3 plans like as a model home. So why would we hold on to spec homes if we have models to serve that purpose?
In our proposal, that I think that line is a typo and just a miscommunication of what a spec home versus model home. So, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Great job, team. Good afternoon and welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have Texas A&M up. We are going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. So I'd just like to ask that if you have cell phones, turn them off, keep them on silent. Please stay in the room while the question and answer and the presentation portion are going on. So Texas A&M, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Maffett, and we are Texas A&M University. I'm excited to present this proposal to you all today and demonstrate how the trails at Woodside will meet the needs of an underserved market while leveraging a premier master plan. Before we begin, allow me to remind you of our expected financial outcomes. If we develop all 111 lots in the trails at Woodside, we will make a profit of $10.7 million and an IRR of 22.7%. If we choose to sell 49% of the lots to a partner builder, we will make $6.1 million of profit and an IRR of 22.35%. Now let's get into our proposal. We have identified two distinct yet complementary consumer groups who both value a nature-infused lifestyle and have significant equity in their current homes, which allows them to show discretion when buying. Together, they make up 60% of the Georgetown market. Singling out the established families, they want a home that's great for hosting, entertaining, and creating a space for family togetherness. On the other hand, empty nesters prioritize downsizing without compromising quality. We'll speak more to these groups throughout the presentation. Woodside's proximity to major employers and a growing number of high-income earners drives our demand. Our consumers work for local medical and tech companies, which are all within a 40-minute commute. Additionally, statistics have shown us that the number of households who make over $125,000 a year are growing by 15% annually. This shows us that there's a growing number of consumers in our area who can afford our homes. While many of our target consumers will not have school-aged kids, we recognize that they still care about the school district because of the impact it'll have on their property values. Gerald ISD appears to be following the same prosperous path as Georgetown and Round Rock school districts have taken by leveraging their growing tax revenues. With this considered, our consumers can feel confident buying in Woodside. Now let's get into some local market trends. Austin has ranked #1 for the last 5 years in Zonda's Baby Chaser Index, indicating that our consumers are intentionally moving to the area to be closer to their growing families. Additionally, Sun City is the top performing new home community in the area, which shows us that there's a strong demand from a consumer group who complements our own. Furthermore, fourth quarter 2024 data has shown us that 30% of all closings in the area are above $500,000 in value. Now, I'll pass it on to our VP of Architecture, Elizabeth, to explain land development.
Thank you, Sam. I'm excited to share with you a vision that we have carefully crafted to ensure safety and sustainability in our community as we promote a nature-infused lifestyle for active, nature-loving residents. The Trails at Woodside features a central park that is surrounded by 111 lots, which contain 40-foot homes on 52-foot lots and 50-foot homes on 62-foot lots. Through the strategic use of the meandering trail systems and single-loaded lots, our residents have an unparalleled amount of privacy. As Sam shared, we are targeting discretionary buyers who long for a lifestyle we are creating. The Trails at Woodside connects to the master plan's obligation to provide 70.5 acres of additional open space and trail systems connecting to the master plan's amenities. Our entry monuments have a modern yet welcoming design. For empty nesters, they symbolize sophistication. For established families, they create a safe and welcoming environment. The elegance of these monuments significantly contributes to the neighborhood's appeal and desirability. The Trails at Woodside has 2 pickleball courts, a fenced dog park, and outshines competition with a walking trail that follows the perimeter of the community and into the central park. The walking trail is over 1.5 miles and lined with solar-powered lights and benches. We will not mass grade the central park to preserve the native wildlife. The storm sewer system loops around the central park and connects at the north end of the community where water will flow through side yards and into curb inlets following the natural floodplain. We have ran a lot fit matrix to ensure that our largest sized homes will properly fit on a standard sized lot. Sustainability remains at the heart of our design. We will be including these sustainable features in our community and in our home to create an environmentally responsible lifestyle. Vesso, our VP of Sales, will now share with you product design.
Thank you, Elizabeth. The Trails at Woodside takes on a unique approach to site design to prioritize homeowner privacy, something consumers won't find with the competition. Speaking of, the Georgetown market is quite active due to the wonderful growth Sam shared earlier, and many new neighborhoods are coming online. Most of them are master planned with beautiful resort-style amenities, even on-site campuses where kids can ride their bikes to school. They're all undeniably beautiful, but hardly original. It's the same concept buyers are familiar with. This is where we stand out. Our 52-foot collection is priced above the area competition, but features superior architecture, premium standard features, and vast customization options. 5 base plans expand to 11 unique configurations, offering everything from a detached casita option to multi-generational living. Meanwhile, our 62-foot collection is priced within the area competitive set and builds on the same principles. These homes are focused on expansive one-story designs and all feature standard covered rear porches and 3-car garages that can be optioned to further living space. We recognize that our consumers are seasoned homeowners who know what they want: premium design and premium features. That is why we don't focus on value-based products, and homeowners won't find imitation vinyl plank flooring or thin cast stone veneers on the exteriors. Instead, we focus on durable standard features, which include hard surface flooring, natural stone countertops, and the latest in Bosch appliances and energy efficiency features, as Elizabeth mentioned. However, since these are repeat customers, they're going to want to personalize their homes to their unique needs. This is where exciting upgrade packages come into play. They can expand on the further outdoor lifestyle with outdoor kitchens and fireplaces, or elevate the luxurious interior with steam showers and radiated heated floors. Perhaps they'll design the garage of their dreams with epoxy floors, customized storage solutions, and enhanced task lighting. Unfortunately, our VP of Finance did not let me work out a deal with Porsche, but the dealership's 30 minutes south. At the end of the day, these upgrade packages are specifically created to drive further revenue and profits to the project, while allowing customers to fully customize their new homes. Of course, all selections, colors, and materials are curated within the harmonious blend of the environment to conform to master plan guidelines. Next, our VP of Construction, Colton, will discuss project management.
Now, for construction management, we have estimated our land development cost to be $5.2 million, and our total land cost, including acquisition, to be $11.3 million. This estimate includes an 8-foot PVC noise barrier wall to mitigate disruption from the neighboring quarry, and environmental studies and assessments for the protected and endangered blind salamanders and golden cheek warblers. For our home estimates, we found our average direct cost to be $235,000, which is $91 per square foot for the wildflower series, and $268,000, which is $93 per square foot for the cactus series. This estimate includes quality components to be incorporated into the construction of our homes, such as foam insulation and zip sheathing systems, as well as our premier standard features that Veso mentioned earlier. The Trails at Woodside has a total lot variance of $290,000, coming to an average of $2,600 per home. These lot variances cover costs beyond the standard lot for things such as additional landscaping, fencing, drop garages, and architectural requirements such as corner lot masonry. Our schedule for the Trails at Woodside has a 56-month total project duration, with site clearing scheduled to begin in January 2026, aligning with the golden cheek warbler migration patterns. Upon acceptance of the final plat, expected in December 2026, model construction will begin. Vertical construction will progress in 4-month build cycles, aligning with our projected absorption rate, which is 4 homes per month. This allows the construction manager to handle 16 homes at a time and finish with a final closing expected by month 56. Now, for project management and how we'll successfully carry out the construction of the Trails at Woodside. This starts with our project management team. The horizontal team consists of Director of Land Development and Land Development Manager, who oversee the clearing and grading of land, installation of infrastructure, and construction of community amenities. The vertical team consists of an area construction manager and community construction manager, who communicate weekly with clients, as well as conduct inline inspections and pre-start, pre-drywall, and pre-close orientations to keep the customer engaged and informed on how their home is being built. Our area customer service rep will provide a smooth transition to homeownership, as well as assist clients with their post-closing needs. Our on-site facilities and logistics plan for the Trails at Woodside serves to keep the community safe, clean, and disturbance-free during construction. For safety, we have an on-site AED and water stations located throughout the community. To ensure cleanliness, dumpsters will be located at each site, and a concrete washout will be provided in the community. To mitigate disruption, construction traffic will be directed to the secondary entrance, and street sweepers will be contracted as needed. In addition, the construction manager will office out of the garage of the wildflower model. To prevent disturbing this model, this office will be accessed via a side door and will not be open to trades or material deliveries. Now, I'll give it back to Veso to discuss sales.
Thank you, Colton. From the moment buyers enter our community, they're surrounded by nature and green space. Upon entry, they'll pass by our landscape detention pond and arrive at the model home park, strategically located at the head of the central park near the access for the trail system. This is where consumers can experience the flexibility of our designs. Our wildflower model features a detached casita option with 4 different configurations, and our cactus model, a nearly 3,000 square foot one-story with a 3-car garage, 4 bedrooms, and a study. Our 6 initial inventory homes are on premium lots backing up to the trail system and feature a variety of different options to meet diverse buyer needs. As mentioned earlier, 98% of our home sites feature premium amenities, and these will feature wrought iron fences and access gates so consumers can access the trails or nature amenities behind them. Meanwhile, our street monotony strategy will ensure a diverse streetscape to maximize curb appeal. We recognize that our consumers are experienced home buyers who take their time making decisions and appreciate a no-pressure sales approach. Our sales team will communicate heavily via video messaging with personalized messages and include testimonials of recently closed homeowners to speak to the quality of our homes and the uniqueness of our community. We'll also utilize a full suite of BDX services for maximum online outreach, as well as featuring online design tools and immersive 3D tours of our homes. Meanwhile, strategically placed signage in the area will further direct traffic to our model homes for increased sales. We're confident that with our unique site design, tailored product approach, and our personalized marketing, the trails at Woodside will be a highly successful community. Next, I'd like to introduce our VP of Finance, Matthew, to discuss the pro forma.
Thank you, Vesto. As Sam mentioned earlier, we have compiled both scenarios that the investment committee has asked for. In our base scenario, we will retain all 111 lots and achieve a net contribution of $10.7 million. In our lot scenario, we will sell approximately 49% of our lots and achieve a net contribution of $6 million. As you can see, both scenarios have comparable IRRs. Our sales team, which was led by Vesto, expects us to achieve an absorption rate of 4 units per month and a weighted average sales price of $564,000. From an annual cash flow standpoint, we will become cash flow positive in year 3 from the sale of 35 homes. We will maintain positive annual cash flows throughout the duration of the project when it concludes in year 5. From a cumulative cash flow standpoint, we will close our first home in month 29, and we will reach our break-even point in month 47. We will then average $1.25 million a month until the project concludes in month 56. In our sensitivity analysis that we conducted, as you can see, we achieved that acceptable IRR and NPV value. If we were to accelerate our sales rate and by decreasing our prices, we would actually increase our IRR and maintain that comparable NPV. If we were to slow down our sales rate and focus on increasing our prices to drive profit, we would actually increase our NPV and maintain a comparable IRR. In our lot sales scenario, we still expect to achieve an absorption rate of 4 units per month. Our weighted average sales price will take a slight hit due to our sales mix changing. From a cumulative cash flow standpoint, we'll become annual cash flow standpoint, we'll become cash flow positive starting in year 2 from the sale of our lots. We'll become cash flow positive from the sale of homes starting in year 3, and the project will conclude in year 4. From a cumulative cash flow standpoint, as you can see, we receive that cash inflow from the sale of lots right here. This starts our vertical construction phase right here, and we will begin closing homes, starting in month 29. We'll reach our break-even point in month 38 and average $1.5 million per month until the project concludes in month 42. We conducted the same sensitivity analysis on this scenario. As you can see, our IRR is comparable to our base scenario. However, the NPV is significantly lower due to the relative size and timing of cash flows. In this scenario, you'll see larger swings in our IRR and NPV values. This is because you'll see larger swings in our IRR and NPV values. Overall, this is still a profitable scenario. However, it will be more sensitive to changes in market conditions, specifically the sales rate. And now I'll leave you with our Division President, Sam Maffett.
Thank you. The financial results that Matthew just shared are one of the strongest aspects of this investment. The conservative underwriting done by his team leaves plenty of room for upside. The trails at Woodside is an exceptionally unique opportunity. Georgetown's exceptional growth, paired with thoughtfully designed homes, unparalleled natural amenities, and a clear focus on community identity, sets this project up for success in a competitive market. This is more than just a real estate development. This is an investment in a proven Austin divisional team who is committed to delivering on time and on budget. Let's move forward and make the trails at Woodside a reality. Thank you.
Excellent job. You guys did a really good job, especially on the market analysis portion. I really thought you delved really deep into it. The one thing that I was wondering is, what is the competition's monthly absorption pace for sales?
So overall, in most communities, it's about 2 units. Sun City averages about 12 units per month. There is a community south of us that's more of a value-oriented community. They're averaging a little bit over 4. So just analyzing through all those and looking at market statistics, we've come up with 4 units, and that's blended about 1.6 for the 62-foot and 2.4 for the 52-foot.
So you're assuming because you're going after 2 target markets, you'll have the 2?
Right, that's why we blended it to 4.
Okay, great.
Great job, team. You prepared really well for the presentation. It's very smooth. Appreciate that. When it comes to, there's an outdoor gym pad that's kind of like in the corner that was discussed in the proposal. How is that accessed? How do I get to it?
That's accessed by the residents by walking on the walking trail. There is the retaining wall is on the other side of that. So they won't be able to access it just from their back gates there. They'll have to walk on the walking trail.
Okay, so I have to park in the community, can I walk outside the community on the trail? Is there a
Yes,
trail?
sir. There's some cut-throughs that are close. Okay. Yes, sir.
Got it. And this community strategy in general, are you doing more inventory starts or are you doing to-be-built sales?
Past the initial 6 inventory, it'll be more to be built. We'll keep an inventory of probably about 3 to 4 units at a time. But mostly it's going to be because we're offering so much customization options. We want buyers to be able to come in and design the home that they want.
Got it. And that's all a la carte, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Where do they go to pick their selections?
The design studio, corporate.
Got it.
And if I can just add a further point, the trail system actually loops the entire outside perimeter of the community. So that fitness pad that you asked about, you can take the trail and walk to it. And as Sam mentioned, there's cuts through every few lots that you can get to it.
Okay. One small piece of feedback, the cash flow analysis, there's one page of it that's kind of really blurry and hard to read. So just make sure you print it out, get your eyes on it before submitting it. Great job.
Yeah, great job. I love the site plan. I think not having back-to-back lots was a great choice in putting the walking trail between that. I think that's an elegant solution. It's hard to show profitability when you start losing lots like that, but you guys did a great job, especially with your product positioning. I think this position, as compared to Pulte, I think you out-Pulted Pulte in this kind of thing, where you positioned it a little bit better. But I love it. I think you did a great job. The one thing, you listed in your SWOT analysis a threat of the site, the limestone quarry, right? You put up the fence, it was a great idea, but what else is that? I mean, it still is a threat to you. What else is like your other visions of dealing with that challenge?
Yeah, so I actually did a site visit, and on that site visit, they were working at that quarry. So, and it does recycling as well. And I was surprised at how little noise they made, but regardless, we thought a PVC noise wall would just further mitigate any fears that somebody would have to buy a house that backs up to it. There was no dust that I could see, even when they were mining, so yes, sir.
That's great. And then whose idea was it for the videos, for the client feedback to check in? Whose was that?
That was from
phenomenal idea. That's huge. I think we're seeing too much of the industry switch to like just email touch points or just check-ins or just text or whatever. We're getting away from home building and sales, which is personal. Choosing to go that route, I think, was a great choice.
Thank you.
All right, excellent risk analysis. Veso, why in the world would you build the first 6 specs next to the model?
We wanted to mitigate the quarry, just like it was asked, so we figured those are going to be the first mover homes, and that's why we chose to go there. And they're actually a little bit further back from the model, but kind of wanted to specialize in getting those lots out of the way first, and then move on to the rest of the community as prices increase.
But aren't those your best lots?
I would argue that they're not.
Okay.
If we can go back
Help
to the
me with
site plan. To me, the best lots would be the ones near the model home because they back up to the nature preserve, and the ones that
Oh,
are.
I'm sorry, I thought that's where you were building the 6. Show me where you're building the 6.
So the 6 are the red. Oh, yeah, just let it play. It'll go through its
The 6 are where?
So the 6 are going to be up on the top part. You'll see them come
Okay,
up with
I
little
stand
red dots.
corrected then.
There's
Okay,
3.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
There they are. Okay, I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. Obviously, you want to save your premium lots, and you want to charge big premiums. And I tell you what, people will pay ridiculous amounts of money for premium lots. So don't give them away. Okay. Matthew, help me with, I'm really not seeing, I saw some incentive stuff, but I can't reconcile your incentives to your cash flow, so help me. Talk to me about that. Talk to me about construction overhead and other overhead costs that are besides salaries, okay?
So for the
I mean, did you put it in there or not, or whatever?
So for the first part of that question, I believe we're actually, its total incentives is 6.4%, right? So that includes sales incentives of 5% and then also closing costs of 1.4% to get to that total 6.4.
Okay.
On average, that's going to be about $6,000 a home, I believe, right, Bessa? What? $35,000 per home. Sorry, we pulled that 6 from somewhere else.
Okay.
But what was the second part of your question, sir?
Your other construction overhead costs besides salaries.
Besides salaries, yes, sir. So those contingencies for vertical construction and the land development construction
No,
is
I'm
built.
talking about insurance, porta potties.
I can speak to this.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the 50-page minimum or maximum on the proposal, we weren't able to show the breakdown. But we do have the porta cans and all of the construction overhead we would see on a project level included. Yes, sir.
Included in your cost.
Yes, sir.
How about salary load, benefits, taxes?
Yes, sir. That's all considered as well as the builder's bonuses. Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
That's a good one to put in there, so
Yes, sir.
make room for it.
Great job again. I want to talk about the golden cheeked warbler. So it says, so you have to buy the site in March and you can't clear until January. Is that like a state rule, or that's just something you're trying to do?
It's not a state rule, but you can buy, if we wanted to develop, let's say in the summer, when they're living there, well, we would get an environmentalist to come out and make sure they're not there, but we would also purchase credits. Unfortunately, Georgetown has so much development happening right now, the credits are gone. So it worked out perfectly that we'll be clearing in January when they're gone, but we'll still get an environmentalist to come out and look at it for us.
So you should do that before you close. That should be part of your initial due diligence, to have someone come out and
Okay.
see if they're actually there.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you find that they are there and you have these restrictions that you can't clear, you can only clear during certain times of the year, you can maybe negotiate a different closing date with the seller.
Yes, ma'am.
To take that into account.
That's something we'll take into consideration.
You guys spent a lot of time in building a website that was multi-page, that even had you guys on there. You should make your QR code bigger in your package because it is excellent. I will say that. Who's selling your homes? Is it an in-house staff? You didn't break that down.
Sure, so it's going to be in-house staff of 2 salespeople. They're going to be commission-based at 2%. They're going to share in, so it's not like if somebody comes in and one salesperson is off, you have to wait till they come back. So they're going to work in a tandem together for that community.
Okay, great. Excellent job.
Great job. Excellent. Wow.
To the four-year student competition for production home building. We have the University of North Texas. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. So if you're in the room, just please ask to stay in the room for the remainder of the presentation and the quick Q&A. And some, please sound what you're from. University of North Texas, you have the floor.
As Napoleon Hill once said, your big opportunity may be right where you are now. And this stands true for Texas-based Green Eagle builders. Hello, my name is Isis Schmidt.
My name is Jael Vasquez.
My name is Mason Burke. My name is David Rendon.
I'm Ashley Aragon.
And my name's Emma Williams.
And we are the Green Eagle Builders. And our big opportunity begins with building a beautiful 38-acre community near Georgetown, which is also located within phase 1 of a larger development, Woodside. This region is currently defined as a single-family residential zone and is well equipped with many hospitals, schools, and fire departments to keep your mind at ease. This is also conveniently located 14 minutes away from downtown Georgetown and 40 minutes away from Austin. Speaking of Georgetown, did you know they're polled as one of the fastest growing cities in Texas? This, plus their population growth of 9.4% and job growth of 11.5%, makes this area perfect for professionals to grow their careers. Some issues we do have with the area are the lack of transportation within the immediate area and crime in underdeveloped areas, but we expect these problems to resolve themselves as development continues. With a median income of $122,000 for families and $55,000 for non-families, affordability is a key concern. Given our average home rate of $451,000, a buyer would need a median income of at least $103,000 to purchase a home in Ridgeview. This positions our target market between medium to premium buyers that are aged 25 and up, which include families, people beginning to start families, and retirees. Looking at our top competitor, Leonard Homes has an average home price of $436,000. Although this price is lower, Ridgeview stands out amongst competitors because we offer a well-thought-out site design that encompasses what it's like to be more than neighbors, but a community. And with that, let's take a deeper look at Ridgeview.
Here's the site design for the Ridgeview. First, starting off, I'd like to point out we have 107 lots over our 38.5 acres we plan to develop. With that, the lots are going to range between 60 to 100 feet wide. And if you look over here at this drawing, you can see we have 2 community entrances. And if you look up at that northern entrance, it comes on over to a community center. At this community center, we have a splash pad, 4 pickleball courts, as well as parking and a wonderful nature walking trail. Across from that, we have 3 model homes. These model homes will show off our 3 different series, the Lone Star, Longhorn, and Bluebonnet series. Now, jumping into some phasing, we divided this up into 3 phases. Starting off, phase 0, this will be our infrastructure, road work, and other utilities. Then, once we finish the area for phase 1, we'll start working on build-outs for phase 1. With that, we'll start with our community center, as well as any pre-sale homes, and then also our model homes. Once phase 1 is complete, we'll jump into phase 2, which is going to be 18.5 acres and 52 homes. But this site wouldn't be anything without a great product design, and so let's look further into that.
We decided to create 3 different series, and we wanted to range them from, we wanted to start from our Longhorn, Lone Star, Longhorn, and then our Bluebonnet. So our first of our Lone Star is our Magnolia, set at 2,854 square feet. Our second home is our Crepe Myrtle, set at 2,374 square feet. These homes are more larger and luxurious. We wanted to aim them more towards our older community and as well families who like to throw holidays or family gatherings, so they still have that luxurious space, but it doesn't feel too cramped. For our second series is our Longhorn series, and our first plan is our Cherry Laurel. It is set at 2,147 square feet. Our second home is our Holly, set at 2,138 square feet. These homes are more average size for our already established families, but we still wanted to make sure they were more elegant and created for still their lifestyle that they wanted. And for our last series is our Bluebonnet series. Our first home is our Viola at 1,936 square feet. And our second home is our Wild Indigo, set at 1,572 square feet. These homes are more of our cozy, charming homes, more catered towards first-time home buyers or families that are just getting started. For all three of these homes, we wanted to make sure we still had a diversity and an option for many different types of families, but we also still wanted to keep that beauty and sustainability of our homes.
Most of us are born in the great Lone Star State, and as any good Texan knows, we don't mess with Texas, which is why we have committed to minimizing our environmental impact. And to do this, we've adopted sustainable construction practices, such as implementing MVHR systems for that air filtration, as well as using spray foam cap insulation and consumable search modules. This will help us achieve a gold star rating in all of our homes or higher. We also know that an accurate estimate is a key factor of a successful project, which is why we've decided to tablize all these values, including processes such as foundation, framing, mechanical systems, and interior and exterior finishings for a total construction cost of $307 for our largest plan, Magnolia. Similarly, we tablize the values for the other homes, and after factoring in your profit, overhead markups, and contingencies, we reached an average sales price per square foot of $225, which is comparable to the Georgetown average of $202. As far as our amenities go, we established an estimate of $1.2 million for property, site development, pardon me, $3.2 million, and a total of $5.5 million for property acquisition. As far as our schedules go, we begin to commence construction March 3rd of 2025, with a total land development duration of 419 days. We also have Phase 1 commencing in October 21st of 2025, and Phase 2 commencing May 4th of 2026. We have 4 homes beginning in quarter 3 and in quarter 4 of 2026, with an average of 8 homes every quarter after. We are lucky to be in a very friendly municipality. Georgetown offers a lot of incentives for your local businesses to promote economic growth. Some of these are lower tariffs based on some of the consumptions for utility rates, and they also offer grants towards development for infrastructure improvements such as your sewage, electrical systems, and even public lighting.
A project of this caliber requires a well-oiled project team, so let's take a look at their roles and responsibilities. Starting off with our project manager, he's going to be overseeing budget, schedule, and just ensuring that the project's staying on track. Under him, we have a safety manager. He's going to be doing daily safety briefings for the job site, as well as watching any trades, just making sure that everybody is complying with our safety standards. We also have a project engineer on this job. Project engineer's primary concern is going to be quality assurance for the homeowner, and also just helping out any of the superintendents as the job continues. Under the project manager, we have a project earthwork superintendent. He'll primarily be doing site prep, grading, and any foundation prep and pouring. Then, once he's finished, he'll move on to the 2 vertical superintendents that we have. These vertical superintendents will be in charge of build-outs. At Mean Green Builders, we like to ensure that we stay safe. So one of those reasons we have a safety manager is because we want to have those daily safety briefings. We don't want anyone getting hurt at our job site. We want everyone to get home to their families very safely. We also encourage PPE, and it's enforced strictly throughout this job site. And since we are the Mean Green Builders, we like to ensure that we don't mess up any of our the environment. So we're going to be implementing erosion fences and clearing out any loose sediment or any debris that gets into the roads daily. And we are also going to be inspecting all of the materials daily and clearing that up so we don't have any potential water runoff or pollutions. We also have washout basins stationed throughout this job site. Here you can see on the logistics site plan where some of these washout basins will be located, and they're going to be required at least to be 30 feet away from any sort of water drains or sewage. And then also, we have dedicated construction routes on this project, and it is going to be based off of our phasing. So once we're in phase 2, that south entrance will be used for construction deliveries. This is so we can stay out of the way of any of the current residents up at the phase 1, and also stay away from that facility. And we also have first aid stations located throughout this job site. These first aid stations will go in at the beginning of the job, and they'll stay there for the entirety of the job. So if someone's injured, they know exactly where to go. We also have dumpsters located throughout this job site. These are just dedicated pickup and drop-off locations. This is just to help make it easier for supers knowing where things need to get picked up and dropped off. And looking at this, This site might be beautiful, but it's not going to sell itself, so let's look into our sales and marketing.
Green Eagle Builders is focused in making the home buying process an enjoyable and personalized experience for each future resident at the Ridgeview at Georgetown. The in-house sales team will be dedicated in ensuring that every client feels valued and supported throughout this process. Marketing efforts will be made through a strong online presence that will be updated regularly on social media such as Instagram, Facebook, and real estate sites as well that will be updated such as Zillow and Realtor. We will also do community outreach through billboards, yard signs, as well as sponsoring community events. The Ridgeview offers premium lots, affordable HOA fees, as well as 3 beautifully designed model homes that will ensure and showcase the lifestyle and amenities provided. Clients will be able to take advantage of our incentives. These incentives will be pre-closing cost as well as smart home kits, profession incentives, and prepaid HOA fees. We will also have comprehensive warranty packages that will cover home cosmetics, appliances, mechanical systems, and frame and foundation. This way we can ensure that every client finds their home deep in the heart of Texas.
Our in-depth analysis of the financial details for this project have projected very favorable conditions for this development. So we're going to present 3 different scenarios that we've put together. First, starting with our optimistic scenario, where we expect to make an IRR of about 31%, an overall profit of about $14 million, and we would upsell the prices of these homes by about 10% because the market is doing well in this condition. And we expect to break even at the 45th month of construction. A more realistic scenario shows an IRR of about 19%. This is what we expect. The market is stable, and we expect to walk away with about $8.3 million in profit and break even in the 51st month of construction. And if things go south, in the south, if you will, the pessimistic scenario would be somewhere of an IRR of 9%, still making a profit of about $3.5 million, and break even in the 55th month of construction. We do have an exit strategy that we plan to implement to really take advantage of the situation that we're in if it gets to that bad scenario. We plan to retain 75% of the lots and sell off 25% of the lots to local builders, where we expect to make a minimum profit of about $2.7 million from them for a total profit of about $6.4 million at the minimum. And looking at some of the risks for this project, we've taken a lot of things into consideration, especially current events such as tariffs coming from the current administration and some of the most recent things like the LA fires occurring recently. How we plan to respond to some of those things would be realizing that the tariffs are causing a lot of problems with material pricing, so we can look at vendors to lock in material prices and then take a just-in-time approach to deliveries so that we can get that material on hand just in time to continue construction and keep on schedule. As far as current events like the LA fires, it's hard to really lock down and make sure that we're doing things that would be proactive to that, other than keeping on schedule, locking in our material, and just being aware of what we're doing during construction. However, we do plan to keep in touch with current events and making sure that we understand what's happening in the world and prepare to respond adequately. At the end of the day, we expect to walk away building 107 total lots with an overall profit of about $8.3 million, a 19% IRR, and breaking even and making profit in the 51st month of construction. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and open up the floor for questions.
Great job, team. I really enjoyed y'all's presentation format. Was that Canva or a different system? Canva. Got it. Really enjoyed it. In y'all's presentation or your proposal, you had a scorecard in your market analysis that I really enjoyed. It was just an overview. It had a rating A through F for livability, demographics, schools, and things like that. So I really enjoyed that ad there. It helped kind of set the set us up to know what we're looking at in terms of risk and the community itself. But I do have a question now. Your model homes, you have 3 models, and they appear to be all on 3 kind of separate streets, different corners. So can you explain to me why y'all separated y'all's models like that?
Yes, these models are spread out mainly because of that is our lot division. So that first model at that lower area, that's going to be these smaller lots in this area. That second layer is where the medium-sized lots are in this area, and that top area is just how we have it set up. Those have the biggest yards, and so it ended up just, since the size of the overall lot for those 3 buildings are different, we had to kind of spread them out, but we wanted to build them across from our community center. So once that big key point is built, you can still be looking right across the road and see all 3 of these, all 3 of those lots.
So ideally, you'd really want to keep them together, kind of a trap situation to where, you can show a consumer each of your 3 product series and types all in kind of one walking space as if, hey, we're crossing the street. It's just an extra level of burden, right? But also the way to combat that, and I understand the variances in lot sizes and product, you could either do 3 different lots next to each other of different sizes. You can develop it that way, just for your model specifically. You could potentially underbuild if you get approval for that, so where you have maybe a smaller one on a larger lot, knowing the expectations of the buyer, saying, hey, you won't have a lot this big, but we're just showcasing it for the model. So there's ways you can get around it. It's really preferred to have them together.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep. Other question I have is, your pro forma shows that you have 11 homes, actually 15 sales before you start your model home. Where are these sales happening?
So a lot of these sales, what we're shooting for is the pre-sales. We've offered a lot of incentives, and we really think that the market in Georgetown is booming right now with an average turn rate of 17% on homes. So we really expect to, kind of fill in that hole that Georgetown is missing, and we expect a really high demand for
So
our homes.
if I'm a consumer in one of those pre-sales, I want to sign a contract though. You don't have a model home yet. Where do I go to do that?
So we have websites, working with our third-party contractors and architects to develop models for the home. We can definitely work on ensuring to make 3D models that our customers can view in the meantime before we start construction. But we really want to emphasize for our optimistic scenario that we have a lot of pre-sold homes. If we don't meet those pre-sold homes, we can definitely tap into more of our optimistic scenario and try to still stay away from our pessimistic scenario and our exit strategies that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great job, team. Question on compensation real quick. So the project manager, 105, construction superintendent, you have all that listed with bonuses, that's great. But when you get to the sales staff, it just says salaried or hourly. Like, what are you paying these people, and how are you compensating them?
So the salary for our sales team is going to be mostly, so we're more of the focus on the production side. We did take account for consideration in our budget for our homes. So we did put aside some extra money for sales and commission. That goes both to our construction team and our sales team. Really, that in-house sales team, we planned on it being hired throughout our, I guess would be our upper management that would hire that, as a whole for our company throughout the United States, not just focus on this residential, but they would provide us with a sales team that will help, with mortgaging and all that other stuff for our customers.
Okay, yeah, I mean, future proposals, just make sure to list their salaries out, make sure they're accounted for.
Yes, sir.
The other one that I have on the project estimating, everything's kind of price per square foot for constructions, like $98 a square foot. It's kind of lying in great, except for the Holly, which is at 107, and it's the same equivalent square footage as the Cherry Laurel at, basically within 9 square feet of each other. So what is causing this one to cost more than the competitive plan? Because right now at 480, I would buy the Cherry Laurel, or I'd buy you have the Cherry Laurel, which is lower cost per square foot at 480, and the Holly at 451, and it costs more per square foot. So I think it's just what's happening with that.
Our analysis that we made for our homes, both optimistic, pessimistic, and realistic, they did not take into consideration any of the lot premiums that we'd be adding depending on how the market overturn is. So a lot of this could be based on, we can even it out with lot premiums based on the location, based on closest to the amenities and other related items.
Okay, yeah, I would just, for future, just make sure your product and your pricing graphs out. It should be fairly linear unless it's a strategically positioned plan or there's some feature that's causing it to have a huge hard cost increase. But you know, this little bit of a swing for the same square footage, so you should be pretty even.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Nice job. First impression on the book I wrote here was very good. First time I picked it up and looked at it. So, and very nice laid out presentation. You probably know about the school district issue. Okay. In your cash flow, and I don't know if this is just a typing deal, but you have, the land cost is $4,468,750. And we all know it's $5,000,500, so is that just a typo deal or a different scenario? Did you have a different concept? Did you think you were gonna get to pay less for the land?
Optimistically, we would like to negotiate a little bit of the land, but we know that in this case, it's not the scenario. There was a little miscommunication on our part with whenever we got the information. One of the questions on the Q&A that we asked in the Google Forms, we understood that we were not considering the cost of the commercial side of the land. So we subtracted it, and then whenever the Q&A was released,
okay,
we watched the video and we
Well, I
were like,
appreciate,
wow.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that explanation.
Yeah. Our IRRs, we did update the numbers. Our IRRs differed less than 1%, so we decided to run with it, and then
Got
if
it.
anything, we'll go into
Okay.
lot premiums and stuff
But
like that.
someone like me is gonna catch it. Okay. Okay, so you've got 2.3 million, 2.4 million in salaries, okay? And then you've got another 265 in overhead. So help me with that. That seems a lot to me, but does anyone know where that came from, that number? 2,385,000?
We did calculate the overhead costs based on, again, like we were talking about our parent company that is managing all the other scenarios, so we increased the overhead costs for that. We know generally it's around 3%. I believe we calculated about 5.7%, and that also goes into our extra staff. We also mentioned that we hired a safety manager.
Yeah.
Usually, we, in construction sites like these, you know, the superintendents handle safety and all that, but we're proud of our team. We consider ourselves a family, so we want to make sure that I take that extra precaution to get everyone home safe at the end of the day. So we kind of had to up our costs a little bit. We're still, even with the overhead costs being a little high, we're still, you know, really similar into the area market, if that answers your question.
Okay, so just some coaching, okay? If you want to do this for a living and you're going to have you got 52 million bucks in revenue, multiply it times 0.3 and don't spend a dime more than that on construction overhead, and they may teach you that as general conditions, okay?
Okay.
Just as you're really, we just don't have the latitude to spend another 2 points on something else within that area. Follow me?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you very much.
Great job. I just want to make sure I understand your development phasing. In your materials, it says you're going to have a main stage and a development stage. Are you doing all the land, the earthwork, all at once, and then going back and phasing the utility install, or sales?
So on the timeline, it's going to be, all of the grading and utilities are going to be going in order for the whole site, but it's going to be starting from that northern end where phase one is. And so once that is enough to completion to at least start the community model homes and any hopefully pre-sold homes, that will begin, and grading will continue down into that phase two.
So is it kind of the grading going to be continuous? Or
Yes.
you're starting and
Yeah,
stopping?
everything, grading, utilities, any sort of earthwork, will basically start north and south, and it'll be continuous through the whole job. And then that phase one starts as soon as they're getting out of the way,
Right, got it.
essentially.
Understood.
Exactly.
That's a great idea. And then you mentioned in the materials you'll have an HOA, but you didn't have a budget. So I guess my question is, did you do a budget, and why are you treating the different size homes differently for HOA fee purposes?
For our HOAs, we do plan on keeping it basically around the same price throughout. We are wanting to make it affordable for our people. They are purchasing homes. So we also have the paid closing for HOAs as well. So we would want to keep it around $250 to $150 for them.
Is that a month or?
Yes, a month, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. I liked your beginning and your intro. I loved that. That was great. I did have a question about your product series on your site plan. So I totally get why you have different series and trying to reach different, buyers and target markets because of that. Is there a reason why you only have 2 houses in each series?
Yes, there is, because we still wanted to provide the option of having still the possibility of putting multiple houses. So like we could still put the smaller houses on the bigger plans, but we wanted to keep it at 2 just so there isn't so much of a confusion between putting the smaller ones on the big plans, but we can't put the big ones on the smaller spots.
Okay.
We also just kind of wanted to make it easier for upgrades. We also wanted to be able to provide interior upgrades, whether it's for the master bath or arching the doorways or something. So we wanted to keep it more simple instead of providing more.
Okay. Typically, just FYI, every community has a monotony code, which means you can't have the same house, same elevation, next door, across the street, all of
Yes.
that. So you could have kept it at 2 houses per series, but you would have needed more than 2 elevations per house in order to, not. The monotony code is everyone's bane of their existence trying to manage.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt. So you want to have a lot of options so you don't even have to worry about it. The other thing, on your site plan, you have a pavilion, and you mentioned restroom changing rooms, but I did not see that in your amenity costs. Did you? Well, there is a changing room, I guess, but is the pavilion part of the changing room?
No, so it's not visible exactly on the zoomed out of the site plan, but the northwest end of that walking trail area, it's more of just like a wooden pavilion type of place where you would eat lunch. Actually down next to the parking spot area is where that changing room type of area would be, next to the splash pad area.
Okay, and you captured those costs in your amenity breakdown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
They were kind of, like you mentioned, it was kind of wooden gazebos more than anything, so it was kind of a lower cost, and it was factored into one of our other sections. I don't remember off the top of my head which one, but it was factored in.
Okay, great.
All right, just real quick statement based off of we were talking about earlier with the putting smaller plans on larger lots potentially. It's been a way to combat monotony. That's called underbuilding, and that's why in this project there's that rule to not build. You got to be 75% of your lot width, so that it's to prevent underbuilding. So just keep that in mind. That's why.
Yeah.
I was just curious about your builder selection process. I saw the names of some of those builders, like Grand Endeavor, for example, Custom Builder, really builds on acreage kind of lots. So what was your builder selection process? I noticed there weren't any public builders.
Some of the experience we have with some of our sponsors, like Bridge Homes, the kind of stuff that they've been doing is kind of similar to buying lots and kind of building on these custom homes and selling them off. And in fact, they're working on a project right now that is sponsoring our school for another competition. And it's a very similar, so they purchased a lot inside a development community, and that's kind of the idea where we based it off. And we looked for local custom builders, we knew production builders isn't going to want to buy just a 1 lot or 2 lots or 10 lots in this area and try to build off of that. But
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you.
All right, good job.
Good job.
happy that you're here, and this is our 4-year student competition for production home building. So we're going to start with a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A with the judges. Just ask that you silence your cell phone, and once the doors close, which it is, just please stay in the room and don't leave until after the Q&A. There you go.
Buenas tardes and good afternoon, judges and present public. We came all the way from the Caribbean to present you the best development opportunity for this 48-acre terrain, Woodside East. It's proposed by Quisqueya Construction Group. We are a passionate team based in Santo Domingo. So then, welcome to Woodside East, a groundbreaking urbanization initiative designed to redefine modern living. It's more than just a development. It's a vibrant and a smart community built for the future. We design with people in mind. Our urbanization plan includes pedestrian-friendly streets, recreational areas, and smart connectivity to foster an inclusive and dynamic environment. Now, when we say design with people in mind, who are exactly these people? Woodside East, located in Ronald Reagan Boulevard to the east of Sun City, offers a peaceful and close residence opportunity for people that work either in Georgetown or Austin, with an age distribution that is almost equal amongst 4 groups, and a 9.5% growth rate secures a bright future for the project. Now, moving into the price versus construction area graph, we can see a concentration in this zone that is giving us a signal that the market likes a price of $200 per square feet. With its serene environment and expanding economy, Georgetown, Texas offers an ideal location for Woodside East, catering families and individuals who seek peace without sacrificing proximity to urban hubs like Austin. Our affordably priced homes starting at $425K aims to catch the eye of 40% of the market, both in Georgetown and Austin. Therefore, we have detected 4 crucial groups in our target market. Starting with home families, these are young families who prioritize secure and family-oriented neighborhoods. Retirees, this group prioritizes leisure and lifestyle over price, usually seeking secondary residence for investment or vacations. Married families, these are often first-time home buyers and prioritize cost-efficiency housing, favoring compact yet functional residence. And finally, passing audience, seeking secondary residence for investment, leisure, but prioritizing proximity to Austin without its fast pace. For this, we deliver 4 different products, and in this table, we are presenting our products and which groups can afford it. This is the products, and these are the groups.
Georgetown is known for its red poppies. These serve as the inspiration for our site design. From the beginning, we want to express the essence of the flowers with an harmonious design that starts from a certain point and expand into lots arranged like petals. Throughout the process, we mix with the 16 pipelines and get a result that finally balances the aesthetics and efficiency. The development includes 141 lots that prioritize the connectivity and security for a more peaceful environment. It offers a standard lots starting at 55,000 square feet and premium lots for a more exclusive lifestyle. Designed for comfort and recreation, the Homeowners Association HOA will oversee the site maintenance for our recreation areas. To the utilities, we take the advantage with the existing pipelines and extend the potable water and wastewater network for the design. So we ensure that with the land is in the Edwards Aquifers resource zone, we include permeable sump for the stormwater drainage for optimize the resource of the aquifers. Also, we additionally that the streets dimensions and the boundaries dimension that expressed in the design guidelines were on the site code. To promote sustainability in our site design, we use a sorted magnolia green wall a tree that is in the code of Georgetown, Texas, to reduce noise and dust pollution for the nearby quarry, and enhance our landscape. And for water efficiency, in each home is there a great water treatment systems that efficient for the site maintenance.
We are now going to see our general products. These are 4 homes that we offer that are all committed with sustainability and also efficiency. The first one is the Crimson Poppy with a starting price of $424,000, and it counts with 1,700 roughly square feet. It has a single level home, and we can see a clear contrast of tones where we put the beiges contrasting the earthy tones, and also it has 2 bedrooms and comfortable living space. You can see here a little bit more of the space. Following the second model, also a very affordable option, is a second, similar to our other model, but this one has a second level, and it has a porch and a balcony, both for leisure and common space. It has also very good spatial flowness, so we focus on having very articulate spaces. The first of our productions homes that have a luxury design is the Scarlet Bloom, with a price of $588,000 and 2,400 square feet, roughly. This home is basically our first luxury home that we designed, and we start in mixing a little bit of black to give a little bit more of accent and also a sense of modern. The last product is the Velvet Petal with a price of $661,000 and roughly 2,700 square feet, sorry. And it is also our last product with a second level, and we wanted to be sure that all of our houses had a similar aesthetic, so you see that all the tones are similar or contrasting each other, so that was kind of the general idea, to have unity inside Woodside East. As long as the sustainability of the houses goes, we are committed to having low VOC materials. That the houses also have systems that regulate the water, and also cool roofs, ensuring that the climate from where we're stationed, being very hot, doesn't affect our living spaces. As well as we have the option to have an additional add-on that would be the solar panels. In case that our customers would like to add it, we have that option as well. Thank you.
Well, let me show you an overview of our construction management approach. We have made a detailed cost analysis based on our experience and also in reliable sources, just like the RS means and the local city fees. This will ensure that the best profit control. And this is important because this will guarantee that every investment turns into real value for all of our collaborators. The horizontal estimation has a total cost of $11.3 million, while in the vertical estimation, we have estimated per home ranging from $349,000 to $512,000. With our budget set, we made a detailed schedule to guide the project's execution. The project will begin on May 5, 2025, and it will finish in November 15, 2028. It will have a total duration of 925 days. And it will have the next phases. It will have a pre-construction phase, and it will have 4
construction execution phases, each of them delivering from 25 to 27 homes and amenities, and finally, the project closure to ensure the final product's quality. Thank you.
Okay, our group is committed to delivering the project on time with budget and high quality. The project management team coordinates resources and schedule, while our construction team ensures site safety and quality, following OSHA and TDLR regulations through daily inspections, fines for violations, daily checklist, and structured meetings. Okay. The development starts in the upper section with the preparation for the initial construction phases, while simultaneously working on the perimeter wall and the pavement. Once half of this phase is completed, the home's construction will begin in a strategic order. The residential plan has 4 phases. The blue one for the affordable homes, the pink one for the mid-range homes, the green one for expensive lots, and the yellow one for exclusive ones. The orange are the vacant lots. Okay. Buyers can select from various home models within a set unit limit to ensure project's economic balance. About 25% of our lots will be sold to external buyers who will maintaining the concept of the development will carry out their own projects. A fence divides Woodside Phase A and B to ensure a future connection and reinforcing Quisqueya Construction Group identity. This first phase is extremely important because its success will boost sales and will be reinforcing the trust for the future projects. Century 21 is our key partner as a real estate agency and will lead our sales, and our marketing director will be taking control of our social medias and silo. A model home, 3D tours, online ads, and the Red Puppet Festival will enhance visibility. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Before addressing directly to our budget analysis, we need to give a little bit of an overview of what we already see. If you remember, because a good budget analysis is the foundation of a well-developed work. As you were able to see in one of the presentations in charts presented before, there was this table in which you were able to see a group of houses and comparing the construction area with their selling price. In this graphic, we were able to identify the gaps. So after this study, we were able and willing to position our products in these gaps, so they will get into a unsaturated market and being able to fulfill on market demands. At the same time, here you can see the summary of our project outcomes and incomes, because like always, Quisqueya Construction Group working for the people that position their trust in us, and after doing the correct and most accurate possible of economic assertion, we have these outcomes with incomes, expenses, the gross profit, and the net profit, taking into consideration 2 things. Number one, the expenses, take into consideration the $5,500,000 for the acquisition of the land, and the net profit is taken to the present time with a 10% rate. That's pretty close to our IRR of 20%. So that's following with the same statement. Here we have our cash flow. This cash flow, as you can see, it's pretty non-commonly, as most time we tend to see it. This is because our sales, our economics strategy to our financial strategy to finance our project, because we are going to take as much loans, as you can see, as possible in the time of the project to be able to finance our project, maintaining the less negativity in our cash flow. At the same time, we are intending to financial our expenses with only public capital instead of private capital. This way, being able to get the rates, taxes, more slow possible. Okay, so as you will in this table, financial scenario analysis, instead of positioning or like showing some scenarios that we think that will have the possibility to happen, we choose instead of position this chart of variation, in which you can see how the IRR will vary depending on the lot price and household price and house prices. This, instead of the previous option that I told you, represents a variation chart that gives a precise idea of your rentability in any scenario that you could think about. Thank you so much for your attention. Muchas gracias. We hope forward to work with you.
Yeah, great job. Always enjoy seeing you guys. So definitely appreciate you making the trip. One thing I want to ask or kind of comment on is, I've seen this through multiple years of your proposals. You start with a cost per square foot, find a plan, and then you derive your sales price from that. So this year it's $240 a square foot. That's how you derived your sales price based off the square footage of each home. How did you get to the 240 square foot price? That was basically the benchmark or the standard that you went with.
So we actually look for in a lot of research pages. So we upload in the graphics the price, those silo and things like that, prices versus the construction price, versus the area of construction. So we were able to do the graphics. And however, this actually was our primary way of getting the houses prices that we were in charge of getting people, but we also did other researches, not only keeping into this in mind.
Yeah, it's just a little backwards from the industry standard. Usually we had come up with a base cost, the cost of each home with all of the included items, and then we mark it up and we have a margin to it, and that derives our sales price. And then we usually price it. There's basically your market price is what you're getting to. But it's a little bit clunky in how you get there, so just would work on trying to define each one of your building estimates and then deriving the profit from each home, and then letting that be your sales price. The sad thing is I didn't see a whole lot of HOA fees in the proposal. I know you have some HOA amenities, but I don't have any. There's no fees. You're not gaining any fees. So are all these items included, or what's your strategy there?
We did include those in the proposal, so in the budget it is contemplated.
Okay, so there's no maintenance for lawn or upkeep for any of that? There's no maintenance fees included?
It is.
Okay, all right.
Muy bueno. Very good. Very good. I enjoyed your active presentation in the beginning. I appreciate the land development design process that you went through. Very good. I like the look of your product. It appears that is land development a single phase? Building the horizontal construction? Is that one phase?
Okay, well, it's 4 phases actually. If you can go back. Okay, that one. You got the phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and the orange one. It's going to be like a round thing because we left our expensive home at the schedule for later phases because These can be for a custom with really high expectations. So if they want to make any customizations, we can ensure the project's progress and keep the.
Okay, I think you're talking about the construction phases and the sales phases. I'm
These-
talking about developing the land.
No, that's the land.
Okay, so
And
you're
then
gonna
the-
develop the land like
Yeah,
that.
That's the land. And
Okay.
go to the next one. No.
And so, based upon your answer, my suggestion to you
Mhm.
would be develop the entire land to one time. You don't have the mobilization issues, you move in, develop it, and then you can execute your phasing plan
Okay.
on the construction of the homes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because it's very difficult to move in and out of the equipment and all that. And here, you're having to saw cut limestone and that kind of thing to do the development. And so it's just going to be, I think, more efficient for you and more cost effective if you would just develop it all at once. Help me. You have a developed lot cost, it looks like, of about $104,000. And then you said the lots are worth $250,000. Do you remember that in the book?
Yes.
And can you help me understand where you got $250,000 for the value of the lot?
Yeah, so we did the same research, but this time on vacant lots that were given on the city of Georgetown. Actually, not a few of those lots, and the prices were not that representative because we're like a few many, and the prices were like super expensive, sometimes for show lots, and something like every cheap for lots of a massive area. So what we did, with these show lots prices, we kind of did the same graphic that actually worked, but not for taking the price out of here, if not just for the concept of where the price could be or should be. After doing this, we then applied the logic of these empty lots will be sold in this new urbanization within Woodside East that then will have a second phase called Woodside Phase 2. So this lot not only will be selling, we will only be selling those lots in a common place, but you will, after you buy them, you will have all the amenities and access to all the things that this urbanization gives you. So that's actually the reason we got the price.
Okay, thank you. So that's a pretty good margin, from going from 104 in cost to a sales price of 250. So that's, you may not be able to achieve that kind of margin in land development. With me? So it's like 100% markup, right? That would be difficult. Okay, thank you. Oh, I love your entry feature. Who designed the entry? Love it. It's very, very good. Thank you.
Hey, great job. Your amenity package is gorgeous. It's really beautiful and seems to have a lot of things in it. What was the decision to include all of those features when the Woodside PUD is going to have an amenity right next door?
We understand that there's amenities in the zone. However, we also know that this is a growing area. We were thinking about the area expanding, and why would we limit ourselves to maybe later not having amenities enough for all the people that are going to live there? So we were trying to ensure the comfort of all those people that will eventually live in Woodside.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I will say to something Dan said, the maintenance, the HOA maintenance on that is going to be pretty expensive. So when you're looking at affordability, you're going to have to include the HOA fees as part of that analysis. Great job.
I have a question about the amenities on phasing. I like how, on your phasing, I like how you broke out the amenities to be constructed at different times, which I totally get. You're trying to spread the costs over a longer period of time instead of all up front. How are you going to manage that when you have several of them in the same area? Like the general park and the multi-purpose hall are being built at different times. Is there a reason you didn't just clump those together?
Well, we also wanted there to be diversity, right? So we could just go ahead and build the whole thing, but then what about later? Like we want something to keep interest in the clients. So the fact that there's gonna be new stuff every time, and oh, there's a new park or something like that, you know, it's more of like a market analysis and like attracting clients with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a great answer. It's a good answer. I like that. Make sure you have your entrance feature being built later. Build that up front. That sets the tone for the community. But I liked your answer.
All right. I really enjoyed y'all's elevations on your homes as well as that entry feature. It's done really well. So great job. While we're here, let's talk trees real quick. We did, you have a mention of the noise and dust pollution control with planting these trees along that border. In the proposal, you said they're 80-foot tall trees. Is that what they're going to fully grow to eventually, or are we planting these trees at 80 foot right off the bat?
Transporting that would be a hassle.
It would. I'm just asking for a friend here.
No.
Okay.
We are pondering that the fact that they're going to grow to that height. However, we're not going to carry 80-foot trees there.
Fantastic. Okay. I was like, that sounds really expensive. You got $14,000 in budget for it. We need to talk. I would say when it comes to your product, at $500,000, $600,000, looking at your owner's bathrooms, they're relatively small. Some of them at $600,000 had one sink and a toilet and a smaller shower. So look at competitors at the same price point in the area and kind of see what are those standards that they're offering. Maybe that's a tub and a shower, multiple sinks, longer vanities, just because that's something that, it's not necessarily at that price point entry level. It's a move up kind of product. And so just pay attention to what they're doing as well and mirror that in your design as well. So great job.
Assume your position. No? All right. Welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have the University of Florida up next. We're going to have a 15-minute presentation along with a 10-minute Q&A at the end. So if you are in the room, please stay in the room. If you have a cell phone, please turn on vibrate, and then we'll let University of Florida take it.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your time. My name is Sophia Petrandis, Head of Sustainability here at Gator Home Builders, and we are so excited to present to you all today Silver Star Estates. Before we get started, I'm pleased to present the rest of our GHB Home Builders team. We'll start with Grant, Grayson, August, and Parker. Now I'll do a brief overview of what we'll be talking about today. We'll start with our market analysis, where we'll go into our industry trends and demands. Then we'll take a dive into our product design, which will bring us to the quality of what we present, followed by our sustainability and our thorough estimate. We'll then go through our schedule, showing how we'll stay on track, followed by our project management plan, which brings us to our safety and our effective coordination. We'll then go into our sales and marketing and conclude with financial risk and analysis. I'll now present Grant for our market analysis.
So jumping right into our market analysis, we see that the city of Austin has increased year over year 22% in pending sales, while at the same time, our listings have only increased by 1.7% of new listings on the market. This shows significant buyer demand, while at the same time, our supply is remaining stagnant. This is incredible opportunity for us, for that we are now able to supply the market with products which the market is currently demanding. Now looking more specifically into our comparable property, we see that Del Webb has been successfully targeting the retirement buyer for nearly 30 years at Sun City. This is incredible, and they have created a successful momentum which we want to capture. We do not want to compete directly with them, and by doing this, we recognize that Sun City has many, many amenities, which is incredible for the buyer who wants that. We recognize that a lot of retirees want to downsize and want more privacy. Now, we're able to supply that with our limited lot area and limited amenities. With this, we are also able to supply, we recognize that with the amenities comes added costs, which the buyer is included in their home price. With our limited land size and our limited amenities, we can then pass on this lack of cost to our buyer, which will be thrown into our incentives. We'll have a rate buy down of 5.25%, while Del Webb at Sun City has a 5.75% rate buy down. We see this as incredible for us because our market is very interest rate sensitive, and this will give us a very good leg up against Sun City. Even though we also recognize that the retiree buyer pays in all cash at times. So with this, we will supply a $35,000 closing cost instead of a $25,000 closing cost, which Sun City is supplying. Even though we are supplying very generous incentives, this does not compromise the quality of our product, which Grayson will now introduce us with.
Thank you, Grant. Here at Silver Star Estates, we offer 3 unique lot sizes, a 50, a 60, and a 70-foot lot with 6 unique floor plans. This means that we offer 2 floor plans per lot size. Our smallest lot size is a 50-foot lot, which we still believe is a respectable size for somebody looking to downsize into a smaller home. The Prairie is at 1,350 square feet and is the smallest offering, followed by the Caprock at 1,525 square feet. On our 60-foot lots, for somebody looking for something a little bit bigger, we have the Alamo at 1,700 square feet and the Canyon at 1,850 square feet. For somebody looking for something large, we have the Longhorn at 2,200 square feet and the Lone Star at 2,600 square feet. The Lone Star is our premium flagship product. Some of the features that come standard on every Silver Star Estates home are KitchenAid appliances, cabinetry, and casework that can be selected by the buyer. Each floor plan features a 2-car garage, no matter what floor plan size, and they all feature copper plumbing fixtures, which we believe is a step above the current builder grade in Austin. Some upgrades that buyers can opt into are Viking appliances, upgraded from their standard KitchenAid, decorative beam and ceiling packages, light fixture packages, folding curtain walls for entrance and exit to the living room, patio and backyard built-ins, and bathroom upgrades. With this, I'm going to pass it off to Sophie, who will go over our sustainable design.
Thank you, Grayson. So here at GHB, we prioritize sustainable practices with our efforts for sustainability and our quality. To address the concerns of Texas's harsh climate with their heat and their dry areas, we will be using rainwater collection systems for all of our homes, along with other energy-efficient appliances. These rainwater collection tanks are above ground and use gravity rather than a pump to retrieve water when needed. They will also provide tax incentives and long-term savings on your water bill. Going into our landscaping, we will provide local native landscaping to reduce our irrigation needs, such as the beautiful Texas lantana shown above. We will also use permeable pavers to reduce our stormwater runoff. Now, going into the inside of our homes, we will be using Energy Star rated appliances along with our LED lighting, smart thermostats, and low E windows to reduce energy consumption while maximizing the comfort in our homes. I'll now pass it off to August for our estimate.
Thank you so much, Sophie. So looking at the left side of our screen, we have a breakdown of our horizontal land development estimate, which is just under 16 million at 15.8 million. So, and we have it broken down by categories. Our largest category being the actual purchasing price of the land at 5.5 million, followed by roadways, earthwork, and then utilities work, going all the way down to our smallest of general conditions to keep our project team up on site, and landscaping. On the right side of the slide, we have each of our 6 model homes, or each 6 of our floor plans, with a calculated percentage profit that we based on research sales prices, construction costs, and sales costs. Breaking up a little bit more into our estimate, as you can see on the left side of the slide, we have an average vertical construction cost of each of our floor plans, with our largest being the Lone Star model at $380,000 for a vertical construction cost, all the way down to our smallest, the Prairie, at $217,000. On the right side, we have a pie chart showing you your average breakdown of major work packages out of your total home price, with our 3 largest being the interior finishes, our MEP systems, and our exterior finishes. And now I'll pass it off to Grayson to talk more about our schedule.
Thank you, August. Hopefully we'll receive our notice to proceed today, February 25th, 2025, which kicks off our pre-development phase. In our pre-development phase, we'll focus on finalizing things like our permitting and our engineering designs. This will move directly into phase 1, in which we will start by building our 3 model homes, 150, 160, and 170-foot lot. And then for the rest of phase 1, we'll build a variety of homes, 50, 60, and 70 feet. This phase 1 will last 384 days, and we'll go directly into phase 2, which is our luxury phase. Phase 2 will begin with building our 70-foot lots, the rest of them, and then building some more of our 60-foot lots. And then phase 3 is our affordable phase, where we'll finish our 60-foot lots first, and then finish the project with our 50-foot lots. You'll notice that there's overlap between phases 1, 2, and 3. This is to keep our labor force occupied. We noticed that if you can decrease downtime by moving the labor from one site directly to the next, this greatly increases their efficiency and will help us hit our project turnover date of October 31st, Halloween 2028. I'm going to pass it back to August, who's going to go over our team makeup.
Thank you so much, Grayson. So our on-site construction team will consist of 4 members, 2 more office roles and 2 more field roles. Our office roles will include a project manager and an assistant project manager, while our field side will include an assistant superintendent and a superintendent. So working remotely out of our GHB office will be our project executive. Our project executive will be over the entire project. So working alongside our project executive for our project at our regional headquarters will be our EH&S manager. So our EH&S manager is a very important part of our safety plan for GHB construction. So our safety manager will make a weekly trip out to our project site, conduct a weekly safety walk where they will point out any errors, any issues that they see, and answer any questions that we have for them. Our day-to-day safety plan will be led by our superintendent, where our superintendent will be in charge of making sure everyone wears proper PPE, make sure the sites are all clean, and ensure pre-installation meetings for any new sub-trades coming on site. So safety is not our only big concern with GHB, a quality home is as well. So we put a lot of pride and effort into our QA/QC plan. So our QA/QC plan is led by our assistant superintendent and then supported by our assistant project manager. Our assistant superintendent will be in charge of our daily on-site activities such as daily inspection walks and answering any questions that the trades have. And then while our assistant project manager will do more of our document control process and document control areas. So making sure that submittals match specifications and what's truly installed on-site matches what our submittals say. And now I'm going to talk a little bit more about our other half of our GHB team out on site, which is going to be our sales and marketing team. Our sales and marketing team includes 4 members, 1 sales manager and 3 sales associates. Our sales manager will be in charge of the project's overall budget and will change our sales strategy that Grant will talk about later based on how the project is going. Our sales associates will be the clients or future home buyers' main point of contact, and they will also be in charge of updating our marketing, social media pages, and our websites. So speaking of that, we will go into some of our major strategies for advertising include in-person preview events at our model homes. So things such as large information sessions, large cookouts, or just community-focused events. We will also put a lot of emphasis into billboards, and as I just said before, a lot of emphasis into our development's website and social media marketing. So, and talking a little bit more about our model homes, as Grayson said earlier, we'll have 3 model homes with our largest model home, the Lone Star, being our sales and marketing team's office. So we did that just to separate our sales and marketing team and our customers from our construction team, just for safety reasons and for professionalism. And now I will pass it off to Parker to talk about our site design and our phasing plan.
All right, thank you, August. So now we're going to get into some more information on our site design and phasing. We have 180 units in total with 62 50-foot wide lots, 67 60-foot wide lots, and 51 70-foot wide lots. If you look in the bottom left corner, you'll see our 3 model homes. These are to give buyers an idea of what they're buying and help them visualize their future home. For our phasing, we're going to have 3 total phases. We're going to start at the north on phase 1 and develop the next phase based on phase 1 sales. For our grading and site work, we're going to complete all horizontal construction before beginning vertical construction. This is done in case we need to sell off developed lots. And now I'm going to pass along to Grant with more information on our phasing and finances.
Yes, thank you very much, Parker. So our land development team recognizes that there's significant risk in the land development market. How we will mitigate this risk is through phasing. We will separate our project within 3 phases. The first phase will hold 50% of our product, which includes the affordable and premium product, while phases 2 and 3 phases 2 holds only premium, and phase 3 holds only affordable at 25% each. With this, with the 50% in our phase 1, this gives us enough leeway in that we are able to see what product is selling best and what the market is currently demanding most. This will allow us to then move forward with its respected phases 2 or 3 to keep internally for our own development and to be able to dispose the property to another builder just in case and to mitigate our risk. Through this phasing plan, we recognize that there are 4 different scenarios. The first scenario, which is the most likely scenario, is that both products hit their monthly sales pace, in which we keep phases 2 and 3 internally for development and build out 100% of our lots, which gets us to a total project IRR of 27%. Scenarios 2 and 3 is where either or product meets the monthly sales pace while the other doesn't, which leads us to dispose the property which didn't meet its sales pace and keep the phase which did meet its sales pace. And then scenario 4, the least unlikely scenario, is where both premium and affordable do not meet their monthly sales pace in phase 1, which leads us to dispose phases 2 and 3 to another builder. While this is not ideal at a 2% IRR, this successfully mitigates the risk by we are not going underwater, which keeps us above water. Like I said, successfully helps us mitigate the risk which our land development team has posed to us. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. We look forward to your questions. We are GHB Construction. Go Gators.
Okay, very good. Good package. Good. I loved your energy in your presentation. Okay, I'm a little confused on phasing. you said horizontal is, we're gonna do horizontal construction in one phase, correct? And then you were talking about development. When you use that word development, do you mean developing out the project? So basically, here's the question. Is land development one phase?
Yes, land development is one phase. As it said in the problem statement, we have to have 50% of the lots developed, ready to sell. So I thought I heard Parker say that in all horizontal development is
Right,
complete, so
he did.
including
He did.
road work, all of this stuff.
Okay.
So we are completing all horizontal before vertical.
Got it.
Because of that.
Okay, very good. Tell me about your markup philosophy with respect to options and upgrades.
Yeah, so for within costs and in our options, we've roughly about a 10% of our base price has been applied to our rough back of the envelope estimate for our options costs, which we expect.
Okay. So your cash flow shows 8,400,000 odd for options revenue. Okay? And your cost, I don't know if it was a typo, is 1.5 million. So it's like, it's a huge markup.
Yes, we would have to then look back into our financials. I'm very sure that there was, right as it was difficult to show the whole pro forma in the in our proposal, so we
So 7 million of your 20 million profit is coming from options and upgrades.
And possibly lot premiums and we also
Well, your lot premiums is another 3.8 million. Okay, we're good.
Great job. I thought your presentation was very lively, and then at the end, that was a nice way to end, even though I'm a graduate of Florida State, and that just kind of bothered me a little bit.
-2.
That's okay. It's okay. On to an actual question. On your staffing, I didn't see a land development manager. Is that, did I miss it, or where is that?
No, ma'am. So I was under assumption that our on-site superintendent and probably would have the experience to do land development alongside of their standard duties of after the horizontal development is conducted.
Okay, I understand that. In reality, those are two separate disciplines, two
Okay,
separate.
I'm very,
Yeah.
I come from, most of my internships are from, or most of all of our internships are from more commercial side. So
Yeah.
in commercial side, I
It's-
guess the land is too small to really need a
Yeah.
okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
No, that was good. And then one more question on the site plan. What are you putting in the community gathering space?
So the community gathering space would be a mixture of we needed to maximize lot sizes. That was our that was the problem statement, that was the question, or the problem statement. And so we had these odd spaces. There's gonna be two on the top left and the top right portions of our project site. These are gonna be more focused on very small gathering parks, maybe for future residents walking their dogs, having a little bit of extra green space for their kids, so benches, waste receptacles, things that will keep the area lively and clean as well.
Well, thank you.
Good job. I did really like your energy, too. Do you know what sales pace monthly Del Webb is doing, since they're your main competition?
Yes, so like we said, on average, a flat number, nine homes a month. Yes.
Okay, because it wasn't in your proposal, but I noticed in your scenario overall, you have 30 sales a quarter. So you think you're going to do this?
We believe we're going to do 10. We believe we're going to do 10. Yes.
10 sales a month, and you're going to beat them at their own game by offering, privacy. I get that.
And better incentives.
Better incentives. Okay. What size depth are your lots?
To standardize our lot to standardize our lot sizes, we had 50, 60, and 70-foot size lots with 100 feet in depth. So that would result in a 5,000, a 6,000, and a 7,000 foot lot, or a square footage lot.
Okay, and then with the setback, rear yard setback, 10, and then, yeah, I was trying to see how big of a backyard if you're trying to, instead of having amenities and being an overall huge community amenity like Del Webb, and you wanted to, you know, maximize on those that might want privacy, how deep the backyards would be based on the footprint of the houses.
So we also have I would estimate it between 20 to 15 feet, because we also have on each of our property a rear patio as well that will encompass a more private area versus just a backyard.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great job, team. You know, I understand the concept of like a large community, because mine that I live in does a lot of events, and I'm a hermit. I'm like, you're doing too much, so I get it. I get it. When it comes to, you were talking about this buyer profile is downsizing, right? Less maintenance. So why did you pick a 70-foot wide lot? Because it seems like that would come with quite a bit of maintenance.
So the main reason behind that was based on our competitor at Del Webb in Sun City. Del Webb has been successfully selling these lot sizes that are the 70-foot lot size. Looking back at it, we probably should have, very sorry, let me take that back. We did take that into account a little bit, because our 70-foot wide lot sizes is almost 10 to 50, we are only developing, I believe it was 50 to 51 of that, which is almost 10 to 15 lots less than our 60 and 50-foot size lots. So that's where we took into account with that. But we also still wanted to act as a competitor or as a companion to Del Webb. And as Del Webb had the 70-foot wide lots being very successful, we wanted to have that option for future residents as well.
Got it. The last question I have is, as a millennial, I'm still trying to figure out TikTok. Do you feel like that's the best way to spend money on ads for your consumer?
This proposal was put together before TikTok was supposedly banned. And this was, so a little bit of issue there. I believe it is coming back. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not completely up to news. I do understand your concern, but I also see, in reference to my parents, my dad is 71. He's addicted to his phone, I'm not gonna lie. And he's very good at it though, but he loves, these hermits inside are gonna love having their time on their social media, because while a majority may not understand it, we still believe that there are those that do understand it. So we believe that in just how big of a reach that TikTok has and how much it's growing, we believe that we still need to put aside, it's the biggest social media right now, so we need to put some form of cost into the biggest form of social media.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah, great job. Question on the sales and marketing budget. You've got $162,000 budgeted for what I'm assuming is a sales manager and 3 sales associates. Where are you picking up their additional compensation?
So we also had a 4% sales rate on top of our, or 4% on top of our initial buyback for we planned on splitting it at 1.5% for internal, as well as 2.5% for external real estate agents. We believe that the 2.5% is accurate to what's around the area, and that 1.5% is to add on top of that 165,000 to act as more. The 165,000 is your base, and then your 1.5% is that additional to pursue competition. And it's like, we really need to get out there, and we really need to do these sales.
Understood. Okay, good. On your scenarios, you kept the same velocity. No matter what happened to the lots, you still were 7 and 3. Did you run the analysis to where you slowed sales pace, where you pulled the demand off, maybe you want the 3 or 4? And did you run that scenario?
Yes, so that is, yes. That's just an average. And also we recognize if the sales pace do start to slow down, there are many different scenarios as to why. You know, it could be interest rates, it could be buyer preferences, there could be many different reasons, and then we would use our expertise and understand, okay, what is that specific reason, and then we would go ahead and move forward and capitalize on any opportunities that we see.
Okay, all right, good, good, great job, Tammy. All right, so welcome to the four-year student competition for production home building. We have Bowling Green coming up next. So we have 15 minutes for their presentation along with a 10-minute judges Q&A. So just ask that if you're in the room, please stay in the room, silence your cell phones, and Bowling Green, you're up.
All right, to get us started today, I just want to start off by saying thank you for having us here. So to get started, we have this 48-acre piece of land that was proposed to us in Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown area, and the name that we've decided was Red Poppy Meadows. And as our company says, at Cavalier Development, we don't only aim to reach your goal, but we outshine it. So to get started, this is my team. So we have, for introduction's sake and time's sake, I'll just say the roles that we have, and they'll introduce themselves as they speak. So we have a product design, chief financial analyst, safety and sustainability, a lead scheduler, I, Jacob Rentas, am the development specialist, and a lead estimator.
Thank you, Jacob. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Tilia, and I'm the chief financial analyst here at Cavalier Construction. I'm going to start off by giving you a quick overview of the executive summary for Red Poppy Meadows. First off, we have a total of 156 total lots on the property, and we have an average of 110 days per property. In addition to that, we have 3 total houses we offer our customers to select from, along with an interest rate of return at 25.5%. Furthermore, our total profit is $16 million, and our target market is young professionals, active adults, and professional families. So here's the market analysis. Red Poppy Meadows is at Georgetown, Texas, which was founded in 1789 and named after the first president, George Washington. Georgetown is a part of Williamson County, and it has a total population of 105,000 people. In addition, Georgetown has the Red Poppy Meadow Festival, which is a celebration of state flower, which gives the city of Georgetown a great spotlight to showcase what they have to offer, the wonderful development and agriculture and architecture. At Red Poppy Meadows, we have a quick 30-mile north of Austin, Texas surrounding area development here. We have the Blue Hole Park, in addition to 46 parks, Inner Space Cavern, Cedar Break Park, home of the Red Poppy Festival, and the AAA Texas Rangers baseball team. So the employment in Georgetown, Texas, we have a total of 462 people employed in Georgetown, along with a median income from 25 to 44-year-old adults at $98,000. From 45 to 64 years old, the median income is $110,000. And the unemployment rate is at 4.4% currently, but is expected to drop 1.8% per year. Now passing it off to Sam.
Hi, my name is Sam Shar, and Williamson County was the 6th ranked school district in Texas, along with the 21 schools that they offer, and there's 3 colleges in the surrounding area. For the housing market trends, as of September, it was at 1.1% and is increasing rapidly. The median price is $442,000 for the single-family homes, and there are roughly around 17,000 homes. Many families from New York, Seattle, and Utah are moving to get a more non-city life and for better opportunities. Our 3 houses that we offer are the Lursterin, which is roughly around 2,000 square foot and is $434,000 and has 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and 2 garage. For the Serrano, it has 2,300 square foot and is $417,000. It has 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, and 2 garage. For this one is the in design that we custom built and is the Willamere. It is 2,900 square foot and has a starting base of $400,000. It's 3 bedrooms, 2 to 2.5 baths, 2 car garage, and a 2-story loft. And all of our houses come with upgrades like a fireplace, upgraded kitchens, we have outdoor kitchens, solar panels, and anything else that we offer. Next up, we have Austin.
So I would like to go a little bit into our site design. So to get started, to recap, we have 156 lots available. All of the utilities are underground. That's what you do in Texas. Our east side barrier, so we have the Leland cypress tree. This is a native tree to the Texas area. As in this area, the northeast, there is a stone quarry. We were cognizant of that. We did not want sound to be something for our east side community members to have to deal with, so we decided to go with the Leland cypress as a natural sound barrier rather than like a stone wall that just isn't very pleasant to the eye. To continue, we have a waterfront on this property. It's on the south side in between our southmost road. To continue, going into the phasing. So the phasing for our project, we are going to start on the south side. The main focus of this is to really just bring in lots, bring in products. We will have 3 model homes that are introduced here. Our second phase has less homes that we're really not focusing on lots due to the fact that we're introducing our amenities. So to cover some of our amenities available, we have a clubhouse, a pool, playground, walking trail, pickleball courts for our more active adults when they want some, personal time. This is really just focusing on building those amenities to really attract customers. And then our third and fourth phase are really more expanding the amount of lots available, really bringing in that product. And like I said, with the amenities starting in the phases before this, it's really attractive for consumers. So I'm going to pass this off to Austin Rattan.
Thank you, Jacob. As you can see here on our home schedule, we are estimating about 110 days per house. We are scheduling in 2 rain days per month. As in Texas, the weather is very questionable, and you never know when you could need those. We are also going to honor every national holiday so that employees can be home with their loved ones. As you can see here, in phase 1, it's going to be 11 months. We're going to be building 39 homes. Phase 2 is going to be a little shorter with 8 months, building 32 homes. And the reason for this is we're going to start construction on our clubhouse and our pool. In phase 3, we have 38 homes. In this phase, we're going to have 11 months as well, taking the pickleball courts into consideration. In phase 4, we're going to be 13 months, building 47 homes. In this phase, we're going to have the playground and a nature path installed. Now I'm going to hand it off to Austin Kramer.
Hi, I'm Austin Kramer, and I'm the Sustainability and Safety Management. Here at Cavalier Development, we take sustainability very seriously. Like with our landscape, all our plants are native to the central Texas region where our site is located. We will also have drought-tolerant plants in the air on our site to help with that. Then the one main factor with our landscape is our Leland cypress tree, which will be placed on the east side of our lot next to the stone quarry to help reduce the sound pollution coming from the site so we can sell those houses with good value so they're not scared away. Then all of our houses will have various sustainable features, like they will have tankless water heaters in all of the houses we design to help with that factor. Then throughout our neighborhood, we will have LED streetlights all over for a good night. And we'll have photocell sensors on them, which help reduce the light pollution given off by the streetlights by turn them off when it's nighttime, turn them on when it's nighttime and all that. Then some upgrades we offer with our houses for sustainability is we offer solar panels and EV chargers for the houses that people can include if they are willing to get that. Now I'll hand it off to Gino.
My name is Gino Carlo, and I'm the lead estimator on this project. We had a total cost with a 15% contingency and our acquisition cost of just over $10 million. And so a little bit of the breakdown on that is we've got $5.5 million in the land acquisition cost, just under $1 million in pre-construction, which was mostly surveys and consulting. We've got general conditions, earthwork, we are stripping, clearing it out, stripping the topsoil, excavating and filling that back, paving the streets, sidewalks, and a parking lot in front of our clubhouse, infrastructure running to the homes, things like cell, water, gas, all those things that are needed. Assemblies are mailboxes, fire hydrants, fences, and those lights that Austin had talked about, landscaping, and the amenities that Jacob had talked about. So our team includes our area construction manager, who's going to be managing the production and getting the subcontractors in there. Our land development manager, who's going to be the one kind of connecting all the subcontractors, CMs, everyone on site. Our senior construction manager, who's going to be really leading that value engineering process and accepting any change orders that may be made by the customers. Our construction manager is going to be on site every day, overseeing construction, making sure that schedules and safety regulations are followed. And our intern is going to be following around our construction manager, getting some good daily practice, making sure that they can take over one day once they graduate. I'm going to be passing it back to Austin Kramer.
The safety here at Cavalier Development is a good practice that we try to enforce every day. Like, all of our employees will go through a comprehensive training program to make sure they are well knowledge and ready to work on our sites and they will also have all proper certifications needed to work on our sites with our project management team and any subcontractors that we bring in. And weekly and daily, we will be conducting safety meetings to help announce any risk hazards with the jobs and what might happen throughout the days and that week that we'll be working on to keep everyone informed of what's going around them. And we'll also be doing site inspections to see if there's risks, hazards, or any type of anything that might not comply with any safety regulations or OSHA standards that we follow very well. And all of our employees will have to be wearing the proper PPE, which will include hard hats, safety glasses, gloves, high-vis vests, to make sure everyone's safe and well seen throughout the company. And our environmental controls, we try to keep that under control with our dust control, where we'll use tarps and water to help control the dust flow through the air, and any dust inside of the houses and that, we try to sweep out at the end of the day, because we want to keep our job site clean and the surrounding area clean and not ruin other areas. And our stormwater pollution, Georgetown has their own pollution stormwater management plan, and we'll be using erosion blankets, silt basin, sediment basins, and silt fences to help reduce the erosion factors and the water pollution for the area. Now I'll hand it back to Alex.
Thank you, Austin. At Cavalier Construction, we have our marketing team and sales team work together to develop a marketing plan for Red Poppy Meadows. Since we are targeting our young adult and our active adults also, we decided to come up with developing a website to illustrate what we offer at Red Poppy Meadows to any consumers that are shopping online, looking for any houses they can build or customize, along with going through social media to get those young families and young couples being able to see as they scroll through their TikTok feed, Instagram, or Facebook to see our houses and what we have to offer. In addition, for our older adults who are very active, we included the newspaper and print ads like billboards or papers, so when they read their daily paper or driving down the road to go to their job, they are able to see our model homes and what we have to offer. In addition to that, we will have 3 model homes at the south end of our development, so when people drive by, they can see our houses and come in and take a look at our base houses, along with any kind of upgrades they can do to the houses. On the right side here, you can see our marketing budget graph. At the bottom, we are projected to do $2.8 million worth of marketing. For warranty and quality insurance for Red Poppy Meadows, we are going to follow the maintaining moisture. By doing that, we are going to be preventing dislodging of any particles. In addition, we are going to use clean gravel covering to cover any roads or plants. By using the gravel to cover the surface, we'll prevent dust emissions, any dust emissions from heavy machinery driving over the dirt. In addition, we are going to do dust suppressants as needed. That'll be spraying down any of the dusty areas and in the dirt with water so they don't get really dusty and go into the plants or the water. Lastly, we're going to adhere to the NPDES stormwater program. To go over the pro forma here, we decided to take our key main points, and we're going to start off with the sales revenue. We are expect to do $78.5 million with a sales cost of $2.96 million. Some of our major expenses, the land acquisition, which is $5.5 million, site development at $5 million, direct construction at $37.5 million, marketing at $2.84 million, salaries at $3 million, and overhead at $3 million. Our warranty expenses are $239,000 with an interest rate of return at 25.5%.
And I want to thank the judges for coming out and listening to our presentation today. If you have any further questions, please proceed with those now.
Great job.
Good job. I'll just start by saying I'm a sucker for matching ensembles, so you guys look great.
Thank you.
Just a question on the slides. I don't know if maybe I read them wrong, but it looked like the pricing for the models that you put on these slides is different from what's in the book. Did you change something, or what's the rationale for that? Do you have like the Lucerne in the book is $423,000. What's this other one?
I think the
The
biggest,
Serrano is 480.
Yeah.
the biggest swing was the last one, the Willamore is 400 now, it was 560 prior in the book.
Yeah, so what happens?
I believe that was just a typo.
Which is the typo, this one or in the?
I believe this
Okay,
one, yeah.
okay. And then I also wanted to understand your development schedule, your project schedule. It looks like you start development, let me get back to there. And then you're building a house, like 3 months later or something. You don't even have, you're not even graded. And no utilities, and you're starting a house. That's a challenge. Is there a reason for doing that?
The reason for doing this is we're trying to get the site going as quickly as possible. We want to get those model homes up, and we want to get going as quick. So we will have a certain section where they will be grading, and then we'll be starting construction as they're continuing with the rest of the property.
So it's really hard to build a house while you have people still trying to put in utilities at the same time.
Okay.
So you may want to just wait until the utilities are in before you get started.
Okay.
All right, good job, and you guys look sharp. I did have a question on your market analysis. In your proposal, you had Dell Web as the only competitor you really listed, and you didn't have them as how much they're doing per month. But your target market is not active adult age targeted in this proposal. So why would you use Dell Web as your competition since they only sell to active adult?
Because we are unable to find any other competitors to our size in our area that we were building at.
Okay. And the monthly pace of competition is really important because that justifies whether you can do the same or not. So if you're saying you're going to do 2 homes a month or something like that, we need to know that somebody else is doing that, or you might be selling yourself short. They might be doing 4 homes a month, and you could speed up your sales pace and your construction pace. So it's important to note that in your presentation.
All right, good job, team. All I had like 3 good questions. I don't. So I guess one thing I want to go back to the pricing. So if that's the incorrect pricing and the correct is in the proposal, the Willowmore plan is 3-bedroom. Your Serrano plan is 4-bedroom. Not too far off in square footage, but your Willowmore is $80,000 more. I'm just kind of curious, what would draw me to buy this house that's slightly bigger in square footage with less bedrooms and bathrooms than one's $80,000 cheaper?
Well, that house offered a loft upstairs, so it would be good for like single families, like for people to like, you know, an office or like a kid's space or just more space to just, you know, privacy and just all that stuff.
Okay. I mean, you keep in consideration whenever it comes to like appraisals and how you're selling and listing, you know, bedroom count's really important, so just keep that in mind. Next one's just kind of a few statements. Del Webb, DELWEBB, it's misspelled quite a few times in the proposal. Del Webb is Pulte Group, so they're the Pulte Group company, so just be cautious of that. And let's see here. So one more, just kind of just check on, there's a drainage section 5.2, talks about stormwater drainage going into the Potomac River. A little far from Texas, so just keep your eyes on, you know, the small details, but great job, guys.
All right, great job. I'm going to steal Randy's question because I know he's upset about it, but the Leland cypress is not native to Texas. It's not a native plant. It may be commonly used, but it's not a native plant to Texas, so just be careful with that one when you state that. Just check it out, make sure you know. The other one is incentives are a huge deal for me right now. We constantly are building in incentive programs, whether they're seller paid closing costs or we're building in option giveaways or whatever we have. I didn't see a whole lot in your proposal. Do you have an incentive strategy?
No, we do not.
Okay. It's a big, in the market, I mean, every year we do these, something is the big get. This right now, this year is incentives. Incentives are gonna be the next thing for the next few years. So as you build your next year's proposal and you start looking at it, make sure to have a comprehensive incentive strategy.
Incentive as houses sold, or
No,
can you
like,
build upon that?
seller paid closing costs. So like, I'm gonna pay your closing costs, or I'm gonna give you $30,000 in design studio upgrades for free, or on this house, we're gonna do a free screen porch, or something to entice the buyer. So effectively, either you're taking a margin erosion, which you don't wanna do, or you've accommodated that in the sales price of the home to basically offset it, but you're basically giving the client an incentive to buy the home versus just a lower overall average sale price.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's a typo. But in the cash flow, you've got $10,920 for your option and upgrade cost. Your revenue on that was 1.5 million, basically. But your cost in your cash flow was 10,920, and I think you intended it to be 1,092,000. Does that make sense? And then you would have marked it up around 50%, and, okay. So these cash flows are critical, okay? And I don't want to, everybody's going to think I'm an ass when I say this, okay? Which is okay. But I want you to know that if you presented it like this, you probably lose your job. It's that important, okay? So that's real critical to these proposals in companies, because obviously they're going to make this $5.5 million investment to make money. And it's real critical that what you say you can do, you show that in your cash flow. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that's going to drive everything. If you're trying to raise private equity, get bank financing, they're all going to look at your cash flow. Okay? Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great job.